Why are we starting off so strong? How's it going, Al? How doing? What's up, Nobu? What's up, friends? What's up, friends? Yeah, we currently in the building doing I mean, don't get me wrong, like if you clear through, like, you know, you can definitely be like, oh my god. But
oh my god, they were roommates.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's begin.
I mean, you can't even clear DSR or top with the ego either. Like, you still gave it with the hammer, so. Open community F, thank you. Listen, I gotta start trying to put some respect on this bun boy's name, you know what I mean? What's up? What's up, West? How's it going, Nobu? Yeah, we chilling. We're taking a break from Woo for now, potentially. Well, I mean, I'm not hoping so, but like, we'll see. Oh yeah. Like you shave off like a solid like 3 minutes.
I wonder if you can keep up.
But the reason why you can't say it's easy is because there's a little thing called jails. Let me catch easy though. I mean that's because you're stupid. Alright. No, you can get to the end.
With Fenrir's might, I rouse the storm.
This helped me because I barely seen the fight. Yeah, I mean, if you got any questions about the fight, like, let me know. Cause I mean, this, I was like, oh, I've never paladin this fight, so I'm gonna learn paladin, so I can actually be, because we're helping a homie like prog the fight. He's at terrestrial rage, which is like the second toss mechanic before the thing, and so he's trying to not like that boy trying to prog. You know what I mean? No.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Huge. Yeah, you know. Yeah, so we're just chilling for now.
But they're not out of the fight yet.
Fenrir's power can be wielded.
Being honest, I have seen a little bit after the sack, but it wasn't clean. We had like 5 items before. After this. Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, you know. This fight's like really not that bad, honestly. Dang, man, if only there was like a way to like maximize that hell out of my I also dropped my I dropped my oil during that? Okay. That's actually like a raised question mark. Hello? Healers? Bro, that person was staring at the fucking head like it was like in a trance, like on a drug. That boy like, ooh, shiny, looking at like a moth to a flame. That bro said, wow, like a fucking Toy Story alien.
Let's begin, shall we?
That dragon head. Like, motherfucker, wake up. So from what I've read, you have to cleanse the debuff in the ads part and slow down the energy ball. No, it doesn't slow it down. The energy ball takes, if you cleanse the debuff, it does damage to the dragon head. Yeah. So the tanks have it easier there because they don't have to touch the dragon. They can't do anything but just mitigate, and like they gotta kite the boss away, the dragon head away from the orb. So in the ad phase, the way how it operates pretty much is that like the the way how it works is the orbs always get popped in order from it's the element that you pop the orb is always earth and then wind, and you just basically alternate. So when you pop the orb, it does like a very tiny like damage AoE, but it doesn't matter. It does not hurt at all. But it does 1 million damage to the dragon head, which you need to do in order to actually like kill the dragon head. So the ideally you can actually like out DPS the dragon head in comparison, because sometimes the dragon heads kind of like just die, kind of like just doing their own thing basically, you know. So that is what it is. But yeah, so that's it. Yeah, at least yeah. So once you pop all the orbs, then you'll pretty much just want to be able to like set up for the swap, and then like the tanks do all the kiting. Yeah. That's pretty much it though. So like you'll notice it. Like you get the tether. The tether that you get says that you can't touch that one, and then you pretty much have to just focus on like doing damage to it. And then once you swap colors, then you gotta fight the other dragon head because the debuff swaps you, right? You do not stay on one side. So when it's your turn, the timer, you can kind of sort of ignore the timer. What you pretty much do is just like check if you're the lowest timer, then that means that you're just first. So you don't really need to think too much about it. Yeah. And then Earth always pops first, then Wind, and you don't have to even like look at the timer and like when to pop. Just look at the debuff. The debuff will actually be like your indicator, and then you can use that as like a reference point. Oh, that's kind of annoying, actually. Okay. Actually, I want to finish this attack combo. Let's see. So yeah, you'll see it here. We kind of do the light spread. I got the wind tether, so I got to go to Earth. You know, just stretch the tether. And then once the thing gets targetable, I got to be on the opposite side of the thing. And then you'll kind of see it here. Earth Ghost pops immediately. Wait till the debuff falls off on the Vuln, and then Wind pops. That's literally it. And you do it 3 times. And that's all there is to it. So, next up is going to be the Reaper and the Dancer. So, Earth pop, boom, wait for the debuff to fall off, Wind pop. And then the healers are always together. The DPS technically have like the random, so you gotta just kind of keep that in mind. Now, because I'm Earth is first. Once they pop that, I can actually come back this way. So, like, I don't actually care. And then, you see how the orb popper did damage to the wolf head? That means it's what it is. And then that's all that goes to it. And then we come back here. And we come here.
Bear my biting wings.
Now, yeah, that's honestly like Garuda cleanses, literally Garuda cleanses. But the difference though is that you can't pop 2 at the same time; you will automatically die. If popping Garuda cleanse had like a magic vuln up, then it works just like that. Yeah, you just go through it and you pop the thing and then like your big show on that shit. Yeah. So that's like literally it. Yeah. Now this part, look at this thing. I got spread, so I'm out. Stack is under there. And then we're going over here. Because I had stack or spread first time, I got stack this time. We're going over here. That guy dead as fuck. Get behind Dragon Head. And then it's going to be Eminent, which is in. I can use my 90s. Okay, he stole my shit. That's the dragon head.
The challenger's down.
The tank does the thing. They use the emblem. Yeah, right. No. Yeah. That's all.
Let's begin, shall we?
But yeah, so that's it. Like ads is deceptively easy because it would be more tricky if you guys actually do a lot of damage to the ads, but you don't. If you just naturally do damage, the dragon heads lose I think 30% or something like that. I think it's actually more than that. So.
I wonder if you can keep up.
Speed, it's as if there's a pack of them.
Fenrir's might. I rouse the storm. The wind answers my call.
Brother, move. Alright, look at that. When I climb, I've had you. Good afternoon.
But they're not out of the fight yet.
And good evening. Fenrir's power.
Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
Hell yeah.
Where did that colossal thing come from?
My truth! Not bad.
Interesting.
Not bad.
Ooh, interesting.
We've scarcely begun.
No, the fuck you didn't. Brother, huh? Anyways.
Let's begin, shall we?
Can the challenger defeat the Lord in his own land?
I wonder if you can keep up.
Oh, my Holy Spirit didn't go off, man. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you died and then they died, but the rest didn't.
With Fenrir's might, I rouse a storm. The wind answers my call.
Hold on, man. What's today, the 15th? Yeah, I know we know that. That caster was with us on the clear today. Like, that's why I recognize him. Yeah, the image. Or no, Sage, sorry. Ah, that makes sense then. Okay. I was like, the coincidence is like way too close today. What's up, Stompy? How you doing, homie? I love this fight. Me too. Me too. Oh, you like my shirt? Stinky? Yeah, you stink, bro. I'm like, damn, you don't even notice and shit? No, okay. Guess what? What's up? Did you clear? I hope you clear. That'd be kind of fire, actually. At 4:30 in the morning? God damn. Congratulations, though. Definitely like a well-earned victory, you know what I mean? That's a good boy. That's a good move right there, boy. Hell yeah, I'm happy for you. I'm glad. It's so funny how many people now, like, yo, there's been such a massive rise in Uru. It's like kind of hilarious actually. So, and it's funny because now we're getting to that point too where it's like now we're gonna start cycling ultimates, which is so not on my bingo card, because now I gotta apparently teach UCOB, which is like I don't like know how to do that. So like we'll see how that works out for us if anything.
Speed, it's as if there's a pack of them.
But yeah, you know what? I'm kind of down. I mean, if it can be like helpful, then we'll see for sure. But yeah, so I don't know. But I mean, I'm assuming this is an opportunity for us to content. So I think as long as there's an opportunity to content, it'll be poggers. Oh, I just like didn't need to do that, but it's okay.
The wind answers my call.
Bam. But yeah, so we're helping our friend who's the Reaper. He's trying to like just prog the fight, I think, is like his idea. So hopefully he can like have that opportunity, if anything. So we'll see. And then he's at TR prog, so we kind of already. I went the wrong way, brother. That's fine. Alright. You didn't say that. But,
But they're not out to fight you.
Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
I might actually go into a cold pressing tonight and like kind of vibe out. Like we'll see though. What's up, bro? How you doing, homie? What's up? What's up? Welcome.
My truth.
Bro, the Paladin runs so goofy with that. I wish you could like change animations for jobs. That would actually be so sick. Oh, I shouldn't have. Well,
Not bad.
I guess it doesn't like technically matter. Okay, I don't know.
We've scarcely begun.
You're doing? That's good to hear. Oh, I can't actually finish the combo now. I gotta hold that actually. Yeah, cause I didn't. I used my things. I got super lucky with the weapon and mount drop this fight. Got both in 2 weeks. Yo, that's poggers actually. Holy shit. I mean, I'm glad for you on that too. I'm still missing a lot of gear between both my characters, so hopefully I get that opportunity. Because this character's missing. I'm missing the hand piece of all things, and the weapon. And I think I need to augment like a left side somewhere. So this character has been like relatively like unlucky, unfortunately, but it's not like the worst thing ever. 5 weeks in the weapon. Yeah, I got weapon coffer last week, luckily on one character, but I'm not using it yet until I have an idea of like what is going to be used for the ultimate. Because like I will eventually go in and like Gunbreaker, but like whenever I get coffers, unless I'm guaranteeing myself like multiple coffers in the moment, I try to hold on to coffers in case there is like a possibility of getting like a like a tank weapon or something somewhere else. So we'll see. But I mean, no crazy rush.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Oh boy. But yeah, so I'd like to honestly, here's my thing too, right? Like the issue I run into is doing it in Party Finder, not because like it's Party Finder, but also because like if they go up in, I'm kind of like SOL in a sense, you know what I mean? Do the one. Cardinal? Any cardinal. Spread into cardinal.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
Oh, I forget mine. Oh, what? That button is so behind, actually. How bad though? Are you though? Oh yeah. Yeah, I like you. I mean, I had my stuff up, but I also like weirdly drift wise. Paladin's weird in this way. I don't like it though. Pick up some tank PvPs this fight. Haven't gotten too far in myself where we are. I mean, yeah, you know. I mean, I play main tank. I don't care what tank I play. I can play any tank. So I'm kind of like chilling. But I prefer to play Gunbreaker and like Dark Knight. If anything, I could play Warrior and Paladin, but it's kind of like messy though. I've never played Paladin until like just now, and it was interesting. But yeah. So, yeah, I've had it. I mean, you know, I'm kind of chilling either way. So, yeah, of course. Thanks for having us. So, I think that's it though. Yo, I might go do a Cold Crescent. Like, maybe we'll see. Unless I somehow get yelled at and told to go do something else. What you want to do now? One second. I prefer Paladin Warrior, but Paladin's my prog last tier Warrior is just something I picked up this tier. Oh, there you go. I mean, the thing is, like right now, I mean, I wouldn't say this as if like you can't per se. Like Warrior is kind of sort of like the tank that no one's not technically, but like no one's playing Warrior right now. Warrior's weird in terms of how the Savage rating works because of like M6, for example. Like you can play Warrior in every single fight. The one that it just doesn't feel good in is M6. Like I don't like playing Warrior in M6, and I've tried to fumble with it like a lot. It's just a really weird job to play, mostly because of how they did the AoE stuff, whatever. So that does not take away the fact that Warrior is still like a very powerful tank, but it's just that like Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, and Paladin just they do so much. They're just so much more like chill about how they can do all the fights right now. But Warrior, you can still play Warrior, you know, as like an example. But like, I won't. Oh yeah, they did the show and tell thing, whatever. Yeah. Sure. Bye. Yeah. I don't know what the hell that means, but I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah. Alright, I'll see you there, bro. But yeah, that's at least how I feel. Now, in terms of like playing Warrior, what I will say though is I'm kind of glad that Warrior is the weird tank. I don't know why though, because for some reason, like, let me think. What was M3? Not really though, because like Warrior was like heavily considered. It's usually like the MT of fights, but like honestly, I'm kind of getting the impression now that like Warrior is becoming the tank that like once again like it doesn't matter what it plays. Like you've always been able to obviously play like main tank Warrior. I think a lot of old head players are still treating Warrior as like that MT job, but it kind of sort of isn't like that anymore. It doesn't really feel like it, which I like though, because it does feel nice to play like any tank and just play the role of like MT, right? It will dramatically change though, because there are certain moments in certain fights where like, you know, the Warrior has to home gang in comparison to like the other tank that it is, for example. But that doesn't mean that it has to be like the main or the off tank. Like I've already had plenty of parties where like I've been main tank because I refuse to give main tank to anybody in the Savage Raid, for example. So like I've been playing Gunbreaker like 90% of the time. So if I play something different like Dark Knight, then I have had Warriors come in and be like, "Oh, am I off tank?" I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Yes," and they're like, "Okay." And then some people just kind of come in and play Warrior, and then they're just off tank. You know what I mean? So it's cool. I mean, I rather that, because the stigma of Warrior being like the main tank is like kind of becoming like a little bit like obsolete, thankfully, because I've actually always had the weird take that Warrior actually is like a great off tank. but people kind of don't think so, you know, because of the invuln. But like again, the invuln doesn't really matter. So there's that. But yeah, everyone knows that blue mage is the main tank. True. True. So I'm more partial to OT because for me it's easier in fights. Yeah, you know, and like same thing too. Like I mean, I think for me like learning tank, I would say like learning tank is my I can learn tank. Tanking is like my method of learning anything and everything, so that's cool. But I don't necessarily like, I prefer to play Gunbreaker always, or Dark Knight. But just because I play a job like Dark Knight or Gunbreaker does not mean that I'm gonna automatically play off tank. I kind of don't like that. I actually like to play main tank if I could. But sometimes, again, like sometimes not. It's not always like that though. So, like in the Fru like in Fru, like the most recent ultimate with Eden, like you kind of sorta like don't. It doesn't matter what you play, honestly. But what does matter is like where you use invuln. So, you know, kind of like based on those things, it kind of comes into play. But again, like it dramatically does not matter, thankfully. So it only matters based on the tank composition. So like if you're like you're a warrior paired with either like a Dark Knight or a Gunbreaker, it does change where you invuln, but it doesn't change whether you're main or off tank, right? The problem with it though is that like if you are main tank in Fru, for example, then usually you don't take a mechanic that the off tank usually takes, like in that kind of regard, for example, you know. Nez, what's up, homie? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you, bro. Enjoy yourself and happy Father's Day, and hope that you and the wife are having a grand old time. You know what I mean? Thank you for the vibes, and of course, thank you again for rating us out. You know, big preach. Enjoy yourself, bro. Thank you for the help, sir. Yeah, you know, it's all good though. On the bright side though, you know, we got totem, we proc some MMA, you know, we'll go back in there again for sure, like later on down the road. So definitely like let us know when you're around, you know, we can definitely come through again and kind of like give you some of that good old-fashioned proggers. So hopefully you can clip this here also, that way you don't gotta like worry about it later on. So yeah, like Paladin Dark Knight combo, they have Paladin's empty. Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? Because like Paladin Dark Knight is like the meta combo for Fru, but like I played Paladin main tank because I just played whatever was like the commonality factor to help me get the most prog, and that was what PF was, right? So like I didn't care what tank I played, I just wanted to be main tank, right? But it was very rare to see I mean, I've seen some Dark Knight main tanks in Fru, but they usually were off tank. So like what I ended up doing was I would just put myself as like warrior, but like I, you know, as like a temporary placement, and then whatever tank that appeared, like for example, it's like it was like a Gunbreaker or a Paladin, then I would switch to Dark Knight. But if it was a Dark Knight, then I just changed to Paladin or stayed warrior, for example. You know what I mean? So and I make it very clear also in the party finder that I'm like, yo, like I'm gonna swap around tanks based off of what tank joins. That way I can kind of like whatever, but I wouldn't do anything that would prevent them from like mechanically operating the way that they would, because like I said, there's like a moment in Fru in phase 3 where there's a certain mechanic that like the main tank normally doesn't take. And so if that has to become like an adjustment, then, you know, it becomes like an adjustment. But it usually like didn't matter, so it's kind of like fine. Oh, I gotta recruit people. I gotta go do that actually. So yeah, but again, I've already encountered situations where I've played like, I've gone into like UU, UCOB, T, DSR top at some point in time playing like main tank, not warrior, and like I've had a warrior come in and be like off tank, and then they don't ask any questions. They're just like, yep, that sounds good, and I'm like, all right, cool. So yeah. But again, like, you know, the mitigation sheets, when it comes to tank using invulns, it is relatively specific, unless it doesn't actually specify like for the roles. So like if you have like a mitigation sheet that's like public and it's for like ultimates, and then it just says like invuln, unless it specifies like which tank has to use which one based on what composition, it doesn't matter which tank it is, which means that like you can play any tank you want to and like do the thing as you need to, you know what I mean? And that's cool because again, like I like to play Dark Knight, but I also like to main tank. So if I can like have the freedom and choice to pick what I want to play, then like I'm cool with that. But because Gunbreaker usually also plays like an off tank thing, So it's cool that Gunbreaker can be like MT also, you know. Again, as long as you don't like kind of gatekeep people away from like doing their thing. So I always consider that like a win in my mind. So yeah, you know, we chilling though. So yeah. I need to get some practice in Dark and Gunbreaker. They're my least played tanks. Yeah, I actually like, if I had to really think about it, the tank that actually requires the most mental energy for me, weirdly enough, I know that it's like easy, but it's warrior. But it doesn't actually require mental energy for me. I just have to kind of like think about like the fight itself and how I gotta apply myself, because you know, the one unique thing that warrior has going for it that I actually enjoy is the use of the like how it gets like his power buff, whatever, you know. So I actually like that. But there are moments where I kind of like drop it, and I'm like, oh shoot, I dropped it. I don't know why. And then I gotta just kind of deal with it. So, but it's fine. Like I'm not really like I don't act like a maniac over like losing it. I'm just like, oh shoot, I can't do that. Well, okay. So next time I get there, I do that instead, and then I just kind of compensate for it. Like for Uwu, for example, like we were playing, we did Uwu, and then I played Warrior, and I could not figure out how to go into like phase 4 of Ultima with all of my power buff without like it like having to be used, like refresh it basically. So that one like took me like a minute to figure out, and I think I still have to figure it out as well. So yeah, but it's not like a big deal though. I think I'll like eventually get there when I get there. So, but again, like I think that as long as you can practice in one way, shape, and form, it'll be cool. But also, you know, we gotta have to wait and see like what the what is it called? The changes. If we get changes come, wow, those guys all got melted. You know, what the changes look like come like 8.0, because I'm kind of expecting a lot of jobs to get changes in 8.0. So, but we'll see. It's kind of too soon to tell though. I have no idea actually. What's up, Arthur? How you doing, homie? We're chilling. We were helping out a homie proc some M8, and then now I'm just kind of in Aloe. Not Aloe. Not sorry. My friends are talking about Aloe in my ears right now. But yeah, we're doing some Apple Crescent. I'm kind of just chilling. I was trying to seal the deal. But yeah, we helping out. We were helping a homie do M8, and then they had to go, you know, plans. And so now we're just chilling. So currently being dragged into Aloe Island today. Oh. Yeah, that sounds like it'll be like a vibe, honestly. I'm sure. I mean, Aloe's fun. It's funny because also like my friend group is now also in that same intention. Like they're like, oh, we want to do Aloe because like, you know, there's glowy weapons. What? Mm-hmm. All right. Well, have a good day. Are you gonna go machinist? I heard that like playing melee is actually like a challenge. We were kind of talking about it in we were talking about it earlier today because people were like, oh, since we're like bouncing around with like difficult content, etc., like we want to go do like we were doing like a lot of Uwu, right, for example. And then my group of 4 was like, oh, like there's 4 of us. Why don't we just go do like freaking Aloe or all the Criterions? And then it was like, oh, I mean, I guess we could. You know, didn't think about it, but like sure. So I think that's why I keep on saying first opportunity sucks. Yeah, that's kind of what I understood as well. Is like meleeing is tricky in general, but also like. I think from what I understood as well, Black Mage was already kind of like super powerful in Aloe Island, and apparently it's actually even stronger. So that's kind of crazy. So, like, I think we're gonna end up having a composition of like Black Mage. I heard Astro, which is fascinating actually. Astro, Black Mage, I think Dancer, and then we're gonna end up having. I mean, I guess I'm playing tank. I was told I kind of, sort of have to play Paladin. So we'll see. Let me throw a tank in Aloe Island. I mean, if we could have more than 4, then like sure, but we have 4 already. I'm in. Oh. Yeah. What the? What do you mean? You literally called me eye candy 5 minutes ago. Uh-huh. Go ahead. Finish that statement. Yeah, so you freaking shook it. Yeah. I'm about to lower defenses to -10. I had my first 2 runs of a Pork Tower test. I can bust pop. Oh, W! Yeah, I feel like at some point I really should. Oh no, I'm not gonna get that in time. I hope I do. Yeah, I would like to eventually go into Fork Tower, but I don't really care for it at the moment. I haven't even like bothered going into FC, but I've actually been asked by like 3 different groups already about if I am doing it and that they need like spaces or people, whatever, and they kind of like asked me like, oh, like, do you want to? And I was kind of like not really though. But I haven't really given it much thought though, so. Because honestly, for me, like Fork Tower is like BA and DRS, right? So like the content will always be around. The mount is cool, but like I'm not losing sleep if I don't have that mount. So plus like because already people are doing like Discord prep for Fork Tower, there's already going to be like people that are going to be like, oh hey, I'm hosting like a Discord recruitment thing, looking for X number of people, something of that nature, and then you kind of just like run the pocket. So you. Honestly, if it was not for the pain and the ass for organizing a run, I would have been hell into it. Well, I think that's also what it is too. I think a lot of people are like complaining about the prepping of it, which honestly doesn't seem like that bad. But I mean, I'm the wrong person to, you know, because again, I haven't even bothered, so I'd be the wrong person to actually like provide that insight. But I don't know. The thing is, like, I think that Fork Tower, by the devs' mindset, I'm assuming, like, there shouldn't be prep. You should just go in and like do it, you know. But like we're Americans and like we use Discord and other things to like kind of set and plan it out because the content is challenging because of like 48 people. But it's kind of like Chaotic Alliance Raid all over again. Like you don't need 48 people or 24 people to actually like communicate with each other. You just have to come to like an agreement on like who has to go where, and then you kind of just like do it. What the? Okay, no. Hi, Emiko. It was alright. They saw They basically saw Enrage, but you know, it was kind of like scuffed. But their prog point was TR, so that, you know, they didn't like study Beacon. I just called out Beacon for them, and like they got past it for the most part, so it was good. But you know, they're I think that once they get like because you know, again, like for that group or the person who was trying to prog the fight, they are just stuck in M8 prog because like Party Finder, you know, not because like they can't do it. It's like Party Finder doesn't let them actually get the progression that they're looking for, kind of thing, you know. So like yeah, and I get that though, because even like in reclears, I tried reclearing on Tuesday with my other character, and like I couldn't because people were like being very obnoxious. So it kind of is what it is. But again, I'm not like losing any sleep over it. Yeah, but no, like it's all good though. So. Yeah, we got like our daily dose of Wu today. We got a totem. I have one spared on this character. I think I'm gonna hold on to it until Gunbreaker is like confirmed. So, where is? Oh, I have to put it up here. There it is. Yeah. I'm gonna hold on to a totem until Gunbreaker is confirmed, and then any extras that I get, I'll probably just use otherwise. Like I'm probably gonna get I might get Dragoon after this. Not after this, but like, you know, in the future. If I go back for like another Ulu clear, I'll probably go get Dragoon. Are there people over here fighting? No, they're going to the thingy. Okay, good. So, but now I'm being asked to teach, which I'm like I'm an introvert, man. I know that I yap on stream, but that's different. I just get to talk. But for me to have to set up a static, first of all, I'm setting up 3 separate statics right now, which is insane. One static is DRS or sorry, DSR blind, but that's like that's on hiatus right now. We're doing DSR blind. Nothing. I'm being yelled at to go to Seraph right now. Oh, but I gotta. Oh. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. So I have one static that I'm setting up. I'm like the owner of that static or some like it's crazy actually. And yeah, we're doing DSR blind. Well, we're phase blinding. So like we do phase 1 blind for like a lockout, have fun with it, be like, what the hell is this, and then freak out about it. And then we study that phase, and then we go into the next phase blind, and then we just rinse and repeat so we get to the end. You know. So we'll see. I want DSR. True. I mean, I know that a lot of people do, so it's actually like logical. Yeah. I'm setting up now like a UCOP group, like a fresh UCOP group, like literally, like yo. DSR is a checkpoint? Yes. Well, so DSR's first phase is a checkpoint, but it's not even technically a checkpoint. It's a test. DSR basically was designed with the intention to be like a very difficult ultimate. So realistically, the idea is if you cannot by yourself do DSR, you're not ready to do DSR to the end. Because even like phase 1 is very easy. But if you can't do DSR, then like, yo, you just can't do the whole fight, basically. So you gotta keep on cracking it until you can actually complete it, and then like do it consistently. In my mind, if you can, I don't know how long the phase. I think the phase is like 5-ish minutes or something like that. No, 4.5 minutes. So I think ideally, if you can't get to phase 2 in like 10 minutes, regardless of if you're by yourself in Party Finder or like in a static, y'all can't do DSR right now, basically, which is messed up. But that's kind of how it is. So. But yeah, DSR is a hard fight because again, that fight is 20 minutes from start to finish. 20 minutes, not including the phase 1 checkpoint. Like from phase 2 to the end, that fight is 20 minutes. So, like that fight is extensive, and you feel it also. That's the other thing. Usually, it wouldn't matter if like you know, like it was like Uwu, where like Uwu is like 12 minutes now, but it normally is like 15-ish, right, or 16-ish. So, like that's the idea, at least, right? But what else is there? I mean, I think that's about it, though. So, yeah. But yeah, you can use the hell? I gotta like wave or something. Brother, I don't know what we're doing right now, so I'm gonna sit here and just wait and just like for a little bit. I was there until like blind DSR. Yeah, I know. I mean, again, like I don't have like a, you know, we're trying to be mindful about like who we want to bring with us and actually put through the ringer for, because again, it's like it's not something we're doing now because there's things that are on the way that we have to prioritize above that DSR blind party. But when there is an opportunity of like, you know, not like downtime, but where we can actually like prog it and have fun progging it, then like we're gonna do that. But right now it's like not on the list of things that is being prioritized. Because people want to try and knock out the earlier ultimates, and I think that like, you know, people want to knock out like UCOB, people want to knock out like T and Fru, because technically Fru is easier than DSR, so it'd be nicer to get that out of the way, and also because like the weapon is much prettier by the DSR comparison, which like whatever. And then like I think people want to like save top for last. I think it's like the idea, so like we'll see, but yeah. So, but anyways, the thing is like even if DSR's phase 1 is a test of whether you can or cannot. What the fuck are you doing here? I'm over here like yapping, and this man's invisible on some. All right, man. I'ma just like, give me the watermelons, bro. Yeah, let me go ahead and sit over here. Stop looking at me. Gosh. You cough? What are you, like an indicator? Bro, I really was thinking of like, yo, like whose dog is that? That's not my dog. I'm like, Fido, get away from that boy. We don't know who that is. What the f... And then I zoom in on my character, and I'm like, yo, what the... Alright. Anyways. What I will say, though, is, like, however you want to do ultimates and do them, the simple point is that you can't clear ultimates if you don't prog ultimates, right? It doesn't matter which one you start with. You can start with top and then work your way backwards. You can start with through and work backwards. You can start with UCOP and work forward. It does not matter. Like, for me, like, the last one that I cleared officially was Uwu. Yeah, so... Yo, can y'all leave me? Can I sit here in peace? I'm over here talking about, like, nonsense and y'all over here in my ears. Yo, listen to the fucking... Yeah, unfortunately. I'm sitting on hands and being yelled at about, like, sitting on hands and everyone laughing at my freaking corgi halfway in water and, like... I just want to, like, yap. I'm gonna get back to that. Alright. Anyways. I don't know why we're here. But they're exposing me slowly and surely, so I'm being bullied right now. This is horseshit. Ridiculous, actually. But yeah. Anyways, like I said, that's the idea. As long as you're able to like get into any kind of content, like start with one and just like simply put, like, first of all, stay true to yourself is like my thought process. Like, yo, if
Session random.
what?
You gotta roll. You gotta roll the yap.
You gotta take.
Am I
taking
eligible
turns
now?
To yap.
Do I pass?
I mean,
Yes.
no,
Alright.
but
What the f does no mean? Does it mean I gotta be quiet? I can't do that. I'm working right now.
Okay.
I say licks yap. Go ahead. What's the topic of the day? Let's talk about
What?
tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tomatoes. What?
Those are actually my favorite snack.
What the f snack?
that's diabolical. What?
Yeah.
How do you eat it? Like a friggin' whole
You just
piece?
cut it open, throw some salt and pepper on it, and eat it.
You eat it like an apple.
Easy. I mean, you could if you wanted to, if you're that barbaric, yeah.
Oh, you gotta see this short that I
Why
found?
would you?
Oh, actually, Daisy rolls the highest. They had. Oh, yeah, am I wrong? Wait, I'm
Like
looking at it.
900.
I don't know what they're talking about, bro. Alright. So. As long as you study, you can literally clear any ultimate. No ultimate in this game is difficult enough that you can't clear it. That's like just such a true and real statement. Just simply go study the ultimate and then you can clear it. I swear to God. I was a nobody and now I'm better than a lot of people. And I don't mean to say that like a bragging thing. I'm just saying that like the evidence is showing that off. You know what I mean? So, like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not bragging or showing off. I'm just saying that like, yo, you can also be very surprised by how your skill level is at once you start practicing and clearing ultimates, and then you go in and you just farm the hell out of them. You know, that's all that there's to it. Sorry. What do you mean show them? I gotta get up? But the grass is soft. I'm enjoying. Yo, the
That's my
audacity
favorite
of this
weapon
person
that
is
Session
insane,
has on his
actually.
back. Look at it, it's great, it's perfect.
Model Bunny Man.
It's
No
from,
shot, you're
it's
calling
from
me a
Heaven's
model.
Word. Could you do a pose for me, please?
What the?
Yeah, pull it out. Pull it
Yeah.
out. Pull
Don't
it
say it
out.
like that.
Pull it out.
Why are you
Pull
saying
it
it like
out.
that?
Pull it out. Pull it out.
Why? Okay.
Look at
Whip it out.
Unbelievable. Yo, the slant. Gotta show off the homie?
Yeah, so here's the normal version too. I have both of them. That's my favorite weapon. Favorite X-Pack is probably Heaven's Word and then Stormblood because my favorite dungeon is
Yeah.
Arden's Metal. And then favorite trial is
I hate
the
that one.
the one without spoilers, the one with the guy with the sword.
Oh,
That's my favorite trial.
wow.
Wait. The one one who's really happy to fight?
Yeah, that one. Yeah. Like,
My
so my
beloved.
favorite, like, content to actually do is
Are they
in
loud?
Stormblood, and,
I
like,
could
my
lower
favorite
them if
story
anything.
shit is in Heaven's Word. So that's where, yeah, that's it.
Bro, I don't know.
I
they're
don't know
over
what else
here
to talk
yapping.
about, so there you go.
Which one has the better OST?
Like which
All
expansion?
OSTs are cracked, but which one has the better one?
That's a tough question, actually.
Honestly, I'd probably say Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers
That-
and Heaven's Word.
That or Endwalker for me. It depends.
Yeah, but I feel like, cause I like the churchiness. Of
Well, because
Heaven's Word.
I'm being made
That
fun
makes
of,
sense.
so I want the
know what I
evidence
mean?
to showcase that, like, while I'm
Yeah.
being made fun of, I'm not over here sounding like I'm a lunatic. You know what I mean?
I like the
Yeah. Usually I have Discord muted as well, so I know it can be kind of weird to hear other people like yapping. So I don't want to like I don't want to like over. Well, two things. One, I don't want them to take over the sound of my stream, you know. But also, I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable who doesn't want to talk or doesn't want to be heard on stream. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you kind of get like a. Some people like to kind of keep it private when they talk, right? So. But also, I don't want to hear them talking about some crazy ass thing that even I know nothing about, and then they get I get nervous because of them talking about like freaking pussies or some shit. You know what I mean? So, like whatever they're laughing about, I have no idea, bro.
Well, I like how this night is going.
I'm not sure if I do actually. Why am I still sitting up? I'm gonna sit down. Why are you looking at me?
Try not to sit on the day, buddy. I'll
Yo,
lay
you.
down.
Her neck turned so.
You keep saying it, now everyone's gonna look at you.
All
Like you were
right.
saying, you were also showing off the sword for me, so thank you, because I don't have to get up and change my glam and stuff.
All right,
Great.
cool.
Wow.
I'm glad.
Pull it out or nothing.
Yeah, you need to pull it out, see the
Oh, yeah,
shiny.
you gotta-
Stand
What
back
the
up and do
you-
it.
Yo,
Stand back up, show
the
shiny.
slander right now is
You guys-
ridiculous.
Okay,
You
pull it
gotta
out.
get
Yeah,
out,
yeah.
get out.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Thank you. Isn't
hate it
great?
here,
Look
bro.
at it. Look at this.
Now you gotta
Hold on.
spin.
She better freaking like. I'm okay.
Anyways,
Spin.
this
What am I
is-
like a
this
showgirl?
is my favorite weapon in the game,
Give us a twirl.
aside from the bunny staff. Yeah,
I have that emote and I'm not pressing that button.
it's perfect. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, now. Sit down, Session. Thank you.
Thank God.
Alright, Daisy, you're
Yo, we're doing show and tell or some shit right now. I don't have a clue, brother. But, anyways. I do not have a clue what the stream plan is. I think we're doing this for like a little bit or some. Yo, they're just in my ears yapping, brother. That's all that they're doing. So I'm gonna go eventually back to go do. I might just go do a Cold Crescent in here because it's Dynamis. Like it ain't like I need to be anywhere. I could just do it wherever I want to. But I am on my other character, so because I actually already have the I actually have the relic for Gunbreaker, which is actually so nice. This weapon is fire. I really, really hope they have like a proper glow for these weapons. I really do, because like the weapon is actually so fucking clean. But yeah, that's my concern at the moment. Is like the weapon glow kind of is disappointing. But honestly, they haven't really been missing though. So hop at OC. Yeah, I would say I wouldn't say hop at well, because the thing is like, here's my thought process. One. This character is done with Atma farming, so if I do go to OC, I want to go use my other character because I'm working on Atma for like that character. I have out of the 6, I have only 4 of them, and out of those 4, only one of them is actually got 3. So I still got like a ways to go for it though. You know what I mean? I'm still sleep hopping on phone. Celeste, go to sleep, girl. I know that you've been up late and all throughout the nights with us like so often. Go get like a melatonin and then just go meet the rest. You know, just go to sleep. Like, listen to the sweet voice of the stream and the music that kind of partakes with it. You know, that'd be kind of fire actually. But yeah. But I think the idea though, yeah, is to we're gonna do. I think the next thing on the list is, like I said, because we are like very in deep with because we're very in deep with Uwu, I think the idea is to just have like a massive surplus of totems. Right? Oh, we're good. Yeah, because the surplus of... Oh, wait, let me actually look in that. Wait, when is maintenance exactly again? Oh, it's tomorrow at 4 p.m.? Oh, it's tomorrow at... Yo, it's early, actually. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I know. It's going until 6. Yeah. It's just like, it's going from 4 to 6. That's actually so much, actually. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to be able to play 14 like, before dinner or whatever. Yeah. So basically, like, all of Tuesday... Well, sorry. It comes back up normal time on Tuesday. So the game is going down tomorrow. At 4 p.m. my time. So we only have like 20 hours left between now and like when it maintenances, and then it's back up like you said, like Tuesday at 6 a.m. So Tuesday, like reset day is Tuesday is when it's back up, which is kind of wild though. I'm actually wondering like what it could be, honestly, because people I think don't actually know what the... Actually, let me go see if I can look it up while I'm here, because I'm actually under the impression that they've actually made an announcement about why it's going into maintenance. 2100 to 1100 BSC for you? Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's already like, you're literally gonna be... It's like literally during your like prime time hour as well. So like, I get that actually. Wait, FF14 maintenance. Supposedly they're doing... Oh, is it JP server stuff? Oh, okay. I'm kind of shocked that it's JP server stuff, but it also is affecting like... Oh, there is actually like a description for it. In order to conduct infrastructure maintenance on Japanese data center, as well as implement hotpatch fixes for 7.25, we'll be providing maintenance on all worlds. Oh, okay. So no, they're just hot fixing a bunch of stuff. Okay. Interesting. I mean, we should also... The store should be getting updated because Moonfire Fair is around the corner, so we're probably going to get... We'll probably get the Moonfire Fair event as well up and running too. So yeah. What's the wait. What's the is it called the Far Eastern Performance Set? That's the new set, right? Okay, wait. Let me see if I can like find out something about that actually. Yeah, Moonfire. It's probably going to coincide with Moonfire Fair. I mean, the Moonfire Fair, like assets are already in there, unless they're changing it. But I don't expect them to change it. So yeah. I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure that whatever... I am wondering if I can... Let me see if I can go find it, actually. I will say, though, that they did... They did actually reveal well, not everything, but they did reveal, like, a lot of stuff that they kind of, like, went to go find. You know what I mean? So... I just don't remember what they were doing for... Because I already knew about the performer set before it came out. Like, I already knew. Because, again, it was already, like... It was, you know, revealed or whatever. So, what I mean by that? I mean, like, before... Okay, like, week two of Dawn Trail, I already knew that chess piece was coming out. And that piece came out like 2 months ago. So week 2 of Dawn Trail, the release, I'm talking like mid-July of last year. That chess piece I already knew was coming out. So that's what I mean. So yeah. So I've already gotten like an idea. Like the Grahatia outfit, I already knew that was coming out. I already knew about like the Warden's attire, like all of that stuff. So but that being said, though, I do not remember what else they're really in, because I already knew about the bouquet email also. All the event stuff I've already known about since like the second week of Dawn Trail. But because it's, you know, because it was so many months ago, I've already forgotten like what it is that we're getting, like later on. So there's that. But Yeah. So I was guessing what to do. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out if I can go back and find. I'm trying to find my source of where I found that before last time. I would like to actually get an idea of if there is any announcement about what we're getting for. I won't ruin it unless you want me to. But I don't mind looking it up myself because I'm not going to be disappointed. Like I already knew that like I was going to be hype about like everything. So like I'm like super big chillin'. But yeah. Because I am wondering, you know, like what they're kind of like got cooking in the pot. So we'll see. But you know, I mean, again, I'm kind of like chilling. I want to know because it's just event stuff. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how I see. That's how I feel about it as well. Let me see if I can search and check. Now you know how I feel. Let me think. Because I'm also wondering if, like, usually hotfixes don't imply like changes for like a lot of things. It's kind of like very particular what they're talking about. So like again, it's kind of like an I don't know thing, but like yeah. The big fan emote, the Washu emote, that was last year's. Yeah, the like the big fan, that was last year's emote. Yeah. So I don't know if, like, the thing is, I don't remember if they revealed what it is. That's my thing. Because I know that a lot of stuff came out as like a reveal thing at the moment, but I don't remember if they actually revealed it. Yeah, before that, it was the, not the Power Ranger outfit, it was the other, was it Power Ranger outfit? I think it was Power Ranger outfit. There was like another thing though, I think, as well. So I don't remember actually. It was Power Ranger? Okay, yeah. So that's kind of what I figured as well. What's up, Romero? How's it going, homie? What's up? I'm checking something about... Yeah. It's your only third Moonfire Fair? Which up to? They're doing... Okay, so we're on Dynamis. I was told to come here and do a show and tell thing, and there's people in my ear like laughing and whatever doing Discord stuff, which is like whatever, it's fine. I'm just kind of sitting here, and what we're looking for right now is I'm looking to see where I saw the information about, because the Moonfire Fair is the next event. Although it should technically have been Little Ladies Day. Wait, no. Little Ladies Day was the Popstar Glam, actually. No, JK. Yeah, so Moonfire Fair is up next. I'm trying to see if I can go find where... I'm trying to see where I saw the thing for what it's gonna be. Because I already know what... I already saw all of the... whatchamacallit, I saw all the glam that is coming out in the online store as well as for the events like a year ago. I just don't remember like where. So I'm trying to find it. And I'm just kind of sitting here while they're like people are like yapping in my ear about like random stuff. So yeah. I don't remember though. Because a lot of the people who actually already did all of this stuff, like Square actually takes down videos for people who do that actually, so. So I'm in Tuli instance 2 in upper OC. Oh, you're very precious for coming all the way over here. Let me see.
And his name is John C.
What's up, Jetpack? How's it going, homie? Welcome on in. No, I can't find it actually. Nice one. What's going on? What's going on? I'm looking for something over here on the side. I'm trying to actually find it if I can find it, but I can't find it. Gonna buy it, take your time. Sounds good. Do your thing, do your thing. I can't necessarily find it. Oh wait, let me see. We just make it rain. Moonfire Fair is a thing. Let's see. And then we should be getting Moogle Treasure Trove also in like 3 weeks, I want to say. Something like that. Because that means that we're only whenever the Moogle event comes out, the Treasure Trove event, that means that we're 1 month away exactly from the release date of the next patch. As like a FYI, so we should be getting that in like 2 or 3 weeks. I think realistically is the idea. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. The information that I had about that situation is actually gone, so it's okay though. Yeah. Tome thing. They already did reveal. There is already like an understanding of what the menu items are going to be for that as well. I did already get information on that. Because they're doing the hunt for allegory, I think it is. I already read about the allegory one. Hi Axel, how's it going, friend? Good morning. How are you feeling today? I got downloadable ads. Ooh. Page. Well, look one in. Oh yeah, so I can tell you. Okay, I can tell you exactly what we're getting. I actually see everything here. Okay, so we're getting. Do I have it actually on Search? Actually, no. Twitch. I'm trying to listen to the 14 nudes. You're sweet. I don't have any of them actually. That's kind of embarrassing. The Ruby Weapon, the trial from Shadowbringers, Ruby Weapon, that dragon will be available. Also, if you never did the Shadowbringer's Fates in Kalusha, where you get like the robotic frog, that's gonna be a mount. The hair. Wait, I can actually take a picture of it, or can I? The really fancy ponytail you get from Heaven on High will be an item as well in the store. So yeah, Ruby Weapon mount, the mount from Kalusha, the really fancy. Let me go look it up. Actually, it's called Gear Abanian Plates. That's the name of that hairstyle. Here. The hairstyle I'm talking about is. Damn, that image is not pretty. This one. This hairstyle will be available next when the Moogle event comes out as well. This will be the hairstyle you can get. The fist bump, not bump like the one that I have for the trade event for whatever, but like the fist pump one. You get that one from Eureka Hydatos. That email is when you go like, yeah, that email will be available. The parasol you get from Firmament, which is like the polka dot one, I think that will be there. Some barding also from the Firmament. And I think I don't actually know what the primary item is, but it usually is. Oh, no. It's actually going to be an earring this time around. They're doing an earring. The earring is inspired by Charlian, and it's the cafe earring. So it's going to be an earring that it's like a coffee cup, and it's going to be one-sided earring, and so that'll be like that's like the super rare item, if you will. So you need to get that. Also, all of the level 80 gear, the Moonfire, they always do Moonfire when it's the summer trove patch. So, yeah, I'll quickly go ahead and show you while they're over here yapping about whatever. I'll show you what they got over here. The level 80 480 set will be available. Yeah. So essentially, this I mean, it's different for men versus women, but this set will be available to buy for everybody, but they only do the chest piece and the legs, so keep that in mind. So the chest piece and the legs can be acquired with that. They're bringing all the Moonfire stuff, which is the whole set, so the vest, the trunks, and the underwear, like the man in the that set will be available. So you can get this also via the you can get this via the the leg line is freaking wide, brother. Holy. Moogle event? Yeah, Moogle event. So this is gonna come out in like a couple months, or a couple weeks rather. So you can get this set as well. They always do that set for the summer event. Moonfire set, the Neo's Guardian set. There's gonna be a bunch of like housing stuff. Oh, I don't remember where you get this one though. Let me check. Actually, let me check. Where do you get it? It's a Stormblood earring, but you get it from. Oh, they're bringing it back. Oh, I see. I can quickly show you. There's an earring that they released a long time ago. That you remember that the jacket, that kind of cool like Ifrit jacket. That Ifrit jacket also came out like a while ago, and then they never brought it back until literally like last patch. They're bringing back another item like that, and they're bringing out the they're doing Como que eso? The earring that they really, there was like an earring they also had. I have it. I can show you. This earring is also coming back. You cannot get this earring except from Moogle events. So this earring is also making a comeback. That has not been an item you can acquire since. Ooh. Heaven's Ward? Yeah. That earring is hella old. And they're bringing that earring back as well. Like that's also like one of the rarest items in the game kind of ordeal. But they're also introducing a new one, and that one will probably be worth 50 because it's old. But the new earring will be 100. I think that's actually it. So yeah, 2 earrings. They're bringing out the parasol from Firmament. There's also a barding from Firmament. The Heaven on High hair. I feel like I have to have it. No, do I have it actually? I don't have it on this character, but I do have it. Anyways, there's a Shadowbringers mount that you can get. You can get it if you do the fate that pops up. It's like the special fate. It comes up every, like once in a while. That mount will be there. Ruby Weapon Extremes Weapon mount will be there. And then they're also, the other big ticket that they're bringing is it's Return to Oblivion, which is the E8 song. The E8 song will also be in the event. So take with that what you. This event will be kind of like, it'll be kind of like chill. You know, it's not going to be the most appealing to a lot of people, but at least it will be like there for people, sort of thing. So yeah, you know, that's all though. So yeah, so you can kind of enjoy it. So yeah. Wasted a mill on E8 music then? Oh yeah, I mean, it's okay though. I will say though, I would say if anything, just depending on how often you farm for the event, like I would probably still acquire, because the thing is that you can hoard the song, right? Oh, I went to the wrong place. Actually, I didn't. You can hoard for the song, so like you literally can just keep on buying it as many as you can and whatever, and then just like hold on to them, and then eventually you can just sell them again like later on, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So you can do that too, because like that's like again, like it takes a while for it to sell, but at least like it's worth money. You know what I mean? So yeah. You just reverse the prog. Well, that's what everyone should be doing when it comes to the like rare stuff, because what's it called? I don't remember the name of the 1 second. Oh, it's called Silver or something. Where is it? Oh, no. I'm lying. I forget the name of that hairstyle actually. Oh no, I think it's just called. Sorry, I think it's just actually the name of the hairstyle. Flat, that thing. Brother, that's the hairstyle we're getting in a couple weeks. So like, you know, GG's. Yeah, that's that hairstyle that we're gonna be getting. That's actually worth money too. And that item is cheaper, I think, than it's cheaper than the song for sure, because it's a hairstyle. But like yeah. So I don't know. I mean, like, you know, you kind of like do with it what you will, kind of like take it as you need to. So yeah, they are gonna constantly keep on refreshing stuff. Because I think we're not there yet though, but you know they've because what Phantasmagoria and Allegory is Shadowbringers, so we haven't actually gotten the Tombstone rewards for Endwalker yet, and we're in Dontrell, so yeah. They'll always keep on introducing like new items over the course of time, but they usually cycle them as well. So again, like take with it how you want to, sort of thing. I think I have the hair because they either dropped or someone traded it for me for a favor. Yeah, most likely. I mean, the hair's not hard to get. You just gotta do Heaven on High. So let me go back to. I'm actually gonna do OC on Dynamis, but I'm gonna go use my other character. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Let me just temporarily server transfer characters around. Oh yeah, bro. What's your addiction? I never really buy hair off the market board because for me, like hairstyle is something that I like really don't care about. Honestly, I've now hoarded over 100 OC months and eventually gonna sell materia. Yeah, I mean that is the wave. Fucking bitch. Go ahead, I dare you. Go ahead,
So,
find out.
Hold on. The reason.
Sorry, my friend
that's
said he's a
the
story
thing,
skipper,
is
so I come
because
out.
The group of friends that got me into playing this game, I like started playing an AR.
Oh, there isn't like a people who do that.
I started
Oh,
playing-
I mean, do understand that like the only way, like the only way that the mounts and stuff. Welcome back, brother. The only way that the mounts and stuff become valuable later on is if people don't buy them, or we get a massive increase of new players coming in that also don't have that mount. So here's the thing: it's not determined how long it will take for people to be able to sell those mounts. So like, you will most likely be waiting a very long time before you can sell like even a quarter of the stuff you're hoarding from OC. So I would say be careful. Yeah, supply and demand. Yeah, exactly. But also the other thing that comes into play as well is that usually supply and demand doesn't expansion drop. Maybe again, it's a little unclear. The reason why it's unclear is just because of the fact that usually the player counts and player base is not the determining factor on whether or not the item is going to be worth anything or not. It's about, I mean, supply and demand, but the way how supply and demand works in this game is how often the item gets purchased or how often the item is listed on the market board. That's like usually how it works. So, oh, I have so much crap and I didn't put any of it away in my retainer array. Alright. But yeah, so that's you, because there are a lot of people that actually hold on to a lot of items that we've kind of had from like way back when. But at the same time, though, it definitely depends because, for example, I'm trying to think about like what's like a proper item actually. If that makes sense. Well, yeah, because people will undercut it like crazy, but usually what ends up happening is that people will buy everything because it's cheap, not because of like the demand for it. Like an easy example is the Gabriel mount, right? So the Gabriel mount, the alpha mount is worth like 1,000 a piece. Oh, see, that's actually not true. It's going up in price. Actually, it's kind of crazy. This was a 3 million gil mount, and now it's going. Actually, it wasn't worth 3 mil. Actually, worth 300k. It was going for 1,000, and now it's already on the increase. You know why? Because the thing is that people have already been doing content enough. Because eventually what ends up happening is like, even if everybody gets them out, there's always one person who hasn't gotten them out, but also at that time, Occult Crescent will become out-of-date content. So people are not going to be able to farm them out anymore doing this anyways, right? So eventually the Gabriel will go back up in pricing. It may not go back up to 300,000 like it was before for like a while, but it should eventually come back up here, but it'll be hard to know like when for sure. Mark III is also in that same boat. Mark III eventually will come back up to like 3 million. It might actually even go higher. The reason why is just because the item is more rare in comparison to find, but it doesn't stop the item from appearing regardless. Another prime example of this is Fashion Forward, which is the twirl emote. This emote is just very rare. And then once Occult Crescent, if the area for Occult Crescent that we're currently in, it becomes obsolete, this emote will also skyrocket in pricing. And I don't mean like just from 5 to 10, I mean like it's gonna go up to like 30 to 40. So realistically, oh wait, I spelled days wrong. Like this mount is another prime example. This mount was worth like 10, like 5 to 10, and that's worth like 50, right? So I will say that the most important thing to always hoard is mounts and emotes. Minions are usually hit or miss depending on what it is. But mounts and emotes are usually like the ticketed item that like everyone goes crazy over. So like hoarding the Gabriel mount and like the Construct 18s and the Gabriel Mark 3s and like even like the Shark mount will eventually be worth some form of bank. Eventually. 100%, no questions asked. It doesn't matter. It will eventually be worth bank. Period. Is there anything else that immediately comes into mind? I don't actually know. But yeah, because when Baja was relevant content, what's up, Al? When Baja was relevant content, even the Construct mount, like Construct 14, this guy was worth nothing, like 30-40k. Then no one was doing Baja for mount farming. They were not cluster farming, they were relic farming. And eventually this mount went up to like, at some point, like 2 million. And now I think it's worth like 50,000 because you can find this mount in a Cold Crescent. But when a Cold Crescent dies, this mount will also guarantee skyrocket upwards regardless. Because even though the mount is deceptively like easy to get from chests, it's actually rare. It's more rare to find than the Gabriel. Gabriel's a common mount to find. The Construct 14 one is like a little bit more rare. So yeah, I would say just not keep that in mind. So yeah. I think that's actually it though, right? There's another mount that you can get that oh, the Elthers. I don't have that one. Or no, I have one, but I haven't used it yet. No, actually, it's not true. Yes, I do. Wait, I do have it. Hold on. That like Pagos mount. There it is. This mount is also an uncommon. Like you can find it, you may not always find it, but this mount is also rare. And eventually, because it's found in Eureka Pagos, Pagos is the second area, not the first. So because it's the second area, the chances of people actually going to Eureka to even go back and go get this mount is not happening. So the primary way to get it is going to be through South Horn. Or not Pagos, or Pyros. But essentially, this mount will also skyrocket in price. That mount was going for like 5 or 6 million, and now it's worth like 50, 60 like thousand. But it will eventually go back up as well in pricing, like dramatically be crazy actually. So, anywho, people don't hate Pagos. No, people don't hate Pagos. People don't grind Pagos for the mount though. People haven't done like that mount was worth a lot of money at the time because like no one was doing Pagos and Pyros to mount farm. They were doing it to get to Hydatos so that they can go do BA. People still do BA to this day though, which is like fine. But like, you know, the idea at least is to you know, is to basically get through all the, you know, the stuff. But yeah. Because also what I will say is that because of a Cold Crescent, people will eventually go back to Baja and Eureka. But like that is also gonna be like a big like we shall see kind of situation. So we'll see when we get there. So I'm not entirely sure. But I think as long as there is always oh, you already do this one? Oh, you did already do this one. Sorry, I got night. My bad. I meant to pick night, I went to the other one. That's my fault. I mean, I need to get Atmas. Owl, do you need to still get Atma? Also, if anyone wants to like come through and hang out with us and do a Cold Crescent on Dynamite, like you're more than welcome to join us. We're on Seraph at the moment. Yeah. Because I'm. What was I working on actually? I don't actually remember. Oh wait, do I have Okay. Alright, sounds good. We can definitely go do some farming then. Is there any fates up? Oh, there is one. Okay, wait. I gotta trade off some of this stuff actually. Closer Demon, Ranger, Oracle. Okay, cool. We're going to the second. Oh no, it's fourth. I knew that actually. But yeah, so I don't know. My only hope is that like eventually. Oh wait, it's already dead. Oh shit. All right, never mind. My eventual hope is that they come out with more areas, because what I did like about Eureka was that there were 4 areas. I did not like that Baja only had 2 areas. I was a very, very big fan that Eureka had 4 areas. I kind of hope that they do that with this. I think that they will, though, because I don't think people actually enjoyed grinding on only 2 areas in comparison. So we'll kind of see like what they end up doing. I don't think that there's any like. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent though. But if I had to pick a preference, I like when there were 4 areas, and I think that there also people would agree with that too. Because like if you get to constantly do the same fates here and for 2 entire patches, I think eventually people would kind of grow like a little old. Content's still fun though, but it would grow like a little old. So you can't vote for brother. East, South, West, North? I'm assuming so, yeah. I'm assuming they're gonna just cover all the cardinals. Because the other thing too is that we're in the south, and it already does give me the impression that there is a way to, if you go to the north, hold on, actually I'll show you. People have been theorizing about the area because of the mystery behind the map. The mystery behind the map is very, very fascinating. I had to go back and remember like a lot of tidbits of it because I haven't sat down and read all the lore, but I've kind of combed through it. And you can actually see like travel to the northern map over here, and you can kind of see a little bit beyond like what I'm assuming is north, but it's kind of like it's unclear because you can't see west because there's caving over here, and you can't see east because the building structure, right? So, but north you can kind of see like a thing on the horizon. It's kind of like it's weird though. But yeah. South center north. I mean, I think if they do that also, it's not bad. Because the thing is, like, people were like, oh, isn't it kind of ironic that, like, we got South Horn again and not, like... Because Baja was the southern front, right? It wasn't, like, there was no northern or, like, eastern or western front. It was just, like, south. And then they changed the naming and the wording of it, like, entirely. So there is a possible chance we will get, like, a different thing altogether that's not, like, the cardinal directions. If we do, though, it's okay. I just need them to make us have more areas and make each area like a step in the relic grind, because people really enjoyed doing the relic for Eureka. Oh, thank goodness. People actually really enjoyed doing the grind of the area for like Eureka. The problem with the Eureka area is that you simply just can't... I'm gonna go over here, Owl, but I'm gonna go over here first just to show the lore thing that I'm talking about. So you can meet me at the CE. I'll be there. But people actually loved the Eureka grind for farming. People really enjoyed it like a lot. So like that's kind of what the idea was. So yeah. So the thing is like, it's actually presumed that Occult Crescent is not just like it's actually one gigantic island, but it's just heavily split and like with a lot of water in between. So that is in theory north, and then over there is east, and then over that you can't really see it. It's kind of hard to see, but it's not that. It's actually over there. That's west. So we should eventually, in theory, navigate the rest of this entire area. But it's kind of hard to tell though, because like again, it's kind of too soon to like know for sure. But there's a lore implication somewhere. I forget which node it is, but they're like, oh yeah, like the other locations of like the Occult Crescent, because the island is like remember the whole thing is like phantasm. So people think that it's like an illusion that those other places exist, but it's kind of weird that they do exist for like being illusory. So I think the implication is like it's a teaser that like yeah, those other areas will be navigatable eventually. If I had to make a presumption though, I'm assuming the next place we're gonna go to is the East Horn. Because the most dangerous area, granted it's technically here by lore point, I think it's actually this one. I think so. But the highest level one is over here. Because the 28's are up here, but because we're in the South Horn, there can't be anything. So like this southern corner is the most dangerous area. So essentially, what you have to technically do is you have to actually take the map and like rotate it. So if if my 2 thumbs touching are like the southernmost point where the 28 mobs are, right? Then that means that the area over here in the Citadel is the eastern point. So apparently, like in each cardinal corner of a called crescent, each cardinal corner has like a danger zone. So if we make assumptions, the eastern corner of the eastern horn will be the most dangerous area, and then north will be northern, west will be western, that kind of thing. Yeah. So if you literally rotate the map like 45 degrees, take the map and rotate it 45 degrees. This is the actual layout of the map, and you can tell because of where the teleporter is, and where we kind of come in, because the actual Phantom Village is the centerpiece of the entire area, kinda. So because they're on the opposite sides, I think that's the implication. Yeah. So I don't know how true that is though, but again, it's just what I've been hearing about theory-wise. The theory, but I would recommend highly, like if you like lore, the Occult Crescent lore is actually mad godlike. I've heard that the Occult Crescent lore is actually like very, very well thought out. It's not like it's just some like generic like like how they kind of have like the MSQ, and the MSQ has like its own storytelling and it kind of goes crazy. They did that with OC apparently, and it's actually like it seems very well thought out. It's kind of fire actually. But I don't know all of it. I've only like picked up in like snippets. So, but either way though, like I said, I recommend highly like checking it out. It's mad funny. It's mad fun to read. So, if only the OC team wrote Dawntrail. I mean, the Dawntrail team wrote OC. So I mean, it's not that they didn't do that. So. It's not like it's like a... I mean, also, like, Dawntrail's story is not bad. Dawntrail's story is just interesting in its own kind of conduit, and, like, it's fine. The thing about Dawntrail's story is just that, like, everyone's forgetting that it's, like, the... it's A Realm Reborn 2.0. It's not... It's actually... The storytelling for Dawntrail was actually incredible, in my opinion. As, like, a long-time fan of the game series, like, I loved Dawntrail. I understand, though, that people might feel a certain kind of way about the story, so it's okay, though. But yeah. They threw away everything 2.5 has been to Wilclamot. I don't actually agree with that, though. But, like, it's kind of whatever. I think that the point is that, like, she is, like, least in a sense of, like, we're on her home turf, dealing with what she's got going on. So her inevitable change shift going into like the future expansions will kind of play itself out as well. Because I don't think that I don't think Wilclamot will be coming with us on the journey at the end of this expansion. I think she'll stay here with Koana. But everyone is also trying to understand lore-wise like what's going to happen after the fact. And I think that the person we bring with us is actually Sessiion. So Sessiion should, in theory, come with us. Past Dawntrail, which will be like very fascinating, and then we'll deal with Wilclamot and Koana like in the future, kind of like what we do with like Endwalker, when all the characters are kind of let together doing their own things. So when we get there, we get there. But I don't know. I don't think that people should really be like actually hating on Wilclamot because the reason why they gave her like her own thing is because she is like the character who's not coming back for like a very long time. So when she does come back, it'll make a lot more sense why she's gonna come back. And like that's also why the whole centerpiece about the expansion has been about her. So like again, it'll kind of play something out. So yeah. But again, like it is whatever. Like I already understand that people didn't really enjoy the pacing or some of the lore aspects behind like Dawntrail. So I'm not crying over it. But I can say that as somebody who, like I said, as like a MSQ lover, like the Dawntrail story was godlike. Dawntrail was actually that fire. It just ends up raising like a lot more questions about what I think might be going on because there's a lot of implication points that just do not add up, unfortunately. So, I like that we're always rotating this life skin. Okay, I'm gonna take the boss at the end all the time. I like the boss. See, we'll see. Now, I think that like the next question that kind of comes into play, of course, is like, what are they doing with the rest of the expansion? Because one of the trickiest things to actually understand is like how they're going to proceed moving forward with the whatchamacallit. So like the storytelling, because one current issue is that people kind of get used to the pattern a little too much. So it's kind of hard to know like what their plans are. 7.3 is going to be easy for 8.0 story? Actually, no. That's the question that people don't actually know the answer to. People actually are reverberating back to how it was with Shadowbringers, because what happened in Endwalker was 6.0 was the finale of Endwalker. So post Endwalker was like an intermission of content to just do as they prep you up. So the starting point for Dawn Trail was technically 6.55, right? Because like that's when they introduced like Wuplamat. But they also set us up with like Kryl and like her situation as well during like each of the patches. But we were still dealing with like Zero and like Golbez and that kind of situation. So like with Endwalker, like it stopped with 6.0 and then 1 through 5 was spent like setting up for Dawn Trail, kind of. Shadowbringers, they did do the 0.3 thing, right? So 7.1 through not 7, sorry, 5.1 through 3 was spent on like finishing Shadowbringer's story, and then 4 and 5 was to prep for Endwalker, right? Stormblood did the exact same thing, Heavensward same thing, so people are under the impression that 7.3 with Dawn Trail will be the same thing, like it was with Shadowbringers, where like 7.4 will be like the starting point where they prep for the 8.0 storyline, right? So they did it by 1 patch. Well, no, because it's always the 0.4 patch that they like do the thing for. So they finish the storyline for the expansion on the 0.3 patch, and then they start like hinting to the next expansion starting 0.4. That's like usually how it was. Because Shadowbringers did that, Stormblood did that, and Heavensward kinda. Because Endwalker was the only one that was like different. They were like, oh, we're gonna start hinting at like 7.2 or something like that. Yeah. Isn't Arbor 2.3? I don't. No, Arbor's not 2.3. Arbor is 3.2. The gear. Wait, what's the name of the Whichever one is Gears of Change. I know that's the patch name. Nerd. Because post Heavensward, I only know some of this because I've actually been like redoing MSQ. Post Heavensward was 3.1 was as Light and Darkness. That's when oh shoot, I'm still on the teleporter. That's when you deal with like whatever's going on in Azys Law, like trying to figure that out. And then Gears of Change is when you deal with the Warriors of Darkness, and then the Word of the Mother thing happens because the Annie Tower is there. 3.3 is Nidhogg, because that's when you get the thing. And then 3.4 is oh my god, what is it? It's oh, it's when Ishgard like because like they defeat Nidhogg, like Ishgard is like chilling. So you go explore Zelphatal, and then you deal with whatever's in there, because that's actually the indicator of the. That's actually when the Warriors of Darkness actually like become like a threat, because like Alphino is dealing with the people at the camp, and then they have that whole ass dialogue about the thing, and that's after the, you know, them trying to like go back and do their whole spiel, and then whatever that is. And then the 5th patch is when the threat of the Warriors of Darkness kind of like subside, and then that's when Kryl and Alize become inducted into the Scions, and then they start taking the battle to Garlemald because they're prepping for Baelsar's Wall, and then they fight the Griffin, and then you find that the Griffin is like the person for the thingy with the Crystal Braves, whatever. So, and then you get ready for Stormblood, because then like Lisa's like, oh my god, like my house is under duress, I gotta go do things, and then like Stormblood happens. Some of that. It's been a while, but it's something like that. So anyways, the whole point is that like whatever the plan is for storytelling with Dawn Trail, I'm assuming that the storytelling will conclude for Dawntrail's sake next patch. I don't think that I think that they'll hint stuff in 7.4 with whatever is happening for 8.0, but I still don't know like how that may operate. Here's the reason why. I think this actually is kind of like a weird wrench in the plan, because Stormblood, it kind of depends on the wait. What were the Stormblood trials after Tsukuyomi? It was or actually was it just Tsukuyomi? Wait, I gotta think about it. Because Tsukuyomi is the finale fight. She's the final boss, right? What's patch 4? Prelude and Violet? There is no trial. That was when you get to the burn and you deal with Gaius. And then 0.5 was dealing with the... Yes, okay, cool. So that's what it was. Okay, so essentially... in Endwalker, because Endwalker's was a post Endwalker not tied to Endwalker at all kind of thing, every patch was a trial that we got, right? We had Zeromus Golbez, and then we had Rubicante and Barbitia. So they gave us a trial every single time for that, which makes sense. Shadowbringers, however, Shadowbringers, unfortunately, they did differentiate how their trialing was done, because their trials after 5.0, there was no trial that was tied to MSQ. And that's why it was kind of like question markable, because with Futures rewritten, we didn't get a trial, and neither did we for Death Until Dawn. And then they gave us Ruby and Emerald and Diamonds. Oh no! Wait! I'm lying. Sea of Sacrifice was the finale for Reflections in Crystal. That was the yeah, that was the okay, that's what it is. Sorry. We Shadowbringer got trials, but the Shadowbringer trials were not indicative of MSQ after Sea of Sacrifice. That's why it was kind of like questionable. So I don't actually know right away like what their plan is in terms of like trial releasing, because there were trials that were MSQ related in Shadowbringers, but also there were trials that were unrelated to storyline. So I think that's kind of like the lingering question, right? So like I don't have a clue, but if I had to assume, I would actually insist that they're gonna do if 7.3's trial comes out, it's got to be something involving the MSQ storyline, which is probably going to involve like Calyx or something, which is like fine. Calyx is actually like a goated friggin' like villain, and I think his purpose, I don't think he'll be the final boss per se, but I think that he'll be like a person of great interest. We'll see when we get there. It's possible though, so I don't know, because people have their own theories about who they think he is and what he's doing. I don't have a clue yet, but we'll find out. But then assuming the Endwalker routes, if it's even possible, if there are trials for patch 7.4 and 5, then ideally it would raise the question of like, what is the like, what's it going to be based off of, like storytelling wise, obviously. So I think I heard Calyx as the background noise voice during the 3rd hallway of Alzini dungeon. I don't remember actually. It's either they reuse VA with no significance or there's a lore fragment involved. Well, they've been pretty good about like keeping stuff like that like really well, like a really well kept secret. I do have to give them a lot of credibility, because one place that's actually very interesting to tackle is Solution 9. There's actually like a lot of hidden Solution 9 lore, but the problem is that like there's a lot of tidbits about what's going on, but what exactly is it related to is still unclear, and that's the mystery. Because there's like a character somewhere that kind of sort of goes on about like the reason why they're all there or something like that, and it actually is indicative of like like interdimensional fusion. They don't like deliberately be like, yo, it's interdimensional fusion, but like even somebody also was kind of like, oh, why the hell are we here, and like what's the whole point, or something like that, right? So I don't know what that actually like entails, but people have been trying to figure out how to like tie that in, and they don't have like an actual clue. So there's definitely like a lot of hints listed all throughout the like the whole expansion, but you kind of have to like go looking for it yourself. And again, I think that like a lot of people are not quick to go do like NPC side quests. I'm not, so that's like my fault too. But whenever I do hear like something, I'm like, yo, because one thing people are still not like taking into awareness is that there's already been hints from the previous expansions about what they could potentially be doing for the next expansion, you know, because apparently it's been a hint since Heaven's Ward that Shadowbringers was us going to the first involving the Warriors of Darkness. But like, how would people figure that out is like obviously like up for question, right? But apparently that has already been like a, but like nobody would have expected it, I think, at the time. But there was some like writers interview at like a PAX event or whatever, and then they were like, oh yeah, like by the way, like just so you know, like we already had the Shadowbringer storyline written out since like 2016 because of like the questline that you deal with the Warriors of Darkness. So nobody actually thought about the idea of like there being an opposition of warriors that are like dark and light, and they didn't tie them back to the idea that they were originally like the Warriors of Light. So like that, when I went to that, yo, it blew my freaking mind. I was like, yo, that's actually so crazy that you already had it written out that we were gonna go do Shadowbringer shit, and that was way before Shadowbringers even like came out. I thought that was so sick. So that did dramatically. It piqued my interest even harder to play this game, and two, it makes me go down the pathway of looking at other places where like lore gets tidbits somewhere, and that you know, there's like something to do or like places to go. Because Dawn Trail was also hinted. I forget where though. I don't remember where. But I mean, it's not like it was like a long time ago though. But it was hinted way before Dawn Trail was even like announced. So people were kind of like, oh, by the way, like, yo, Dawn Trail? And they were like, what? So the thing is that like what the writer explained is that they kind of have like forks in the road in how they want to like tell the story, and obviously they try to make it like cohesive as much as possible, but I think the objective is to basically like pick the plot point that just seems to be like the most appealing at the time, and then they use that as the segue for the expansion. So like, for example, like when they had like Stormblood had like three choices, right? You either go to like Shadowbringers by going through the thing, or you go over here, or you go over here, right? And then they just pick Shadowbringers. Then for Shadowbringers, they had another split, right? They said, oh, we either go this route or we go this route. And then they did Endwalker because of the moon thing, right? And then with Endwalker, they were like, oh, okay, now we have a new saga to start. Do we start with this saga point, or this one, or that one? And then they chose Dawn Trail. So in Dawn Trail, they're doing the exact same thing, right? It's like, okay, cool. Dawn Trail story is completed, so now do we go down this pathway, that pathway, or this pathway? And then they're gonna just, you know, pick the one that they feel like is the most appeasing. The thing is that like it's the writers are not the same type of people that also do like the storytelling in the game, right? So I think that the writing for Dawn Trail is actually incredible. It's just the way that it's being told within a video game plotline is like complicated, right? You think it's 13 Shard? I actually don't think so. But I don't actually know yet. So we'll see. But I think realistically though, the idea is to figure out like where is the direction that they're going to pick next post Dawn Trail. No one knows, right? They don't. Only ones who know are the writers. There are people though that I've been told that have been working at Square, and like they've been kind of like trying to like take information out with them and be like, yo, but people are kind of getting hit with the shutdown like super quickly. Because apparently Yoshi P does keep certain things to himself with the writing team, or sorry, with like Ishikawa-san, for example, and the other people that like are directly involved in certain aspects of the game. So like not everybody knows everything in the moment. They kind of get told, they're like, hey, we want you to make this thing. It's due in like 2 months. Go ahead. And then that's what it is, right? Like the combat team is not directly related to like the MSQ team, right? Like they don't all work kind of like together. They kind of like have their own little bubbles, but they do their own thing. Damn. So I think that's how it works for the entire company too. So that's why it's like hard to know for sure like who's doing what in that sort of deal. So I don't know yet though. But again, it's kind of like people are willing to do everything in their power to find people that know things and then be able to like find out that information and then like let the cannon loose. You know what I mean? Which kind of sucks because sometimes like there are really cool things that the devs want to make and like. What's up, bro? Yes, I can. I've been doing it for like 45 minutes. Y'all just noticed I left, and you and my presence is a present, but also I got Wi-Fi, so I mean like it's fine. What? Okay, but if I go there, I need like another croissant. You know what I mean? Do you have one already? Ready? See something. I want the evidence in my hand. Digitally. Why are you screaming at me? No screaming. I'm doing things. Tell Spokey, stop me in the back of my head, bro. Alright. Oh, we're going to capture this entirely? Oh no, we got like a minute. Yo, we can make it to kill this thing fast. I'm in the middle of Hey man.
Somebody once told me the world is gone.
That's so wild. Dang, we're not gonna make it to that one because I can't escape the thingy with the whatchamacallit. God. Not my boy. Thank you, once. Thank you. Appreciate that. Somebody wants. Right. Actually, it's fine. Though. We just put it regardless. Also, isn't that real guard? I need one of those.
What the fuck, Richard?
Wow, that's kind of weird, no? Yo, what's up? I'm sorry. It wasn't worth it. It's actually okay though. Yeah, because that's the easing the way, so that's orange, so alright. I'm gonna ignore that again. Alright, anyways. I'm looking forward to the lore. I think that like whatever the 8.0 story is going to be is going to be very fascinating. I'm only curious about like what mostly like raised my like eyebrow and the curiosity of storytelling is 7.4 and 5, because I wonder if they're going to keep on storytelling things and the finale is going to be 7.3, or if they keep on going, you know? Like I don't actually know. I haven't I haven't actually decided on what I think they're going to end up doing, but I'm under the impression that like they're going to resume their pattern of 7.3 being like the finale, which if so, that'd be cool. But then I don't know what they're going to possibly do to segue 4 and 5, because I can't look at 7.2's story and even tell you what's like down the pipeline for 4 and 5. I can for point 3, but I can't for point 4. That's my thing. Because Calyx already kind of given us the indicator on like what he's planning out for like us like later on. So that's gonna be kind of cool. But after that though, I actually don't know. So I don't know. Why not? I'm looking forward to it though. It's gonna be like super look though. I mean, they're gonna make me like abandon the whole person to go do more freaking against my will. Oh, I see. What's up, Amaro? How you doing, homie? What you got going on today? What's up, what's up? Oh. I did look at the thing. Wait. Whew. Oh. Yo, dog, actually. Oh, they're still doing that one at the top? Oh, okay, it's not that actually. I'm missing the green one. Okay. You get the green one in the cave? Yeah, you do, right, I think? Do you know where I can find all the items that drop in price because of OC? Not, kind of. Wait. I would literally go Google, like, Occult Crescent, and then there should be a console games wiki link that you can click on. It should tell you, like, all the items that you can possibly acquire in the treasure coffers. So I would look that up. So yeah, you have to kind of go through each item and check it on the link and then like the market board to the cave. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, you know what's crazy? I actually just did my homework and I can tell you exactly what the patch listing is for this. So my theory about the horns is actually wrong, unfortunately. Because 7.3 they're not adding anything for yeah, 7.3 they're not adding anything for Occult Crescent. 7.4 will have more jobs, and in 7.5 they're adding like the second zone. However, I'm just hoping that they don't leave this content be, because they did say, I will say this though, they did say in fact that the storytelling from Baja is not complete. Like, they actually plan to expand on Baja in the future. So I don't know how they're going to do that. But they did mention that the storyline for it was not complete. So I don't know if they'll do it in like a future expansion kind of thing. But yeah, that guy died like mad quickly. It was kind of crazy actually. So I don't know. I think it would be a good idea for them actually to it would be a good idea for them to use the current areas we have now and then just like expand upon them. The problem though is being able to do that with like a level thing in mind. Because like to do Eureka, you have to be like at minimum like level 70, but content wise like it has to be also 70. So if they make you go past level 70, I don't know how they're gonna do that with like the newer expansion, for example, you know what I mean? And like with Baja, like same thing, but with Baja you can level up in Baja, which is kind of cool. So I don't know how they'll like incorporate that. Yo, these guys are so melted. Jesus. I wasn't even aware. Okay. I didn't think that there was that many people like away from this one. The boss's the Fate's HP goes down depending on how many people are like not near it. So that means that there was nobody near this Fate at the time, which is kind of like weird. It's not instant space, it's like area proc space. Oh, we never marked that. Okay. So because in 7.4, we're gonna get more Phantom jobs. And in 7.5, they're adding a second field instance. We're getting another raid, and then they're adding more jobs. So I think there should be close to like 30 to 40 jobs by the end of all this, which will be like fascinating. But I do hope though that it does potentially indicate like a future possibility that they'll actually make more content like later on. Oh shoot. Oh, it's the Berserker Lord. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any idea what the, I know Cosmic Exploration is getting like an extra big update in 7.3, but that's easier to do too. A focus would be harder to patch out over the course of its time, so we'll see. I don't actually know. We'll see though. It's okay, honestly. I think as long as they just keep on pumping out content, it should be like pretty lit. Oh, I wanted to check and see if wait, I want to look up. I want that, and then I want to look up. I want to see if there's any information about what people may actually know about with 7.3. No, there's actually nothing. Except for the potential news that we know about? Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, I kind of figured as much. Oh, that's an interesting source of information, actually. I didn't read that. I didn't realize that that was like news, actually. That's actually a fascinating idea, but okay. I just read something about an update that I didn't read about because I have a person who like has a Discord and they tell me information. I do with it which I need to. And it actually raises like a very interesting process that I didn't. But there's also something to turn with what they were saying beforehand, and it actually makes a lot of sense to me as well. People are wondering about the possibility of them actually doing. So we've been kind of talking about this like a lot as well, like recently. But again, there's no confirmation of sources. There's just like it's just word of mouth and like possible conversations being had. content-wise, one thing that people were wanting is that despite jobs being released later on level-wise, that they would still get content for old expansions. People want to be able to like have old expansion content for every single job, because it kind of feels like not enough like love and effort is being given to every single job because they're missing things. So for example, like take Garuda, like the ARR trial. You know how she has like weapons, but then a job like Gunbreaker doesn't have like a Garuda weapon because like it's a Shadowbringer's job, right? So the idea at least would be to give Gunbreaker like a Garuda weapon. So I'm just reading something like that right now about how there is a potential case scenario of being able to give like old jobs new stuff, which again would be like very fascinating. I would love it, honestly. Garuda means ooh weapon. I mean, you know what I mean. Well, that's what I think people are wondering. You know, this was add cat ear holes for new hats. Well, I think that like. Okay, here's the other thing too about all the news that may and may not transpire with regards to like, because I like the number one issue that they constantly complain about in the forums. I actually went and read this myself in the news. The number one issue that everybody has is that the new races, since they were not meant to be allowed or added in the first place, them receiving updates is so low priority for them, because it requires them to build the whole thing out from start to finish. The problem though is like it works for Makote, it does work in general, it's just not being implemented at like the base level. Now, from what I'm understanding about this though, is that like it's not their fault technically, it's our fault technically. But they obviously don't want to point the blame at us, but they also don't want to apologize for something that can be done with things because they already have that like kind of incorporated, right? The thing though is that like the devs already understand it's kind of common, kinda. I say kinda because like console gamers can't, right? But PC gamers have a way to basically give hats to whatever. So it's kind of like, yo, like when's my turn, right? So again, not entirely confirmed, but I think ideally they're hoping to incorporate. From what I'm reading, they're trying to incorporate this as much as possible. Actually, it doesn't seem like it's like a high priority, but. Here's hoping that they actually take the time to look into it. It would be pretty sick. So we'll see. I highly doubt they will ever add retro add jobs to it. No, that's not true. They've already like proved that to be wrong, because they literally gave weapons. They already do that all the time anyways. They always go back and give new weapons old jobs from the Savage Raids, but they also broke the mold dramatically by doing it with the ultimate weapons. The problem though is that they haven't done it for trials and dungeons and relics. The most important items are the ones that are the most common. So the problem that I'm referring to is that it's not in their priority listing, from what I'm understanding, is to give trial weapons to new jobs. They should though, but the reason why they will is because eventually they have to. Okay, so here's an example, okay? Because take the ultimate for example. The next ultimate is going to be a Shadowbringer story based ultimate. It's 100% confirmed. No, I'm lying. But whatever they end up doing for the next ultimate, it's already confirmed we're getting another ultimate. Anybody who thinks that we're not is weird. We are 100% getting another ultimate next patch, guaranteed. Which ultimate, it's unsure. The problem though is that it's Shadowbringers. So because it's Shadowbringers, that means that Reaper Sage, Picto, and Viper do not have Shadowbringer weapons. They designed weapons for those jobs at the beginning of the expansion because one, they revealed that the ultimate was fruit, which means that it was going to use Eden Morn 530 weapons. So you already knew that from the very beginning that they were going to use those weapons designs because they were designed for Picto, Viper, etc. Hades, I think partially. I think that Hades will be a boss, but people kind of have we kind of have like our own creative theories about what we think it is. So we'll see. It's going to be very dependent on like a lot of factors, honestly. Because one, first and foremost, like if it is Hades, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Not because the boss fight will be bad, but because a lot of players agree that they did not like the weapon design for Hades. So if they use Hades' skeleton weapon, that's not going to be pretty. Because I can tell you, as a person who like went through the whole thing, I don't like the Hades weapons. 5 minutes ad phase, yo, imagine actually, it's possible, honestly. Yeah, they're kind of fucking wild though. Wow, I'm actually getting like kind of a nice chunk of Atma right now. I already got 2 completed, and I've actually acquired like 3, I think, so far. It's fire. Okay, anyways, so they have to design weapons regardless. The problem though is that they're not catering to the casual player base when it comes to weapon design. That's the problem. They're catering to the mid-core and the hardcore players. Or not, sorry. They're catering to the raiders. That's the problem. Right? We get weapons for Savage Raids, and we get weapons for Tome, and we get weapons for Ultimates. But they haven't done it for the content even further beyond the previous expansion, right? But the problem, though, for the first time ever in Dawntrail, they did go back, actually. For the first time ever. They went back and they gave weapons to Viper and Pictomancer for top, which was completely unexpected to everybody because there was no patch for that. So the problem now is that everyone is doing an immense amount of digging. And the problem is that they're finding things, and the detail behind some of those things is kind of asking us, it's kind of raising some eyebrows. So that's why, for me, the information that I'm trying to at least articulate without necessarily making it sound like I'm crazy and or coping, but it's only what I'm repeating, what I've been told by other people because of what they're finding out, is what I'm trying to at least like share with folks. That way that they can kind of keep an eye out for it, but it ain't like confirmed. No chest? So, for example, Uwu, I've been talking about this for like a week and a half already. Now we've been farming this fight. Uwu is supposed to be getting weapons for all the jobs. It doesn't make sense why of all the fights, but Uwu is supposed to be like the ultimate that's getting like a weapon for every new job, something of the nature. Because again, usually 14 follows like a pattern. And so because we have Fru, the most recent ultimate, and we had Top, the most previous ultimate, getting weapons for all the jobs, it was just assumed that the next one would be DSR. That way they work backwards. But apparently they're just bouncing around. And I don't know why they're doing that. Because usually bouncing around kind of like raises like an eyebrow. So it's kind of weird. Now, I can understand in theory, because it's all theoretical at this point, it's understood by theory why they're bouncing around. And to me, the knowledge answer to it is just like what accessibility is most available to the player base. And the real truth is that Uwu, granted not the easiest ultimate, it is the one that is cleared the most. So people have mostly cleared with Uwu in mind. The percentage rate of clears for Uwu is, I think, the highest out of every ultimate. Which is, like, fine. Like, you know, whatever. So I think that if I had to assume the rumor that I'm hearing about the ultimate being, like, updated via Uwu is because of the fact that the player base has been mostly tackling that fight out of all the fights. You know, because it's considered the ultimate that you kind of start off with first in practice and, like, you know, clear prog, whatever. Get yourself, immersed in the idea of how to do ultimates right. People say that Uwu is the first one you should try out. Makes kind of sense. So it would make sense that if Uwu is the most cleared ultimate and the one that's the most accessible, them doing that one next would make sense, because DSR is too hard of a fight for the player base to just immediately go tackle at the thought of there being new weapons. Uwu being the easiest one actually makes the most sense to do that. But also the model for Uwu weapons are like very outdated. So that's it. Because remember, they are tackling in patches content updates graphically with their engine that's also like severely limited. Like the thing that I also remember constantly is that like we're playing a PS3 game, Like no bullshit. Like the game's graphics is a PS3 game. Like, hey yo. So that's why I got to give credibility where it's due, because for them to keep on making the game look better and better, by using like more data, but still giving us like the, you know, I consider it to be like hella fucking impressive. But it would be cool if they actually just take a new engine altogether and then they're just like, yo, we're gonna take all of this and just put it in this bigger engine that's much better, etc. But unfortunately, how they do that is like hella questionable. It might require them to, like, you know, spaghetti code build everything up from the ground up type of ordeal, which is kind of wild. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't have a clue at the moment. So we'll see. I'm wondering if there's a way to... I was gonna go... I got Monk maxed out. I shouldn't have done that, actually. Maybe I'll actually go... Do I have Scholar? Okay, I'm gonna go Scholar. I'm gonna assume that people go and die like crazy in this one, so I'm gonna try and be Resman. We'll see how this goes. Anyways, so point being, again, what they're gonna do between now and later on is completely up for grabs. I have no idea, but I'm hoping that there's actually some kind of insight. Ooh, Dark Knight art. We'll find out actually. Go ahead. Pop off King. Yes, we'll see. I mean, I don't really. The thing is, I'm biased. I don't care what they do. They can release a content that has nothing, and I'm like, yo, cool, I'm chilling. I'm still playing 14. Doesn't matter to me at all. You know what I mean? So, like, hey, yo. Is there a red chocobo tier difficulty C? There is not a red one. There is a black one though. Yeah, there's black chocobos, which is kind of like awesome. I think people love the idea of red chocobos being like a thing, because if red chocobos are like a boss, then everyone's be like mortified, right? Because like, yeah, staying up to the 14 inch things. Yo, I mean, brother, we're gonna be here for like a long ass time. We got like at least like a decade. This pot one is the red chocobo. This one is the red chocobo of all of them, actually. Though. Like, yeah, she's so right though. Everyone dies in this one like the most. I kid you the f not. It kind of like hilarious actually. So. Oh, I have my hotbar, my like PC hotbar used right now, so I can like visually keep mind of my Atma instead of like, checking my inventory. But I've been really bad at doing that actually. I have to update for every single job, and but it's actually okay. Hell yeah. Alright. But yeah, this is the one that murders everybody. That one and the which one is it? It's the Earth and Wind lion. That one also messes up like so many people. Yo, people die like crazy during those ones. But it's cool though, because so here's my other like theoretical construct to the way that the game's development is going through right now, phases wise. And this is like a real truth. In my personal opinion, I'm heavily under the impression that Dawn Trail's objective, primarily, despite the storyline, I don't think that the storyline, unfortunately, I don't think the storyline was their main focus, content-wise, for this, which is not good, because obviously, like, the number one thing that appeals to the player base the most is the actual like storytelling, right? Storytelling is the number one factor for any video game whatsoever. Always, like, it's not ever up for discussion. The problem, though, is that it would be nice if that was always, like, if they were able to, like, always, you know, keep, like, a thing in mind about, like, whatever's being, like, prioritized, right? So, like, it'd be cool if, like, story was always, like, at its top of its game. It'd be cool if raids were always at, like, the top of its game. Like, that kind of thing. But unfortunately, that's, like, not the case scenario, right? So, I'm under the impression that the objective of Dawn Trail the objective of Dawn Trail was to make the battle content challenging again, which they have absolutely succeeded in. So there's that. Right, the battle content is actually exceptionally challenging, and I think that's actually like a beautiful thing. The problem, though, is it's coming at the cost of, I'm assuming, is the storytelling. So I think that's the actual like underlying issue. So the battle content, top tier. The ultimate, the only piece of content out of everything we've gotten so far, in my personal opinion, that's like where it was kind of like was the ultimate. The ultimate was like a little too easy, and also they didn't do the story enough justice. But I'm not really complaining too much about it because at least it's not the easiest ultimate. It's just not like hard. If it was hard, then I wouldn't care. But it's just not. It's not hard. It's not easy though, but it's just not hard. It needs to. The ultimate needs to always, in my opinion, be hard. Like always. But again, that's like a me. That's like a me thing. You know, that's me being like the mental like idiot that I am, Lamau. So. Now, the thing though is that, again, what I've heard is that based off of the feedback that people have heard and said about the game, content-wise and, you know, ultimate-wise, whatever, people think that the ultimate, not ultimate, sorry, the Savage rating is at the perfect difficulty. Perfect difficulty. Not hard. Not hard enough to the point that it's like incomplete. It's like impossible to do, but it's also separating the players like a lot. But like a nice margin of like, hey, if you know how to play your job, then you will look and excel incredibly. If you don't, then like GG's, you know. And I think that's good. But unfortunately though, there was an agreement that the previous rates here, which was 1 through 4, like a little bit. But it's okay though because it's the first raid tier and it usually ends up being like the easy one. So it's not like the worst thing ever. Ow. But it would have been nice if there was like a little bit of a challenge. I think I'm dead. Oh no, no. Oh wait, I'm definitely dead. No. Oh, I dodged that? Wait, no, I didn't dodge it. Dude, I went kind of crazy actually when I dodged it. Dude, I think I got saved by the homie actually. That's my man's. So anyways, the hope is that the raid tier continues this perfect climb of difficulty, right? The ultimate, however, needs to be a massive jump in comparison, because Fru is the third hardest ultimate in the game, but it makes it you know. It's just not like where it needs to be difficulty wise. It'd be cool if it was, but it's not. Bunny! Oh no, there's no shot actually. Because like I talked about this yesterday. Imagine how the ultimate for Arcadian would be. I mean, you know what's actually really great though is that people have already put their theories up, and like low key, they're not wrong. I think you already have a really I think right now you can probably come up with half the ultimate right now. You know. Yo, Genie! Thank you for the braid, homie. How's it going, dude? Baldur's Gate 3? I hope you're enjoying Baldur's Gate, dude. What's up, friend? How's it going, everyone? My name is Ashley. Pleasure to meet you. Long time no see, homie. I hope you're doing well. We're doing pretty good, honestly. We're playing some Final Fantasy XIV, kind of like yapping like a little bit, you know what I mean? And then, yeah, you know, we're just like kind of doing our thing. So definitely hope you had fun with some Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know anything about that game, but I have been asked to play it with like, I don't know how I do that, but you know, we'll get them when we get there though. Yeah. So. Oh my god, look, it's BE! Oh my god, it makes me so sad. I missed that game already. I miss BE so much, dude. You know what's so funny? I was literally talking about BE like a week or so ago. I was oh man, I almost like threw a tear out of that. Oh my god, dude. I forgot how much I miss BE, dude. Totally slinging salami makes me laugh. Yeah, you know what I mean? I wish I could like rename, if I can like rename the bot, that'd be kind of fire actually. because like it being named that is kind of like, bleh. See less FFE spinoff close. Yeah, I know. I was really sad about War of the Visions also. Yeah, War of the Visions also came to a close, unfortunately, which sucks because I already kind of like, what was it? Because Mobius got shut down, which is the FF1 like spin-off kind of game, right? Like really early. That made me like super sad. So I think I also started like coming to the realization that like eventually a lot of these mobile games will kind of start like shutting down like a little bit. After like some of the last like Dark Vision events, and like the, you know, ever since like FanFest from the 2018 2019 kind of like came down, and then they started going a lot, like I think the pandemic really like messed up FFBE also. It messed up like a lot of games, unfortunately. I think FFBE also just like came down with it too. And eventually like the production quality and like the content quality for the game kind of started slowly dissipating like a little bit. So I kind of expected BE to be like on its last leg. I did play it till the end, but I also was having my moments where like I did not in fact log in like every single day, and I knew at that point in time I'm like, okay, I'm getting kind of like not even burnt out from BE. If BE was available on PC, I'd play the hell out of it. But because it's like a phone game, I don't want to hold my phone all the time. That's like the real truth. So I think I just told myself that like I also would stop playing BE. But also I stopped like throwing my wallet at BE, I think is also the other point. So I think also at that point, once Record Keeper, which was that like mobile like 8-bit or 16-bit like turn-based FF game, once that got announced for being shut down, I kind of closed my wallet to the rest of mobile games for Final Fantasy. But then also I already knew as well in my mind that like the War of the Vision spin-off would also be like on its last leg. I'm gonna get hit by this. I'm mad. Yeah. So I think I just knew at that point. Yeah. So when Record Keeper got announced that it was closing, I was very sad. Yeah. So I also like eventually started to just stop spending time in like the mobile world, because also Kingdom Hearts Union Cross got shut down, and then like the only mobile game that is left is Ever Crisis, and I downloaded it and I didn't even play it for more than like 5 minutes. I immediately was like, I'm not interested in like a mobile thing anymore. If they were released on PC and I could put it on like the side, I think I'd be down. But to have my phone out and kind of like, you know, it's kind of like a pain point. So, yeah, I think that's what it is for me too. Because the cool thing is like the game is still up and about. Like the game is still getting its updates and content, whatever. It's just being done in Japan, right? So the other thing that really upset me about BE like original is that they don't even let you keep your account or anything. Like obviously the servers were shut down, so you can't even like look in the game, but they also took all the character data that I acquired over like the past like 7 or 8 years, and they pressed the delete button. So let's say for example in the future they're like, oh, like yo, BE's making a comeback or something of that nature, like I can't even re-download my profile and like continue where like I left off. I'm starting from level 1, you know? So it hurt me so badly that I was like, oh man, like at least I could go back and look at like an archive database, but or something of the nature, but I literally can't. And that actually sucks like a lot. Because you can pull up the like the main menu. They still have the fundamental forces on there, which I love looking at, but it sucks that I can't actually like it sucks that I can't actually like click in and then download data and like go to view like the character raw. I would literally listen to the music and just look at all the character animations. I would literally sit there forever and do that. So honestly, like I might consider doing that for if I ever somehow get my hands on like the JP version and I can play it on my PC, I will absolutely do it and get back into BE. But I'm not going to be interested in BE on like a hardcore level. I definitely can't keep up with it anymore. Because I want to play with Neo Vision characters again, and I want to definitely like get my hands on it at some point. Oh, it's already going underway. It's okay. But yeah, I know. Like War of the Visions got closed, which sucks too because War of the Visions was actually like a great game. it's just the gotcha-ness to it was like way too high. And they already announced the remaster or the enhanced remaster for Tactics. So like people want to play like FF mobile games. It's just not like you know. So I don't know. It's a rough thing though. But anyways, I hope that, I mean, it's great to see you and go down the memory lane of like BE. FFBE still has some of the best storytelling and like content I've ever like had my hands on. Honestly, I love BE forever. And like, I'll never forget all the people that I met, like you, Garo, Flip, SK. You know, RIP to our lovely friend Shally. She's the goat out there for that. You know, like we know all about that. Yeah. So it's been a long journey for the mobile titles. Yeah. So I do wonder though, like, because apparently with the company's shift in design, they're trying to like kind of cease away from mobile gaming like a little bit, which is definitely not the best decision, but also kind of like raises an eyebrow. In my mind, they shouldn't necessarily like do away with the mobile versions. What they should do is just make games available via PC and mobile. Like I know Genshin Impact is like a prime example, right? Where like it's a game that you can play on your phone or on a computer. And like it's got its gotcha thing, and people definitely still put like bank, because like what is it? Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail. Am I missing one? All those games are literally still making so much money every like friggin' month and year. So like it's obvious people want to play those games. So if Final Fantasy can make its own version, but also the collaboration thing is like a really great idea actually for a Final Fantasy game. So I just hope that they find like a thing that makes it like work for it. So we'll see. But I mean, I'm looking forward to FF always. So I just wish that they find a way to make the game be playable like offline instead of being playable online. That would be, oh no, oh wow, yeah. Because if I can go back and play every like mobile game that got shut down, like physically, best believe. Oh my god, I'm dead. Wait, I gotta do a thing real quick. Everything's fine. Never mind. Okay, we're good. Well, if I could go back and play offline FF mobile titles, like I would be absolutely down. Because there are a couple that they see. It's funny because like there are certain mobile titles that they made that they were online, and then they ported it to the West. They became offline. An easy example of this is Final Fantasy Dimensions 2, because Dimensions 1 was a basically like an FF5 like FF5 like jank version game, right? Like they just took like FF5 engine and just like made like an up-modeled version of it, like whatever. Anyways, I'm yapping. But Final Fantasy Dimensions 2 was an online gacha game that you put on your phone. But when it got ported to the West, they just turned it into like a direct sequel to Dimensions 1. But it wasn't pay to win. It was just like you paid like $15 for it, and you had like a mobile like FF experience. It was really good too, which is unfortunate. So yeah, what if pay to pay MMO for server costing? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. I mean, if you can literally give me FF14 more often in Final Fantasy form that's not 14, I would. Like, here's the thing. If the control system, if I figured out the control system to play like FF11, I would literally pay and play both 14 and 11. I would just have to figure out, like, if there's content that I have to do on FF11, I would play it actively, but then I'd have to figure out something to do on 14 as well, like, in case, like, crafting or, like, whatever, right? Something to kind of, like, just do brainlessly. I absolutely would do that. Absolutely I would. But the thing is, like 11 is like 11 isn't like that kind of game. So if we somehow do come across like a feature FF title where like you can basically pay a subscription, and I basically get the same type of experience where it's like an MMO game, but it's like a whole different thing, and it's all 14 like similar-ish sort of thing. I would absolutely pay for like another MMO. That I have no problem with. The problem is that like I've actually already tried doing that, because when I was playing I've been playing 14 for 10 years, which is disgusting to say out loud, but it's so true actually. Oh Oh, I don't know, bro. That boss fight was crazy. And I already started trying to like tap into other MMOs. Like I played like some Guild Wars 2, and I like Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 actually opened my eyes. Because Guild Wars 2 is like, it's a very different gaming experience. So shout out to the homie, you know who you are, for bringing me into Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is actually mad cool. The only problem with Guild Wars 2, I kid you not, is that like it's not a Final Fantasy. If it had Final Fantasy in the name, I'd be playing it right now. You know what I mean? I really would. It'd be crazy actually. But it doesn't, so I'm not playing it every single week in day of my life. However, though, I can attest that like I'm glad I had the opportunity to play Guild Wars 2. I was also how to progress there. I mean, I also would have gotten lost, but also I kind of sort of would have just tried to like I would have sat down and like figured it out. I would have struggled, but I would have totally been like, yo, I don't know where to go, but I'm gonna go find out something, right? And the thing is, like, Guild Wars 3 is currently under development. Am I playing Guild Wars 2 tomorrow? Oh shit, that's actually a good point. I could, I guess in theory. And I wanted to play like a little, like a, okay, tiny side note, and then we come back. Resident Evil Requiem got announced at the Summer Games Fest, so no BS, yo. I'm trying to play some Resident Evil. Like real talk. While what was it happening? Was there something happened recently? I was doing something in 14. I was waiting for something, so I literally just threw on RE4. And I went through a regular RE4 and playing through it again, and like I was like, oh my god, I kind of want to play this. Well, so here's the thing, because I think that all right, yo, I'm so slow, man. Give me back my tank, Ray. We can dual tank, it's fine. So here's my thing, and this is my fault. Sessiion, am so sorry that I've been like neglecting the crap out of the YouTube channel. I have been. It's been very bad, actually. Life has been crazy, as I'm sure it is for like a lot of people. Like, yo, we in the fucking mines of life right now. So I want to keep, not that like there's like a sign, but I do feel like I gotta just stop worrying about life a little bit. And take some of that time of me like freaking out and just focus on my recording. You know what I mean? And so therefore, in turn, I think that I should, because of my excitement for Resident Evil Requiem, I don't know, the itch kicked in and I was like, yo, I want to play Resident Evil. Simple as that. So I might look into it. Amongst like a lot of, yo, they fucking hate us today, bro. Oh my god. So I'll probably look into it, like Loki. I've actually already started playing the patch DLC, or the post DLC for Resident Evil 4. And then what I would like to do is, I actually would like to go through each Resident Evil game in canonical order of release. Or each release date order. So like, I'm gonna start with like PS1's Resident Evil 1, then 2, then 3, then Code Veronica, then 4, and then like kind of keep on just working my way through. And I would, because I have a date, since Requiem comes out February 27th of next year, I have until February 27th of next year to actually complete every single Resident Evil. The problem, though, is that I've actually already played and completed every single Resident Evil except for Village. It's the only one I haven't actually beaten, and I also do not remember for all 7. So it would be kind of fire if I could make time to actually go through every single one, you know? So that's why, like, I think that going through would actually be kind of fire, because the nice thing about it is that I can also do a lot of editing for parts that are kind of like segued like kind of poorly. Because the problem that I was doing was like I was just taking stream content and turning it into YouTube videos, and I learned, thankfully, like quickly, that I didn't like that. But what I didn't know how to do was separate the content of like Twitch versus YouTube. Now I actually have an idea for it, so it's great. That's cool. So now that's my plan, is like the stream content is there, so whenever those like hilarious channel point redeems get used, or like we get like a sub or like a bit dono or whatever, I'm not gonna like edit that out, right? So So what I was thinking that I could do, because I did do this early on in my streaming career, right? I would take my stream and cut out like segments and then turn that into a YouTube video. But it only works with games that actually have that kind of content. Like, it's really easy to do that with like Dead by Daylight or like Call of Duty, right? But it's not easy to do that with 14. I think it could, in theory, be possible with other games. But one thing that I cannot do is play like a single player experience like Resident Evil and then turn it into a YouTube series while streaming it at the same time. I learned that about myself very quickly because I was going through RE2 Remake on stream, and well, first off, the quality was not good. That was the first issue. Second issue was I didn't know how to like turn off alerts. So there is a moment in a video, I have the VOD, it's like hidden away on my VOD's channel, but there's a moment where like my friend like subs to the channel, which is nice, but the sub alert at the time was like a big like, you know, so that jump scared me even though it had nothing to do with the game. So I learned very quickly in that moment that I was like, oh, that wasn't in the game? Cool, I don't like that. So then I stopped playing single-player games for like a while, and that's why we put so much time in playing like multiplayer games. That way, like, I didn't really care too much. But again, now that I've actually like been able to clean up how I like some content, yeah, it'd be kind of cool to actually have like both forms of content available to watch, right? So, and the cool thing is that we do. So, anyways, long story short, though. I absolutely plan to go through every single game series possible that I've either played beforehand that I haven't put on the channel. And also the cool thing is as well for me personally is like having the channel just gives me a reason to go through the game and like experience it, right? But now I'm so stringent about like my first time experience. Like the first time experience is now like extremely valuable to me. So for me, it's imperative that like if I'm ever gonna try and play a game for the first time ever, people want to watch me play it. I understand this, but also I have to play it for myself, and sometimes that's like a tough pill to swallow. You know, for some people, like I get it because people are like, oh, like when are you playing Expedition 33? And I was like, I don't. Well, first of all, I can't even afford that game. Like no bullshit. But when I do buy it, like I'm playing it offline, unfortunately. Right. But it'll be available to watch online. You guys just watch on YouTube, right? And that kind of thing. And there's a lot of games that people want me to play. That, and here's the thing too, there are certain games that I actually would love to play offline that I could also play online. So I was thinking actually tomorrow, if I don't play Resident Evil, a game that I was asked to check out numerous times, that people were like, yo, please play this, etc. And I was like, I'll look into it. It's called Subnautica. I don't know anything about it. All I know is like it's like a water game. Like you're like, are you stranded? Something. I don't remember. But I was someone asked about Subnautica like a really, really long time ago, and I said that I'd like find a sort of look into it, and I never did. So I think tomorrow, in any case I might play that tomorrow. But again, I know nothing about it, so how that goes for me is completely unsure. So yeah, I was thinking about playing Subnautica tomorrow. Because again, like it's a game I've never played before. And it's a game that, like, if I play it on stream, I can play it on stream. And if it's a game that I play offline, I can play offline, you know? And then I'll make, like, a playlist. And that way you just kind of always have the availability for it, like, one way or another. And then we can go from there. I heard that game is kind of scary, though. I don't know how, though. But, yeah. So. Because I know for sure, like, as a streamer, the number one thing that I play most of the time is this game. But even I, too, have moments where I'm like, I kind of sort of don't want to stream this. Not that I'm getting tired of the game, because that's obviously, like, not true. But if it was possible to play other games aside from this, then, like, that'd be kind of cool. But I think that, like, I am just one of those people who's, like, known for playing this game. So that's why I gotta play it all the time. Which I don't mind. It's one of my favorite games to play anyway, so like it's a win-win for me regardless. But then also people loved us when we were playing freaking Zelda. Zelda Ocarina of Time Randomizer was like a banger of a thing to play. So I gotta play that as well, and I gotta finish it so I can do like another playthrough. So because I have so many ideas in my head about that randomizer thing, and also I literally just beat Majora's Mask, like, on the channel, finally, like, last week. So now we can do Majora's Mask randomizers and try that out, and we'll see how that shit goes for us. But like, that's a whole different deal. So, at least, like I said, we're on the pathway of like progressing towards stuff, which is fire. I just gotta be a lot more. What's the word? I gotta be a lot more consistent about actually like doing stuff, and then yeah. Then we'll have a lot of variety of games to play. Yeah. But the problem too though is that like one, I've been talking for like way too long. But secondly, the content for this game comes out in waves, and so like whenever there is content that comes out in waves, I gotta play it, obviously, because of like one reason or another. Like we're doing a Crescent. On the occasion I gotta do like an ultimate. Or now like on more frequently. Because like people want like content with us, which is fire. So as much as I try to play other games away from 14, there's something that keeps drawing us back to playing 14, which again I'm cool with, but also it'd be kind of fire to play other games on top of that. And so to kind of force myself, with the sake of the maintenance, there's no way I can do anything about it. Yeah, we're gonna play something different wrong. I'm looking forward to it. Because if it wasn't for Subnautica, I kid you not, I do not know what else I'd play outside of that. There what's today? Today's is today Sunday? I think there was some day this past weekend, I think I was trying to play Power Wash Simulator, like, at some point. I really was. I was trying to play Power Wash Simulator on stream, and then I was playing it kind of offline real quick for fun, and then I started falling asleep. So I was like, I'm not playing that now. So there's that. So yeah. Anywho. Oh, I don't actually need I don't need that fate for this one anymore. I need west caves, I need center area, I need north, and I need southwest. What am I wrong? What did I say? Southwest, center, north, and west? Okay, I need 4 areas. Gotcha. Okay. Owl, you're a good man for doing all the resin, bro. Yeah. Okay, sorry, we're back. You mean they're long? What time is it? Maybe like another hour or so. I haven't really been. I don't know. I've been kind of like mindlessly in OC. So we're on Dynamis on Seraph. You're more than welcome to. We can come back out and pick you up for sure. Honestly, I haven't really been thinking. I've been just kind of like talking about like God knows what. So, but yeah, because I actually finished my relic on my Bun Boy character, so I want to definitely get this character up and running for the relic. Because honestly, I'm actually really enjoying just like brainlessly grinding relics. You know, like I spend a lot of time actually doing like Baja farming. I do like quite a bit of Baja farming when I get like a chance, and I'm not doing stuff in here, for example. But I think it's also because, like, here's the thing too, a lot of people that I've been talking to, ever since people are like, oh, like Sessiion likes to, like, he does spend time in like he does ultimates basically, you know. right? So I think the idea is that a lot of people want to actually just get themselves immersed in the opportunity of doing ultimates. And like my recommendation, what world? Seraph. No worries. People are learning that like the relic is really helpful to doing ultimate content from like prior. If you have the Endwalker one, like it's good, but if you really want to like, you know what I mean, like you get the Baja relic, and like me too though, because I am actually, oh man, I am trying to actually go like well out of my way to actually acquire relics that I'm still missing for all my characters, so that I can like effectively, you know, farm as I need to. So, that is my thought process. Oh, I think it's dead. But yeah, people want to try and figure out how to like perform well in like an ultimate with fire. So, and like I said, for me, like I will, I like to be able to like effectively like multiplicatively work on things with the relics. So like a prime example is like I do whenever I try and farm for like time-worn artifacts, I go into Palace of the Dead, because you can actually do Palace of the Dead and get the relic pieces for the relic Baja wise, right, which is cool. But then also I have a chance of like making some money, or you know, I can also work on tomes, like my weekly tomes, which I think like having all that kind of like together to me is like so nice, because I get my weekly tomes. I can work on, you can officially do Palace of the Dead and work on like 4 different relic sets at the same time. That's actually so sick, because you can work on Heavensward relics by doing Poetics, you can do Endwalker relic with Poetics, you can do Baja relics, and then now you can actually do Occult Crescent relics. So that's why I like doing like deep dungeons like a lot. So that appeals to me dramatically. So yeah, I'm a really big fan of that. So yeah, I did it 4 times when I play. Yeah, I mean, because like if I was able to do it with like Eureka, that'd be kind of cool. But like Eureka doesn't actually allow you, unfortunately. Like if you want to try and progress towards anything in Eureka, you have to be in Eureka, and that's the only reason why I'm not like a fan of the relic system for that. But that doesn't mean that the relic farming in Eureka is not fire. Like, it's fire. It's just that I can't multiplicatively work on it, because I do like to go in Baja. Like I do. Baja is the best place to actually get the relic stuff, which is fire. But you can just multiplicatively work on other relics at the same time while you're not in Baja, and that is fire. Oh wait, I'm still in combat. Oh my god. I tried to like swap to another freaking... Alright. 24 on the Alliance tier rate. I got sent like a tier list. I'm here? Okay, cool. We'll do this and get our bunnies, and then we'll come pick you up. And then I'll go in. We'll go back in, but then I got sent a tier list to go do. Anyways, yeah, so Occult Person's cool for that. Like I like that, like you can do fates to level up your jobs and then work on Atma in the process, and then but like, you know, it doesn't matter how you get it. But once you actually get the first relic, then the rest of the relics are acquired via like heliometry, and there's so many ways to get heliometry. So it's so nice actually. I'm like a massive fan of being able to do that, so what? Oh, a whole party died at the top of the fucking castle? Lamau. Yeah, GG's great. I didn't know. Let me open this real quick. What is this actually? Oh, it's the actual... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna turn it into a video also. So I'm gonna do that actually. That'd actually be kind of fire. Yo, that's tomorrow's video. GG Spooky. There you go. Wait, did I Scarlet Delirium twice because of the... I broke the combo? Huh. That's interesting. I didn't notice that. Alright. Part of the East. Okay, let me go take care of this. Well, then we'll scoop Ramar. I'm gonna do a tier list. That's the best job. Name a better job right now. They said Gunbreaker. You said White Mage? Alright. I don't know what they're talking about. All I heard was like, what's the best job? And then someone was, they were like Gunbreaker, and I was like, no, they were talking about jobs, and then they were like, yo, Gunbreaker, and I'm like, yeah, that's the best job. And they all started laughing, and I'm like, yo, name a better job. And then they all started laughing again. So, like a juice in the call? Oh, in the call itself? Oh, okay. Don't start a debate? Don't make it, don't start a debate. Okay, I'm gonna look. I'm not gonna judge, but you're gonna answer a very important question. What is the tier list based off of? That's my question. What's it based off of? Because then you'll actually pique my interest a little more, or personal preference on how they like the job or something. Okay, alright, whatever. Performance in Savage? Oh nah. See, I'm gonna get biased, but I'm not gonna come out of nowhere with the content though. Yeah, they put White Mage in C tier. Oh shit. Ooh, silver. Oh wait. Oh my god, I got another one? Oh my god, there's another one. You better raise that, brother. That's the best healer in the business, huh? That's the best healer. I'm back. What's up, Nobu? Welcome back, homie. They're doing a tier list right now. No, it's still the best job. Barber be at least B tier. They haven't done DPS yet. They did. I'll give you like the rundown. They put Warrior and Scholar at S tier. I think I understand why. They put Dark Knight and Gunbreaker at A tier. Interesting. They put Paladin, Sage, and Astra at B tier, and they put White Mage at C tier. That's all the support they got right now. I don't know what. Here's the thing though. I do not know the context, so I'm not really like. I'm not judging. I'm just kind of like hitting them with like the. Don't kill my fucking eye! I swear to God. Oh my God. Whew, what's going on? Oh no, I'm in a Discord call with like a bunch of people, and like they're doing a tier list about jobs. I guess it's like personal preference and like performance and savage rating. And I'm paying attention. There is no shot. There is no shot. They put Bard at B tier. That job is A plus, guaranteed of your money. Yo, there's hella bodies in this fucking Discord, Spooky. What the fuck? How many people are in here? Holy shit! They put machines at C tier? That's actually kind of understood. I ain't mad about it, honestly. I see you, Chris, in the call. Yeah, we're on Dynamis if you want to pull up and join us for like a little bit. Yeah, we on You want to hear the voice call? For all I hear is what and laughter. Yeah, we're on Seraph and Dynamis. Sorry, thank you. Yo, don't just before you put that anywhere. Yeah, just understand she got like a literal gun and it's already Rosen. She cocked the chamber back and she's staring at you with her cold eyes. Just be careful about that one. Anyways. Stop. Yeah, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Listen, alright? Listen. Before you... Oh, shit. Everything's fine. Yo, they put Dancer in S tier. And I told them to put it in A tier. And she smacked me in the back of my fucking neck. Anyways. Falling off the cliff. Because I got smacked in the back of my... Yo, the smack in the back of my neck was so hard, I flew, brother. No, but I gotta come all the way over here for some reason. I got the elixir with me, and that man... Yo, me freaking making to me for like a ride. I'm over here zooming. Zoom to the east. Come look at the east now. I gotta keep going. Oh, fuck. Alright. How about like right here? Immediately to the east. Alright. Oh, I keep on going. Alright, I'm outside. Okay, wait. Let me first assemble the troops, and then we'll go into thingy, and then I'll do this. Actually, hold on. Is my game on display or my... Okay, cool. My game's on display. So if I do this, W. Okay, cool. I'm gonna move this over here. That way I can still look at the game and play, but also I can although it gonna look gross, so definitely don't worry about that. Oh, don't worry. I'm not like looking through the window or nothing. Oh, I mean, they're kind of everywhere actually. Look at you. Oh, meet me outside in Tuliyola and Seraph. And then I could just invite y'all instead of having you come to the Phantom Village. Let's do that actually. That makes more sense to me, honestly. Actually. I'm on instance 1 of Tuli. Instance 1. I'm gonna hide the game in like a moment, but I'm gonna first put the tier list up afterwards too. So let me first make sure I have everybody here listed first. Yeah, instance 1, and I'm at the entrance, and then we'll still keep on doing fates and other fun jazz, and I'm gonna just kind of like hang out. And I just gotta first put away this. Brother, I have so much crap in my inventory, brother. Oh, I never got the Petaluma whistle. How much is that going for? Can you check in the market port actually? I think it's worth like 50k or something, right? I might have to just like kind of cop that shit. Oh, look, it's Afro. Why should I be so fucking incisive about what? What happened? You just slapped me? You fucking... Anyways. Okay, wait, let me find this link that Smokey sent me, actually. They put Viper at S tier for fun. He put Ninja at S tier because it's his main. Samurai is also S tier. What the fuck are these lists for, brother? Okay, Dragoon's S tier? It's fine. Dragoon is S tier, that's fine. Reaper S tier? They put Monk. They put Monk in ass tier. Oh wow, that's crazy actually. Spooky, is there not a tier list that includes Juno for the Alliance raid? Hey, what are you doing tonight? I'm about to go into a Call Crescent, and then I'm doing a tier list for the Alliance raids, as I was requested. Wow, what's up? Okay, wait. Let me. Leaping Oppo is the most disgusting attack I've ever seen in my entire career. I was gonna play Magic and Kayla and wanted to know if you wanted to come along. Oh. I have nothing downloaded for Magic, all things considered. Is that like... Is that gonna be weird? It's on the browser? Oh shit. That's kind of fire actually. W Magic. I'm missing Nobu if you're coming for a Call Crescent, and I'm missing... That's it actually. Okay. Yeah. So we're not doing each bosses, we're just doing like each Alliance raid. Let me first put this in like an order. But I'm gonna first make sure I turn off everything minus the music. Okay. Yeah, we're on Seraph. Alright. Alliance tier list. Let me first like organize these real quick. What was that? Labyrinth? World of Darkness is there. I gotta find there's Circus. Okay, switch that. Void Ark. Dunscape is there. What's the... Oh, there's Pupa City and Mach. Okay. I think it's Aglaya. That's Puppet's Bunker. That's Euphrosyne. Wait. Oh, that's Thalia. Okay. That's Aglaya. There is... Wait. That's Orban. That's Royal City. Copied Factory. Lighthouse. Copied. Puppet. Wait, is that correct? Hold up. Yeah, so that's Aglaya. Let me see. Thalia, Euphrosyne, Aglaya. Paradigm Breach. Puppet's Bunker. Copy Factory. Yo, the fact that I know them by just the image alone is actually so insane, bro. There's Orban. No, that's... I didn't switch these yet. That's Lighthouse. That's Royal City. And then Dunscape, Weeping City, Void Ark. Okay, cool. Okay, now we have them all in order. Okay, the way how I'm gonna organize this tier list is based off of how I know the raids at the time when they were released and kind of where they've evolved over time. But I think if I make my final placements, I'll kind of cover both of them. I wish I could like duplicate them because I would like to do like an on patch one and like a post patch one. You know what I mean? Actually, you know what? Let's actually do that. Hold on. Okay, boom. There's that. Let me actually like, hold on. Let me actually duplicate this page. I almost closed the fucking tab. That would have been so bad actually. Boom. Okay, wait. Let me quickly. Let's quickly try to organize this. Boom. Wait. Oh, come on, please. There we go. No, too far. Now, realistically, perfect. All right, wait. Let's go into Let's first go into. We can do OC while we kind of do this. I can multitask this, so it's actually easy. Okay, so I think to compensate, we're gonna do 2 tier lists at the same time. We're going to have one tier list that talks about the content when it was first out and how it felt going through it. And then we're going to have a tier list that talks about where it's at, like today, 2025. So starting with the initial feel of the Alliance raid, we got Labyrinth of the Ancients. Now, Labyrinth of the Ancients, it's so funny because people don't know the older raids from back in the day and how like kind of insane that they were, because the problem is like you can actually skip like a majority of the you can skip like a majority of the content that you actually do in the older Alliance raids, which kind of hurts me like a little bit, but like is what it is. That being said though, if you don't know, this Alliance raid back in the day used to be, I'm talking like stupid hard. Okay, so I'm gonna put it at A. I like Labyrinth of the Ancients. It's really difficult to actually like go through Labyrinth of the Ancients and understand like when I say that it was like a hard Alliance raid at the time, that Alliance raid was hard, but it was a lot of fun. The Atomos one where the 3 are lined up and you got to like do the padding thing, that was so difficult back then. The Behemoth was also challenging because you had to actually keep the towers active and do that whole spiel. That was also like a hilarious challenge at the time. And then is it Phlegethon, the final boss, the ancient flare guy? That was actually like not that insanely difficult because like back then you had to respect the pad. So like that's what it was like back then. So for me, like the previous one, I'm gonna put it at like an A tier. Now, for the current version of Labyrinth of the Ancients, I'm putting it at D tier. It's actually still a great Alliance raid. I'm not gonna take away any of the shine and luster that Labyrinth of the Ancient has now. But the problem is that it's not been touched up on since like the newer like expansions came out, like with Stormblood and also like Shadowbringers. Ever since Stormblood, Labyrinth of the Ancient just kind of got like hit with like the nerf hammer, if you will. I will say though, they did graphically update the lighting in it, and it does look so much better. To actually go back and look at what Labyrinth of the Ancients looked like pre-Dawntrail and how it looks like right now, actually like so solid. So I'm really happy about it. It actually looks like really cool. So I do have to give credibility to it where it's at least like it's due. It goes like super well. So I'm a big fan of that, honestly. Also, we got Dawntrail playing in the background. We're doing a Call Crescent, so definitely don't mind the noise. Okay. Next, we got Circus Tower. Now, Circus Tower, another sleeper. Circus Tower, also like a really fun vibe of an Alliance raid. The thing is that like is it the second boss or the third boss? The ogre guy, the guy who kind of like Big Bang Stop Me, and then the oh no, it's not Amon. No. Okay, yeah, the third boss. So the third boss actually like crazy fun and like wildly challenging and really cool. The problem though is that it's just like a big beat 'em up kind of person, because like they just took away like a majority of the content. There's platforms you can actually hop on that you have to hop on to avoid an attack from that boss, but no one knows how to do it because you just do it like item level unsynced, whatever, and it's kind of like, you know, like easy peasy, whatever. But that mechanic also used to be one of those moments where if you didn't know what you were doing at the time, like, yo, big GGs, you know what I mean? Yo, people were dying and wiping like crazy against that boss fight. The ad phasing was also really hard, and so was the very first boss, because of the like when you take the electric orbs and then do the thing, and then he does like the ancient flare, and you guys stand like in the water puddle. People used to just die if you weren't in water. Like that's how it works. But now it is like a big like who cares kind of thing. So it, you know, again, it's like it had an opportunity to be cool and kind of retain it, but then of course, like because the fight's so freaking old, it's, you know, like easy mode now. So personally though, for its time, I give it a B. The fights were cool, and there were some that were very challenging, like a lot of fun. But climbing the tower didn't really have like a massive impact. The lore, however, was kind of fire, but you know, climbing the tower wasn't like anything like super crazy. So there's that. And then as for the current version of Circus Tower to this day, it's also getting a D for me. It's too easy. You go through it. You don't care. You don't pay attention to it at all. They even nerfed my boy Zandy because they changed how the stack marker works visually in the Alliance raid, which like I understand for the sake of like consistency, but the thing is that like the player base like has to now just understand that, like, you know, oh, stack marker. And then also usually it's weird because like stack markers back then, you know, if you put them together, people just died, you know, but now you can put all three of them together and like it doesn't matter. And in my mind, it would be cool if you can like effectively make that one also like challenging, but you can't, so it's kind of unfortunate. But again, difficulty wise, it's kind of like so I don't mind it though. But it was still great at the time, but now not so much. How does Glassy levels actually work? Okay, so basically the fight is like, it's got 2 phases and an intermission. That's the craziest part. You skip phase, they only have you fight in phase 1. You don't even do the intermission anymore, and you don't do phase 2. You only do phase 1. So let me think. The boss has the cone. The boss has the AoEs. The boss does like the random fire raid wide. What ends up happening in phase 1 is the boss will spawn like these ads, which are like those little circular little like bot thing, whatever, and it does like the field, whatever. And basically, they will either heal the boss or buff the boss. So essentially, if you stand in it, back then, I think it used to give you either a DPS down thing or it gave you like a healer down thing. Like you couldn't recover HP or you couldn't do damage. So basically a healer had to get into the DPS one and the DPS had to go into the healer one. And then it stuns the player, but it also allows the player to kill the thing. And then you basically kill it, and that way it stops buffing the boss. So there's that. And then the boss will then do like a big AoE attack, and then the actual like one-handed thing spawn, and then they basically spawn with like these like shielding things, and it prevents the big boss from being attacked at all. So they're basically like ads that you get to kill in order to like retarget the final boss, like the big boss basically. So that's how it's supposed to work. But the thing is, like, you can't necessarily like kill them per se. Like you gotta, well, you have to kill them, but you know, they kind of have like a delay thing, I guess, to it. What's that, Dark Eye, homie? And then eventually though, the boss has an intermission phase. He'll jump to the middle of the arena. Then if you look on the outside, it's like to the east and the west when you're coming in, like they're over here basically. You have to take the the guys that have like the arm, and you have to like, let me think. If you kill them, then the teleport, there's like a jump pad that you can use, and you have to jump on the pad in order to get off the main platform, because the boss will do an AoE, and it's basically like Ancient Flare. Like, you know how you have like the big barrier? It's the same thing, but instead of hiding behind a barrier and having people stand on a pad, you gotta stand on a platform, and the boss's AoE will do like a thing, and that's how it works. And then you're gonna get launched to like a different platform, and then these rocks appear, and you basically bounce back and forth between pads, because the boss that's in the middle, he'll literally start like throwing, I think they're like AoEs, he AoEs them like each one like on random. So you gotta actually bounce back and forth between the pads and not get hit. they do electricity damage, which was important back then because you had to actually use electricity materia at the time to not take like lethal damage. And then after you kind of clear the thing, then everyone jumps back to the middle of the arena, basically. And then it's just a repeat. He does the same exact thing in phase 2, but he includes you know in World of Darkness, when you're fighting like the Atomos, how they have like the thing that appear and then those orange discs like fly around. He starts using those. Those start spinning around all over the place. And then he has like a donut. I think it's like a donut. Yeah, like a lunar dynamo. He has like an AoE that you have to get under him to avoid. And then I think that's it. Yeah. So that's pretty much how that works. So yeah, you literally kill the boss before if you actually don't kill the boss, he will summon the things and you can do it properly. But because the boss is so like horribly unsynced, like you can skip the entire intermission and second phase. Like it doesn't matter. But that's how it works. Yeah. So back when you had elemental attributes, you had to bring, I think it was like 10 points, which was 5 materia. Is it 5 or 3? 3 materia of electricity damage to not get killed by that thing in a one shot. It was crazy actually back then. So yeah. What's up, dude? I'm doing a tier list, so we're gonna be doing like a tier list for like a while. So yeah, I should play Project Zomboid. I've heard about this game. I would certainly like look into it. I can look into it in the future. Yeah, sure. So I know for sure. So tomorrow 14 is going under maintenance. So most likely I'm gonna end up not playing 14 obviously. So I might actually play some Subnautica. We'll see. So yeah, that's the idea at least. But yeah, so. We'll probably look into it in the future, though. So, yeah, sure. Okay. But let me continue this tier list. Alright, now we got World of Darkness. And you know what? Honestly, I ain't gonna hold you. Yo, for a third Alliance raid, it's honestly like one of the GOATs. Even still at like level 50, it's still so good. And it's funny because in my personal mindset, this fight still kills so many people. So it's kind of fire, actually. I like that there's still fail-safe mechanics that you have to actually execute, and thankfully, like, you still have to actually do the entire fight, except like plus or minus like a couple of things, because there are certain phases that kind of get skipped out as a result. Like I think Cloud of Darkness, there's like a thing that like she used to have you do, but you don't have to do it anymore, or if you do mess it up, you don't get as like critically punished for it. Cerberus is still the same still to this day, and I think that's actually so fire. I do love Cerberus like a lot. So honestly, Cloud of Darkness, or yeah, World of Darkness is still so good. Cloud of Darkness, fire boss. It's definitely a lot easier than what it used to be, but it's still really fun regardless. So I'm always like a vibe for that. Especially with how it was like back then. So honestly, like for me personally, like I'm gonna put both of them in S tier. I know that it seems like it's kind of boring because of like XYZ reason, whatever. But the thing is that like for a level 50 Alliance raid that people used to literally back out of instantaneously because they were like, yo, it was too difficult, honestly puts so much credibility. Thank you. But yeah. It puts so much credibility on the fight. Like I'll never take away the S tier rank for World of Darkness. World of Darkness is actually so fire. So like mad fire. Yeah. So I'm a big fan of that personally, so there you go. Next we have the Void Arc, and I think realistically, like Void Arc is unfortunately one of those Alliance raids that did get like a massive shift in like the way that it operates now versus how it used to operate. So they did that same thing where they basically took a lot of the mechanics, and due to how it sinks down pretty much, like it is just like, you know, really easy to get into, honestly. Like you can go through it really easily and do your thing. However though, don't get me wrong, like yo, Void Arc is still like really fun as a result. Like I'm not gonna deny that at all. Void Arc is so good. The bosses are fire. The actual content itself is actually really cool. The aesthetic behind it is really cool. Like I love like the hallway system in it. Because one thing I really enjoyed about Void Arc is that it actually, I think in my mind, I'm gonna say that in my personal mindset, it's the first Alliance raid where, at least at the time, it had a puzzle. that the Alliance as a collective had to figure out together. It was kind of sick, actually. So I think in my mind, that's what I would have been down with. That if it did that like more often, because, you know, like one thing about the immersion of content so far is like a lot of stuff is like hallway simulator, if you will, like for like lack of a better word. So Void Arc being like one of the first ones that not only was it just like a pathway thing, but also had like a puzzle to it, and how to execute the mechanic was like really, really cool. So I kind of hope that they find opportunity to do that like more frequently. So honestly, like for me, Void Arc was like really, really fun. I really enjoyed it. It's actually like an A tier. Launch for its time. Now though, I kind of want to lower it down to like a B. It's still really good. It just has like this small issue where, like, once again, content wise, it's like just a little too easy to go through all the things, because some of the bosses that you'll deal with actually have like a layer to them. So just because of that layering alone, like, you know, you kind of just go through it and it's like whatever, right? Like Cachulin's like a prime example of this. That's that giant like Marlboro looking like tentacle monster thingy, whatever. It has like a really sick like series of mechanics you deal with like boss fight wise, which is so fire. But the thing is, like, the damage check for that Alliance raid back in the day used to be like insanely wild, and then they kind of threw it out, and now it's kind of like you just kind of whack at it and it's like whatever. And Echidna, same thing. Like Echidna actually used to be like a really hard Alliance raid, and then eventually it kind of just like lost a bunch of its luster because you can just like kind of wail at everything. Separating ads at the time was so critical for that Alliance raid, and it's still like acquired now, but they like cut the HP by like 75%. So like the boss like just dies so unbelievably fast. It's like really unfortunate. But I still won't take away the brevity of Void Arc. You get that World Darkness out of here? Hell no. Void Arc is an S tier Alliance raid. You're never changing my mind about that. Void Arc is fire. So go back to your yapping about whatever the hell you know. Yo, Void Arc is fire actually. Create a FF7. What? Create an FF 7.0 job tier list based on how the class is? Oh lord, I'm being fed all this like all this tier list nonsense. I'll look into that one afterwards. All right, let's resume. Oh my god. Wait, I gotta close. I'm like lagging like a little bit. Wait. Where's my other, oh, there it is. What's up, Kai? Oh my god, what's going on, homie? Welcome on in. We're doing a tier list about the Alliance raids. And, we've been out, you know? Anywho, welcome on in. Alright, I'm not gonna lie to you. Weeping City of Mach? Alright. Man, Weeping City of Mach. Such a good alliance, dude. Such a good alliance. Because all the bosses, first of all, the really cool thing about that boss fight, the first one with the spider, the Arachne Eve, is that it's a multi-layered leveled alliance raid. That's actually so fire, and I'm kind of shocked that they kind of stopped doing that, like in general. The fact that you have people that can be up and on top, and they got to deal with individual mechanics in order to bring the spider back down before it does like an enrage thing. Yo, so fire actually. That spider is mad fire for the content of the boss fight. Actually, such a well designed thing. It's actually so sick. So I'm cool with that one, like 100%. What's the other? Which is the next boss fight? I'm always Is that the Oh, it's the Doom Succubus one, yeah. That boss is cool. I like that boss as well. It's kind of sick. But the cool thing is that it has like the Megadeth thing. Yo, the Megadeth thing is so sick. I'm so shocked they have not brought that back in any capacity whatsoever. I really hope they find a way to make that like a raid or ultimate somehow, because the fact that you have a debuff and you have to do a mechanic the opposite way is like, I know it doesn't seem like a commonality thing, but at the time that didn't exist. Like, it's not like if you have like a fire and you gotta get cleansed with water and like vice versa. It wasn't like that back then. So the way how it worked at the time at least was like so cool. So I'm actually like really happy that like it worked the way that it did. And then Ozma is like one of the best alliance boss fights this game has ever had ever. It does not matter. The problem with Ozma is just like again, similar thing. It used to the third phase of Ozma used to be way longer and way more challenging, and then just the nerfing of the fight with the time over of the game existing for so long has kind of brought the fight down to like its knees. It's kind of easy to just kind of wail at it, same thing, but you can still feel the mechanic, which is actually kind of sick, so I kind of like that. And then Califasteri is also like one of the best boss designs ever as well. That boss messes up so many people. It's actually kind of hilarious how many people died to that mechanic, because she's the one with the hair thing, and people still don't do it correctly either. That mechanic used to kill people constantly because you didn't do it correctly, but now you can just kind of not know what you're doing, go through and get res, and like it's kind of whatever. But for a fight of its time, it was such a solid alliance right here, like honestly. But now, if I had to put my 2 cents on it, I honestly would put it at like B tier. Same thing with Void Ark. Like, it was a fight that like was really good at its time, but the inevitable like shift of it over the course of years passing by, it's kind of lost like a lot of its luster. But it's still a really good alliance raid because people still suffer in it like a lot if you don't pay attention. So I gotta give credit where it's due. I like Void Ark like a lot. Yeah, you have to be zombified. So before you had to avoid the puddles, because if you did, then the AoE went off, you died. But then when the boss did Mega Death, you had to be dead, so you couldn't technically die again. So you had to be, yeah, it was crazy. You know when you tell you, let's say AoE, yeah, you're gonna need it this time. Yeah, it was such a good idea, honestly. So, that's why I like it actually so much. Again, it's actually like such a good freaking alliance raid, like Loki, no bullshit. So that's why I'm always gonna like give credibility to it when I have to. It's actually so well done. But it sucks though, because people don't want to give credit to it because like it's an old ass fight. People don't know how the fight used to be like back in the day, and that always frustrates me. That's why I always hate hearing the number one thing I hate hearing about anybody that talk about this game is when they're like, oh, like this content's boring and easy. But like, you weren't there when it was peak content, you know what I mean? And to me, like, that's always like such an issue personally. But I get it though. That's why I'm always hopeful that like down the road they find some way to like, like nerf or rather rebuff the fight, make the fight stronger, if you will. But whether that happens or not is kind of like up for grabs. But I'm hopeful, honestly. I mean, I'm always gonna try and stay hopeful because, again, I'm always like looking forward to the possibility. So we'll see. All right, now we have Dunscape, and let me listen. Dunscape at the time was peak, just like World of Darkness. The crazy part about Dunscape was that at the time, Dunscape was like, Dunscape was the first alliance raid where people started learning that like you must be this tall to ride the ride of an alliance raid. You know what I'm saying? Dunscape messes up so many people, even still to this day. So like at the time when it was a relevant alliance raid, at the time of it being a relevant alliance raid, it was so much fun. Because the cool thing is that like, if you knew the assignment of the alliance raid, you looked like you were on a level above. And it's crazy too, because it's like, it's just like an alliance raid. It wasn't like a savage fight. There was no ultimate at the time, all that fun jazz. So when you pulled up to Dunscape and you knew what you were doing, it was like a whole nother level. And on top of that as well, if you were a healer, healers were gifted back then for being able to actually heal the fight, because the bosses used to hurt like crazy. Also, having to res all the bodies before there wasn't a red mage, the value came at a high cost for you to have a healer. So queuing in as a healer, I get to show off all my skills of mechanically dodging everything without dying. I felt like I was incredible. It was crazy actually. So because Dunscape was like the first alliance raid that you literally needed to know what to do, or else you were not clearing. People would literally leave Dunscape back in the day because the first boss fight messed up everyone. There were 4 mechanics that I cannot emphasize. It wiped people like crazy. It was the Doom, it was Void Death, it was Blizzard 4 push, and it was Wind 3 push. Those 4 mechanics used to take people out on a constant basis. You know why? Because with Wind 3, you cannot stand in the tornado, you have to stand next to it and get pushed. And also, you couldn't get pushed into the lasers back then. The bleed was too heavy. The Void Death, the way how the boss would actually fill up the tiles on the arena with the death thing was way faster. Right? And then the Blizzard 4 thing, if you weren't quick enough to actually move to it, you got yeeted off, and then they let you watch you fall. It was so fire, actually. So honestly, it was incredible. And then Void Death being the same thing, the one when it pulls you in twice and you have to kind of avoid the thing. Again, you looked really good if you were actually able to like figure it out. It was really sick if you can actually figure it out. But again, like it wasn't often. But either way though, the value of doing that alliance raid at the time with that first boss fight, people didn't do Dunscape because Death Gaze was literally way too strong. I really hope they make a chaotic alliance raid off of that boss alone. It will be so godlike. But again, it's kind of hard to tell with the current boss fight as is now, but like, you know, we'll find out what it is. So either way, it's honestly like a fire alliance raid, and even like taking all the other bosses as well, because like they had Proto Ultima. Proto Ultima was insane back then. You needed everybody to LB3 in every single alliance raid to even kill a boss. It was so climactically fire, and now you can kind of like use it for free. It doesn't matter anymore, kind of vibe. You know what I mean? Because the boss. Because Dunscape actually had an enrage that like was depicted by the ability of the party's damage output. Other alliance raids obviously had like their own enrages, but they were a lot more lenient. That one was kind of like to the T. So if you do it correctly, again, get ready for the restart. And at the time, it wasn't necessarily difficult, but because of the constant like downplay of people dying and wiping in the fight, like, you could make mistakes, and then eventually that would just eventually snowball into not being able to actually pass the fight. It was actually so good. Devils at the time as well, like fighting that final boss, and even like in his Scathic. Oh my gosh, dude, that boss with the hand cleave and the it was so those last two boss fights were so difficult. I'm not even kidding you. Because like there's a reason why people did not pull on Diablos right away, because you had to res everybody from that last boss fight to help get ready for that boss fight. And then people were so nervous about the door thing that people would just kind of like let it be. They're like, you know what, I'm not handling it, I'll let somebody else do it. And then again, guess what? People would just start dying on repeat, and you had no idea why, and it was so good. And then you find that there's a part 2 in the boss fight. That was also so fire, because they honestly kind of sort of stopped doing that with like in like a double sequence like cutscene thing. Because one thing that they were so commonly doing with cutscene or with boss fights back then was like there wasn't a cutscene. You know how you kind of transition from like one phase to a second phase with like a cutscene so you can't actually move? They didn't do that back then. So when you actually defeated Diablos with the orb thing and you thought it was over, and then you see Scatty like lift in the air and get pulled into the void, dog, the reaction on that at the time was so fire. People were going crazy over it, and they were like, yo, Eternal, what the fuck is this guy? Yo, I can't do damage to him. What are we? And people, and the thing is, like, again, like there was like a quote unquote puzzle to actually dealing damage to him. Nobody knows it now, but it really is just like a fat shield. Technically, at the time though, people were kind of like mind blown by it, you know what I mean? So I can't put Dunscape anywhere else besides S tier. Now, however, with the current version that it is, I put it at like a solid A tier. The thing is that what's nice is that the boss fights that still mess up a lot of people is Death Gaze, but with a lot of less reasoning. People are able to deal with like the Void Death, like the pull-in, and then also you don't ever see more than like 3 tiles of Death 4, but people are still dying to the Blizzard 4 push, and people are also still dying to Win 3. So that's like not the worst thing ever, but it'd be cool if the mechanic was still like difficult. And surprisingly enough, people still die a lot during the Diablos fight, so that's kind of cool too. But otherwise, everything else is kind of like whatever. But at least though, the fight is still a lot of fun to go through. But the problem though is that alliance raid used to take like half an hour. Now it takes like 15-ish, 20 minutes. So a lot of time has been taken away as a result. So it's kind of unfortunate, but still a great alliance raid nonetheless. Okay. It's very rare, but yeah, I mean, I've seen full tile as well myself, but it's been a while since I've actually seen it come out into play. But I definitely would be lying if I didn't think that it actually did or didn't happen like kind of constant. But it doesn't happen anywhere near as often as it used to, so it'd be kind of cool if it did though. So on to Stormblood. Roy, okay, so here's the thing about the rest of these alliance raids, except for the Endwalker one. this is where collaboration started coming into play and people were freaking out. So the fact that the Stormblood Alliance raids were based off of Ivalice and involved like Final Fantasy Tactics as like a concept, seeing Ramza for the first time ever in this was like seeing like a celebrity for the first time ever. It was so sick when you saw him because you were like, yo, like, is that really Ramza? Like, what? Right? So it was really fire to actually get the opportunity to go through these Alliance raids. Now here's the other thing though. Once again, Stormblood, here's the thing. This entire Alliance raids here used to be exceptionally, I mean like exceptionally difficult. The whole thing. And once again, due to the power of sync, a lot of this kind of sort of started to like facilitate itself by like naturally just existing. Okay, so at the time, I'm talking like at the time, dealing with Royal City, yo, Royal City is fire. Hold on, I gotta like, okay, wait. Are you pretty alarm outside? God damn. I'm gonna take a water break. I've been yapping for like 20 minutes. Okay. Royal City of Rabanastre is so good because, like, again, the problem with Royal City is that mechanically the fight is so skippable. That's the problem. So skippable because Mateus used to be such a long boss fight. Yo, that boss fight by itself was like the length of a Savage raid. That boss fight took like 12 minutes to defeat back in the day. It was so wild, actually. Yo, what the okay. Oh my god. True though. Thank you. Oh my god. They are coming for me actually though, but they also kind of like left. So yeah. But Mateus used to be such a long boss fight to deal with, and that was the first one. People were not ready to deal with Mateus at the time. It was so sick. The water mechanic, the bubble thing with the pop and the frogs. Yo, if you pop bubbles, yo, people would start dying slowly and surely. It didn't matter. It was crazy actually. And the snowflake mechanic was really cool too, so I love that. Hashmal was fire as well. That boss fight used to also be insanely dangerous because people would just start dying like randomly to AoEs. The proximity drop from the thing was insane. The tower control mechanic was wild. That also took like a whole burst window's worth of time. It was crazy actually. Rifokale, who's the little like chariot guy who like spins upwards and then he does like the sweep thing. Back then, people used to use LB because they were like afraid that it would kill, because back then it actually used to be really something crazy. And then it turns out that like, you know, it wasn't like a big ordeal. You know what I mean? Because people didn't discover it until way later, that you can move to the side of his cleave and it does no damage. Yo, back in the day, we used to use LB for that, and like we used to have like a scholar like gigabit the like it was so wild because the amount of damage that it did was actually like kind of high. So people were obviously afraid of dying to it, mechanically speaking. But people learned later on that you can just run to the side and the cleave did no damage. People were like, "Yo, when was that a thing?" Because there's no indicator. You have no idea that you can actually do that. They don't tell you anything, so it's kind of wild. So like hilarious boss, so it was kind of fire actually. And then Argath is fire. Argath messed up like a lot of people because they didn't understand like the chicken mechanic thing. But it was basically like a thrice come ruin, if you will. But it was really cool and unique in its own format. So for a final boss, Argath was like kind of fire actually. Ritter Run a Lighthouse. Oh no, wait, sorry, I gotta do the other version. In the current version though, for Royal City, it's good. But the problem with it is like, once again, actually, no, I gotta lower it even further. Because once again, okay, so this is Stormblood's Labyrinth of the Ancients. You don't care about the boss mechanics at all. You simply just like whack at the boss. You
Stop! I could have dropped my croissant!
Hi Lily, how's it going? Welcome on in. We're doing a tier list for Stormblood Alliance raids, and this is what we have so far. For the current modern 2025 variation, if you will. So, yeah. Hope you were having a good evening. I'm gonna keep on yapping on the alliance raids. So yeah, Royal City of Rabanastre, unfortunately, is one of those alliance raids where like you basically just get to whack at the boss the entire time. Like it doesn't require any mental thought process. Like you might die to like Mateus. People died at Hoshmal for like not using their eyes. Rufakali doesn't matter. And like Argath, like you just simply like safety game it. People don't even mechanically do Argath correctly anymore. With the sword proc, you used to put it in the middle back then because the proximity drop that he did like later on afterwards would actually like kill people if you were even like halfway between the boss and the where it landed and where you're like supposed to go. People would just like die on impact. But again, they kind of good nerf the hell out of it, so now it's like really easy. So I wish that okay, aesthetically though, don't get me wrong, I love Rabanastre a lot. It's up here for sure. But in the current version, battle content wise, it goes in C tier. Yeah. So I gotta put it in C tier because like I said, it's just one of those situations where like you're literally playing like whack-a-mole with 4 bosses and you don't care, and it's just it's a Stormblood Labyrinth of the Ancients. So there you have it. Next we go to oh man, Ritter in a Lighthouse is such a time, man. See, let me tell you something about Ritter on a Lighthouse, okay? Even still to this day, it doesn't matter. But like, I got news for y'all. Math is hard. Math is hard. And that's hilarious, actually. Hilarious. It's literally hilarious how much people suffer with Ritter on a Lighthouse still to this day. But you know what? Math is hard. W math across the board. But you know what the craziest part is about Lighthouse? That boss fight, not even the hardest one at the time. Yo, the hard fight was Yasmat. That boss fight took 15 minutes alone to complete. No lie. To actually deal with the boss fight and the magnetic attack and the rake stamping and then like the what's the other thing that he does? The cyclone, yo, you needed to actually have at every alliance like time and separate like reprisals, feints, and addos, and like shield healing and like and all that jazz. It was such a time, dude. I'm so sad about it because, like I said, for what it was at the time, dude, it was such a good fight across the board from start to finish. Fanfrit used to be insane. Bellius ad phase you could actually wipe to Bellius ad phase. People had a hard time killing those things at the time. It was so insane, actually. So that like you'll never ever take away Lighthouse from me. Lighthouse was fire. Like I freaking love Lighthouse. That's also one of the best alliance raids that they've ever created. It's just unfortunate that like it's an old one and like it was peak at the time and now it's kind of what it is now. But again, still fire. In the current day setting, though, I got to give credit where it's due, though. It's still mad fire. People still struggle with math, and it drives me crazy, and I love it so much. Yo, prime numbers, hilarious. Trying to figure out how to divide 6 by 3 to get 2, yo, wild. You have 2 HP, divide by 5, yo, where's the 5? It's my favorite part. Because it's crazy how, like, they took the easiest boss fight, and now it is the hardest boss fight over the course of time. You know what I mean? Because, like, Fanfrit now... People don't pay attention to because people don't pay attention to how you mechanically operate in Fanfrit and Construct 7 and then Yasmat. And that's the crazy part about it too, you know? So it is what it is. But I still do to this day, like, love Ritter Lighthouse. Honestly, so fire. It's just crazy to me that the hardest boss fight is now like the beat 'em up stick. And then the easiest boss fight is actually the hardest one. Like, it's actually so insane. So it's just really, really hilarious. I actually wish that they kind of... I hope that in the future that they make a Chaotic Alliance raid that uses math. That would actually be so sick, honestly. I'd be so down for that. I know everyone's going to get mad at me, but I don't care. Give me math right now, bro. I'm so down for that, actually. So there's that. Yeah. Math is really well like executed. It's just really fun that people can't do it. It's so good. In fact, they put it in Baja, and guess what? People still can't math. Hilarious, actually. I'm still down for that. I would honestly be okay if they gave me like a quadratic formula equation to do, in a chaotic alliance raid version of Contract 7. I'm being so serious. Yo, let me get like a slope intercept form and let me do some foiling. I'm so down to be a nerd for a day. I'm so down. Let me do like some insane math, like 13 times 12. Boom. I'm so down. If you don't know the answer for that, you already lost. Pythagorean geometry? Alright. I mean, you could do that too, but I don't know about that one though. Man, and now we have the biggest fall off in the history of alliance raids. Truly. Orban Monastery, man. Orban Monastery is the GOAT. Thunder God Sid has the best voice lines in all of the alliance raids. All of them. Your forecoming was foretold. Servant of Iblis. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Yo, godlike. Yo, he's godlike. Sid, Thunder God Sid, the man, the myth, the legend. Yo, he's godlike. I don't ever want to hear anybody ever tell me nothing about it. You know what's so crazy about that boss fight too, of all boss fights? They had to nerf him because he was too difficult after him being out for so long. People were like, yo, this boss fight is way too hard. It must be nerfed. And then they did my boy so dirty. That boss fight alone sends it to S tier by itself. I'm not even going to talk about how incredible High Seraph Ultimate is on top of dealing with Agrius. Yo, Agrius is fire. Don't get me wrong, Agrius is fire. But nothing beat Ultimate High Seraph. Yo, the cutscene when you get the other Ramza doing the thing with the situation and the difficulty of the whatchamacallit, during the... Oh, yo, because when she puts the when they put the barrier up and then she's trying to eat at the barrier and crack at it, yo, the panic that ensued for a first time opportunity for that, unparalleled. So fire, actually. So again, it hurts me so much to think that like this was at one point like one of the, you know, one of the most insane alliance rated boss fights of its time, and then it got hit with like the nerf hammer. So, and Mustadio is also still fire to this day, but I think now he's become like a glorified meme. So I still give him his flowers. But there's just no way that you're gonna ever take away Sid or Ultimate High Seraph for me personally. The difficulty for the content at the time was unbelievable, and I would do anything to get that back. I'm so serious. So it's just unfortunate that like it kind of went through the change that it went through. But that being said, though, it's actually like super fire. So like I'm absolutely just taken away to it all the way to the end. Like I said, unbelievably fire alliance raid. And now we have the current version, and unfortunately, like it's just nerfed. The nerf was too much. They honestly, I don't know how often they ever decide to go back and like retouch up on certain pieces of content, but I would literally talk to Yoshi P personally, be like, yo, listen, I need you to undo what you did to that boss fight. The whole entire alliance raid. Make the fight hard again, because the reward for getting to the end in that alliance raid, the music that you hear at the end, is just such a like, oh, such an incredible experience. I would like, yo, that boss fight, if they don't, they better turn Ultima High Seraph into a chaotic alliance raid. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna do it, and it's gonna be peak content. I don't care, unless it's somehow buff or they somehow like just destroy the hell out of the operation for it. I'll be really sad. But there's no possible way, because they cooked so well with Cloud of Darkness. They can literally copy and paste the aesthetic of Cloud of Darkness and put it in Ultima High Seraph, and you already have another masterpiece of a piece of content. I would do anything for them to make Orban Monastery like an actual hard content again. That fight is unbelievably godlike. So, there you have it. I redeemed myself in the Bird Fate. I stole it as a Dark Knight. Wow, how much you took to Patrospheres? Oh yeah, I mean, for sure. I'm glad that you sold it though, like, you know, like, well done, homie. Actual fire. Alright. Let me hold on, I'm like in the middle of fighting Black Regiment. I'm almost dying to AoEs. I can't get killed by these AoEs, bro. Alright, hold on. Yeah, Evil's raids are god tier. I don't care what anybody says. You're never gonna convince me that they're not god tier alliance raids. Like, that's just such a fact, actually. The only one that gets like the miniature, like, thing is Royal City. Royal City was mad good. It's just, but like nothing beats Ridorana and Orban for that matter, and honestly. So there are those fights. Okay, this chocobo is dead. There we go. Alright. And now we're moving to Nier. And I'm going to be very honest with you. They're all going in the same place. I don't care. But I will talk about each one individually. I'm not even going to put them up yet. I'm going to just let you know. Because I'm trying to figure out if both tier lists, if all 3 Nier raids go in the same place. That one's going to require me some thought. I'm trying to think though, so let me kind of like ponder for a minute. Let me think actually, right? Okay, you know what actually? What's Yeah. Okay. What I'm trying to think about the boss fights from Tower at Paradigm's Breach. Near Stinks is just literally bosses with way too much HP for the length of their mechanic. Okay. I'm gonna just have to stop you right there. You're 10,000,000% incorrect. So, like, I'm sorry. Like, I hate to be the one to break the news to you, but you're absolutely, like, unbelievably, like, wrong. So, but it's okay. We can argue about this, like, later. But you know what, though? I'll hold you accountable to it, though, because I'm biased. Because I played Nier Automata, and it's literally one of the greatest video games of all time, no questions asked. It's just one of the greatest video games ever created in the history of mankind. I will literally... Any game that you can possibly throw me out there about it, Nier's better. Please inform me how it was when it came out. Oh, I absolutely will. Because you're going to learn something very crazy. The amount of changes allocated, minuscule. So, but like I said, we'll kind of hit you with the thing. All right, copied factory. Let me be very direct with you. It's peak because Nier Automata, I'm biased. Nier Automata is one of the greatest video games I've ever played in my entire life. That's like Ocarina of Time, like peak game, okay? That game is godlike. From start to finish, no questions asked. I don't care. Godlike fight. Because here's the thing. When this is the first Alliance raid, this is the first piece of content ever where they gave us a game that has nothing to do with Final Fantasy. It's the first non-Final Fantasy content ever released, except for Monster Hunter, where like it wasn't just like a one-time thing and like a collaboration. It's permanently embedded in the game. Like in concept, they never will do this, but they could in concept. They could, in theory, take out Monster Hunter because it's like an optional trial. It kind of like does this thing. It is like what it is. But Nier, they can never take out Nier. Nier is permanently in the game rotation forever. So when people discovered that it was Nier Automata, people had already played Nier Automata, and it wasn't even like a promotional thing. Yoko Taro pulled up to them and they were like, hey, like, do you mind if we kind of like have a conversation about like, the possibility of like us like nearing in kind of 14 thing, whatever? And then people was like, yeah, sure, fine, whatever, like, why not? Boom. And then guess what? They made P content. Every single boss tying into Nier Automata in some way, shape, and form is absolutely untouchable content from start to finish, because literally Copied Factory, every single boss in Copied Factory is basically in Nier Automata. So when you fight the first boss, whatever, that's a variation of a boss fight in the game, Fire. The flamethrower thing with the whole like that whole spiel, like that's actually like a unique one to themselves, which is fire. Oh my god, Big Man Inzel, yo, literally he's the, I mean, spoiler, he's a boss in Automata. You literally one-on-one hands with that man. So the fact that I personally played Nier Automata from start to finish, and then I found out that Engels was the boss fight, yo, untouched, don't care. Yo, they stole the show from me. I was dumbfounded by it. And then the finale had me going up against like 9S, which by the way, good guy. So like, let me be, yo, because again, if you didn't play Nier Automata, you don't know why it was what it was. But if you did play, yo, absolutely godlike. You think that like 2P is like the thing? Yo, newsflash. So Copy Factory, untouched, don't care. Next, oh, we have Puppets Bunker. Hot, such a hot take. I don't know about that. You weren't playing this game when it was out at the time, so like you gotta. What's up, Byron? Peep and pay attention though, because I'm doing it for both what it was at the time and how it is now. So let me kind of like, I'm cooking, so like we chilling. Okay. Puppets Bunker, yo, Puppets Bunker is godlike, dog. The problem with Puppets Bunker is that people were not really sure, because here's the thing, when Copied Factory came out, Copied Factory was a hard alliance raid. Even though it got slimmed up in comparison to like how it normally operates. And what I mean by that is like Orban Monastery at the time of its release was like a hard alliance raid. Like, yo, if you didn't do Orban correctly, you would wipe multiple times to Orban. You would, period. And then they were like, oh, surely they'll kind of take it easier on us now because like, why wouldn't they, right? Like it's only the second turn, so we should have like an easier time getting glammed up, whatever. Nope. They made Puppets Bunker harder. And that whole boss fight series from start to finish is incredible because all the bosses were like practically unique in their own format, which I personally really enjoyed, because at like the fact that there were raid guides coming out by content creators telling you mechanically how to deal with that boss fight in its entirety from start to finish, you cannot put it anywhere else at the time of its release. Now the boss fights, now how they function, yo, wild actually, because yo, the compound is fire. Compound 2P used to be the Sid Dolphus of Puppets Bunker. That boss fight, that final boss fight, used to require, you needed to literally acquire the goated red mage and healers to bring everyone back to life at a constant. Every single peak in Puppets Bunker is peak, no questions asked. And on top of that too, the glam, fire. Everyone goes and farms Puppets Bunker because the glam from Puppets Bunker is literally top tier still to this day, even after the years that have passed by. Untouched content right there, untouched. Don't care. It will forever be S tier. As long as they don't nerf it, it will forever be an S tier alliance raid. And then lastly, we have the Tower at Paradigm's Breach. And like, I cannot emphasize it enough. Like, yo, Nier's peak, okay? I don't care what anyone says. Knave of Hearts, Hansel and Gretel, Knave of Hearts, Hansel and Gretel, Red Girl, Shusi Menshi, The False Idol, and her inflorescence. Yo, her inflorescence is untouched boss fight. The song, yo, everyone shut the fuck up. Hold up. Everyone has to wait. You all have to wait. I can't even play the game because I'm over here freaking... I'm over here freaking going crazy over a fucking over one boss. How do you like? Oh, is it like this? Hell yeah, bro. There we go. Yo, when she came down from the sky, and then that piano started playing, I'm getting chills right now. I'm getting chills right now. Yo, when that song started playing, and you were kind of like, what? I get emotional every time I come here, dog. Yo, best boss fight alliance raid of all time, no questions asked. Best boss fight alliance raid of all time. Every single alliance raid boss that you ever encounter in the entirety of this game, including Dawn Trail to this moment, nothing, and I repeat, nothing beats this boss. Nothing. So here's my thing. When this boss eventually becomes a chaotic alliance raid, I don't care. This will be the best boss fight design of all time. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the greatest alliance raid boss fight of all time in this entire game. Don't care. And I've played every single one on content. Nothing beats this fight. Yo, this boss fight beats like a high number of Savage Raids, Extreme Trials, and even some Ultimates. Yo, yo, Yoshi P, if you're listening to me, I'm asking you so nicely in English. Yo, put her in an Ultimate. I'll literally give you an unsurmountable amount of time into my life in this game. I already do that. But if you make her in an Ultimate, oh my god. Yo, I'll cry every time. I will cry emotional tears to the highest degree. Best boss fight of all time. I just have to make that very clear. So when I tell you that Paradigm's Breach is top tier, god-like fight from start to finish, including Red Girl, including Hansel and Gretel, yo, her inflorescence, magnifique to the end. That, and then also the Easter eggs involved in that situation. The fact that they got the Square Enix building getting lifted up, the fact that you get the train going by, yo, it's literally Nier Automata. It's so, oh my god, Nier Automata 14 could be a thing in real life. I'm so serious about it. I'd be so down for that. I was like, yo, best boss fight of all time. All right, boom. Now that I've actually had time to give you the on-content moment how it was vibe-wise, I'll give you the current version. Copied Factory, Puppet's Bunker, and Paradigm's Breach are all A tier. These fights are, you know what, actually? No, I'm lying to you. They're still S tier. I can't be convinced. I'm sorry. The only reason why I was going to put them in A tier is because in my mind, they were going to be those fights where I was trying to figure out like which fight can you just kind of like beat up and it doesn't matter. But the thing is that like even if they were just beat 'em ups, boss fight wise, it doesn't matter. You know what, actually, hold on, I gotta change this. Nah, I don't care. I gotta change this. Wait, hell no, put this shit back. What the fuck? There you go. I fixed it. That's what it is. For the on-content situation, best ultimate, or best, like, not ultimate, I want to do ultimate. Best alliance raid of all time, no question. And for like the current version, yo, they can say S tier. As a matter of fact, actually, no. For how it is now, yeah, they can say there. But for how they were at the time of their release, that's absolutely facts to my name. Don't care. All right. Now, lastly, we have the Endwalker ones. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be very honest. I'm going to be, yo, get the pitchforks ready because you're going to all get mad at me. I don't care how you guys think and or feel. I'm just letting you know. Because how I feel about these alliance raids are going to be very different than how you feel about them. All right. I understand how y'all feel. I do. But it's not going to change. It's not going to change my perception about how I feel personally about the alliance raids from Endwalker. So, let's start with Aglaya. On content, Aglaya. On content, okay? On content. When it came out, when that Alliance raid first came out, ever, right? People were kind of like, yo, like the Mists of the Realm, crazy actually, right? And then people started going through the content and they were kind of like head scratching like a little bit, and they're like, yo, this is like kind of like not what I expected, but also like kind of interesting. Now there is some information you have to know about the Endwalker Alliance raids. Mists of the Realm was the first Alliance raid by technicality where they actually changed the combat team design-wise for this. So the combat team that did all these previous Alliance raids did not design these. This is a different team. So with that being said, Aglaya on content A tier Alliance raid. Because when you think about the mechanical construct of each boss fight, Azima's actually mad fire for a boss fight. Nalthal's also mad fire for a boss fight. The fact that they got like the flipping of the thing and then dealing with the fact that mechanically the ads tie into a player from each Alliance raid and it actually copies the character that you're playing as glam wise, actually like massive shot to everybody. So when you saw that for the very first time ever, people were like, yo, what the, like what? And people were freaking out. Rhalgr's, the fact that Rhalgr's has the most weird design arena ever, but it still works in a sense and it's canonical to the functionality of that boss fight. Actually, such an incredible design for a boss fight. Biragot's really good, but you can tell with Biragot they played it like a little bit safe, but they also tried to like at least sneak in like a little snippet of a change with the arena changing with the hammer smashes, right? They tried to like play like a little bit with it, but after that boss fight, they were like, yo, no holds barred. Yo, whatever you're trying to do with the next boss fights, yo, go have fun. And they did that with Rhalgr's, they did that with Azima, and they did it with Nalthal. So like, respectively though, mad fire Alliance raid. At the current format though, unfortunately, the power creep on this is unfortunately like way too strong for it being like an Endwalker Alliance raid. Because here's the thing, when Stormblood was out, Heavensward Alliance raids were still crazy difficult for the time, right? And when Heavensward was a thing, when Reborn was still really difficult. When Shadowbringers was a thing, of like Stormblood Alliance raids were still really difficult. When Endwalker was a thing, Shadowbringer was still really difficult, right? So when we get to Dawntrail and how it functions with an Endwalker Alliance raid, the mechanics that you skip in this fight are way too immense. And it sucks because I think realistically, actually really well concepted Alliance raid, especially considering that they scaled the difficulty back a lot with a lot of their content outside of Ultimates, even like some Savage raiding as well. But like for an Alliance raid, the fact that the player base was so skyrocketed during this time, I feel like they had to keep the mechanics very unique but still make them like easy where like it makes sense. And the thing is that like I get that, but the design for it is really, really well done. But you just skip half the mechanics now, and it really sucks. So the way how I personally see it is like, if the fight is B tier and below, it just needs to be fixed. That's how I personally see it. Honestly, I mean, I would still fix every single one of these, but like most importantly, though, B and below needs to be fixed. There's just way too much facilitation in the process for doing these Alliance raids. It kind of sucks actually. So Aglaya, unfortunately, like goes back to C tier, but for the time of its release, absolutely an A tier Alliance raid for sure. Now, Euphrosyne. Here's the problem with Euphrosyne, because the way how Aglaya worked at the release of its time, people just didn't really have a lot of like hope for Euphrosyne. People were kind of like, oh, like, you know, Aglaya kind of like so like Euphrosyne probably gonna also be like And the problem is that like they weren't wrong. Unfortunately, Euphrosyne took a bit of a hit, because Nofika, people were in love with the concept design of the boss fights. But there's only one boss fight in Euphrosyne that carries the entire Alliance raid, and it's Halone.
Everything else though, including Nofika, which honestly it sucks because Nofika is actually like a great designed fight. It's actually kind of challenging in certain aspects, and aesthetically it looks incredible. But it like kind of sort of just like it's not really in a position where at the time of its release people were kind of going like nuts over it. You know what I mean? People were definitely enjoying the beauty and like aesthetic of it. But the thing is that like for a boss fight, the only one that actually served like a punch to the face challenge was Halone. Even Menfina at the time of its release, she wasn't difficult. You can safety game her and you didn't really care. So it really was one of those like, oh, like just like, again, pay attention to the thing. The one thing that sends all of these bosses down the poor pathway is the hitboxing. Menfina's hitboxing for the size of her character, way too large. Halone's is actually fine. But the thing is that Halone has other stuff ongoing that like messes up a lot of people visually, because you can sit in the wrong place and get multi-hit by Halone and she will hit you like hard still. It doesn't matter. Althik and Nimia are mechanically gonna mess up people because they're just not paying attention. But you can still kind of like whack-a-mole. It's not really like a big ordeal. But Nofika especially like had an opportunity to basically be that boss fight that would mess up like a lot of players because of how the mechanics actually function. And she definitely still kind of does some damage. But the thing that saves Euphrosyne from being put into C tier is the simple fact that it's a beautiful alliance raid to watch, and the music is absolutely incredible. But the battle content for it though kind of like hits its mark by like a bit of a margin, so it's kind of unfortunate. And then as for the current up to sync version, it's actually worse. Halone still thankfully messes people up with the content creep, but with Menfina, you don't even spend that much time fighting Menfina post ad phase, unfortunately. And Althik and Nimia you can practically skip now. You can literally burn one of the two and you skip the rest of the mechanics. There's actually like not a lot that on goes during that boss fight, but because you have to fight two targets that have been separated at the time, everyone now just kind of picks one and like wails at it. And for some reason they fight Althik the hardest because of some reason, and they leave Nimia for last. I don't know why, but that's just what it is. And then Nofika is like, you defeat her within like a burst window and a half. You can do almost 2 burst windows, she's out. So the power creep on this boss fight from its entirety is like really bad, but at least Halone still kind of carries. So I'm kind of cool with that. But her carry is not enough to like put her anywhere up. That's my issue. So that's where it boils down to personally. Because people like sitting at the Limia longer. I mean, again, she's cool, but like I like when the content actually like posing like a challenge. It's just unfortunate, but like yeah. Also, is that a hot take? No, that's just facts. For whatever you're asking me for beforehand, so like yeah. And lastly, we have Thalia, and oh, man, I know how everyone feels. I do, because Eulogia. Oh man. Eulogia was such a bummer. Lore-wise, godlike. Design-wise, godlike. Mechanical execution, really unfortunate. But like, let's go through each boss fight. Thaliac was cool. I think Thaliac might have actually been. Thaliac puts Thalia in. That's such a word mouthful. Puts it in A tier. That boss fight by itself. The boss fight by itself is an A tier boss fight. That's it. Like genuinely an A tier boss fight. Okay, let's just keep that into where it's at. Lim Lane is her inflorescence almost level of style and design. Almost. Lim Lane is an S tier fight because what they did with Lim Lane. Well, first of all, the gimmick behind the whole like blowing the kiss thing, hilarious lore implication. I love that a lot. Lim Lane boss fight design wise, however, actually top tier design fight. Why? Because they actually hide the arena. That's actually so sick. The fact that you don't understand that the map doesn't, because usually the map actually will indicate the entire size of the boss fight, and she's actually the first one that doesn't do that. And I think that's mad fire. So the very first time we get yeeted across the thing and it becomes what it is, I was kind of like unsure of it at the time. But then once I actually started like going through it and I'm like, yo, what? And then we get pushed. I'm like, yo, wait, where is this on the map? And it wasn't on the map. Yo, it made me have the revelation. I was like, you know what? What this tells me is that they're going to do this a lot more frequently. And they did, because Brute Bomber from M7S, prime example. M4S from Wicked Thunder, prime example. I knew from that fight alone that they were going to start playing with arena stuff, and thank goodness that they did, because Lim Lane was the initial boss fight that said, hey, we can play with some arenas on some concept design stuff, and they actually made two of the best boss savage raid tiers of Dawntrail ever created, and those two boss fights alone are S tier automatically as a result of that. No questions asked. So Lim Lane is actually super, super insanely fire for that. Wasn't P7 like this? No, because P7, what P7 didn't do, I know, you're talking about Egdistis. P7 didn't, okay, so Egdistis is one giant circle, and the arena does change to 3 smaller circles, like yes, but it's not hidden. The problem is that the markers, like P7 unfortunately nerfed the marker design for the fight. So realistically, like you're not technically wrong, but also you're not correct, because if you actually go look at Lim Lane's arena, it's like a rectangle. There is a hidden smaller rectangle for when you get knocked against the wall by the flood and you have to come back in, but you don't see that on the map, and you can't see that on the map. It's hidden, completely hidden. You'll never be able to actually cover arena ground. If you go back and go do Thalia and go fight Lim Lane, the arena of that sliver that's missing, it doesn't exist. It's a hammer shape, exactly. The actual handle of the hammer, you cannot see it. It does not exist in the map. That's why it's actually so fire. And the same thing for Brute Bomber. The arena, however, for Brute Bomber does change when you do switch between arenas. That's why Brute Bomber is fire. But the thing is that they kind of hit you with a crazy, because there's 3 arenas in Brute Bomber. So that's what that was. So the reason why Lim Lane is S tier for that reason alone is because her arena, you can't see the entire thing. It's actually fire. But with Brute Bomber, you can see it, but they made a map fix, which I do give credibility for, so it's kind of fire actually. So yeah. The Dote thing still puts you at 1 HP, even still to this day, I think, which is fine. It's whatever. I don't care. Angles and Shinryu? No, because Angles, the thing is that Angles, it's kind of hard to tell, you don't really notice it, but Angles actually has the whole thing listed. It does. You don't actually know, but the whole arena is there, but when the ad phase happens, I think actually, I gotta think about it actually. I don't entirely know. Shinryu, Shinryu doesn't, Shinryu technically does do it, but the map doesn't actually, Shinryu and Angles does the Brute Bomber thing, but the platform gets destroyed, so that's the difference. So what Shinryu does is what they do in Weeping City, where the elevation changes, and when you're crossing over the tail of Shinryu, the map doesn't, nothing happens with the map. And then with Angles, same thing. The map temporarily goes away, but it comes back. But the difference is that the map doesn't change between what you do with Angles. So what you do with Angles and Shinryu is basically what you do with Wicked Thunder. But Lim Lane, the arena is actually technically different. And Brute Bomber, same thing. Because with Brute Bomber, you have square, and it's outside, and mechanics are based on the lore aesthetic of the outside, so the cameras are falling in that situation. With Brute Bomber though, you go from square to rectangle, but rectangle has also different arena plot points, and the mechanic of executing that part actually does change, right? You got the 3 things where he hangs on up and that does that thing, and then the big massive change of all of them. Sorry, I know that y'all were doing CE. This tier list took over my whole entire shit. When you slam downward, it changed the arena aesthetic yet again. So mechanically, what you deal with in phases 2 and 1 don't ever occur again in phase 3. That's actually godlike. With Angles, however, they don't do that. Angles, mechanically, what you deal with is the same on both platforms, right? He kind of just mixes it up. And then with Shinryu, they technically change it. But the thing is that with Shinryu, the design for the fight was differentiated in its own merit because of Like if you go fight Shinryu, you don't see Shinryu on the map. You have the ads, and then when you go fight Shinryu, you travel over. Then the map kind of like blinks, and then you just end up on the third platform, and you deal with the mechanics that way, right? But the thing is that the way how they hide the arena, like if you go do Lim Lane and you do it for the first time ever, you do not know by just looking at the boss fight that there is a hidden section. With Shinryu, you kind of get like an indication to some small degree. Either Shinryu comes back to you or you go back to Shinryu, right? Because when I went to go do Shinryu EX for the very first time ever, I was blind progging it. I didn't know how to mechanically anything. Yeah, that's my point. So when I fought Shinryu the very first time, because in the normal version, when you actually deal with Shinryu, the same thing happens, right? Phase 1, you're dealing with like platform breaking, whatever, and then he breaks the arena, and then he just repeats it, right? But in the stream version, he does the same thing, but he puts you on one tile. So because the normal version in Shinryu has you fighting Shinryu twice basically, and then he comes back to you, you assume that he comes back to you. So the twist in Shinryu Extreme is that you go to him. He does the tail slam, and you run the tail to get back to him and fight him. So that was the twist. Instead of having Shinryu bring the fight to you, you bring the fight to him. But the arena doesn't give you that indication, but the boss aesthetic kinda sorta does. Because like, once you go through the extreme and you're like, oh, like we defeat the ads, now we gotta fight Shinryu again. Cool, easy, obviously, right? But you don't know how to get there until you see the tail slam, and you're like, oh, that's a pushback. What the? And then the tail's just sitting there, and you're like, what? Can I jump on this? Oh shit! And then you go, right? But in Euphrosyne, you have no idea that that section's even there to begin with, and that's why Euphrosyne is S tier in my mind. So yeah. Anyways, there's that. Now for Ashan is honestly like an A tier boss fight. I like that he's like a two-parter. I think that's actually really sick. And why he's a two-parter is also really cool. So I kind of like respect the credibility for what it's worth, honestly. It's kind of fire. And then the Stairway to the Seventh is like a great little like lore checkpoint to the finale thing. I actually kind of like when they do that. When they have you fight the third boss, there's like a story intermission section, and then you fight like the final boss fight, right? I think that's actually really well designed. However, Eulogia is, if my mind is thinking about it right now, on content release, Eulogia is the worst boss fight ever. Because it's literally 12 guides do the Dragon Ball Z Fusion Ha thing, and it's just a repeat of all their mechanics. Now here's the thing. Conceptually, it's actually godlike. But I think the thought process to that fight was that you weren't going to remember Aglaya and Euphrosyne in order to fight Eulogia. The mechanics from Thalia and Euphrosyne were supposed to kind of like throw you off, but they don't. And also the damage check for this fight, or rather the mitigation and heal check for this fight, at the time of its release, didn't exist. The finale attack that Eulogia uses is actually such a peak designed attack. It's actually super freaking peak. Eudaimon Eorzea is so sick. It's just 12 AoEs that you mitigate and heal through, and then it's like, okay, cool, it's over. And then they rinse and repeat mechanics all the way through. I don't mind that, but at least they should have all been like insanely, dangerously punishing. And the problem is that they weren't. So here's the thing. For an on-peak content, I'm respectively putting it at B tier. The only reason why I put it at B tier is because Lim Lane carries that. If Eulogia was more difficult, and if Thalic visually, because they actually changed the visual aesthetic of Thalic, and I didn't actually like that. I did notice it too. Thalic's initial design, he was a little bit like more revealing, and they kind of like clothed him up. If they kept that intact, I kid you not, for like a visually aesthetic fight though, it's fire. But the thing is that like Thalic also wasn't hard enough. If Thalic was more difficult, and if Eulogia was actually like a hard fight, I'm thinking like Ultima High Seraph difficulty, Thalia would have been S tier. But because Eulogia is super easy, and it's just like a test of time, if you will, Thalia required like some mental effort, and Ashan existed, it goes into B tier. If Lim Lane wasn't a good boss fight, it would be in C tier. I'm so serious. If Lim Lane was not a good design boss fight, Thalia would be the worst one designed out of all of them. So, but for now, it goes into B tier. Now, this is on content, by the way. Post content, it unfortunately is sitting with Euphrosyne over here. Thalia is honestly, once again, it's just, you don't even deal with the giant AoE of Eudaimon Eorzea by Eulogia. You don't even, if you have 100 people, if 100 people literally are doing mechanics correctly, or sorry, level 100 players, and you sink everyone down level 90, you don't even see the AoE anymore. You basically skip that entire fight. It's really, really obnoxious, actually. So, with the on content currently as it is now, if you can buff all of these fights, I'd be cool with it. You can kind of keep these as they are, maybe like a micro buff, but all of these fights absolutely need to be buffed. That's just how that works. And I know that like we're in Dontriel, so like if Juno was somewhere, Juno is S tier, by the way. Juno is an S tier alliance rate. I don't care what anybody says. Juno is S tier. It's not here. There's no Juno symbol. But like if I could put Juno, Juno's S tier, just as like an FYI. So for both, it's on content. It's an awesome alliance rate. Juno is S tier. I don't care what anybody says. Juno is S tier. Juno boss fight from start to finish, the entire thing. Design wise, they punish you. The fight is mad fire. Archangels is her inflorescence Dawntrail. Don't care. The voice acting, the content design, everything about Archangels and Shadow Lord are S tier. Honestly, I would even Juno's even up here in S++. First, as long as they don't nerf that fight, they don't gotta nerf it. The scaling down will do its damage in the future, inevitably, anyways. But Juno is first turn is 100% S++. No questions asked. So yeah. So just to kind of recalibrate, this is the on content tier list when it was released at the time. This is the tier list for the alliance raids at the time of the release, and this is the alliance raids as they are listed now. So if you go into Alliance Roulette and you get one of these, this is the tier list for the ones as they are to this day. So there you have it. Long, but yet effective. Don't take that out of context, but there you go. Audio muffle when you were talking about the Thaliac experience? Oh, so no, I didn't actually cover it that much. Thaliac's aesthetics. So essentially Thaliac had like a vest. If I go, I can't. I mean, you can go find it. People already were complaining about it before, when they revealed his design. But Thaliac basically wears like a vest, and that's just it. He just has like, he's shirtless and he has like a vest on. Because the thing is that he's the like he's the freaking he's the ruler of the rivers. Like he's the wisdom. He's the god of knowledge. So the cute little twist is that like despite him being a nerd, he's also like, bro knows how to lift. So realistically, him being like the wisdom god, he should have been like the guy who kind of like pulls it to the scene, because like he's like here's the thing he's like the introvert that people kind of like, you know what I mean? So they clothe him up by concept, and the fact that Thaliac is used as he's the statue, and he's the water statue in Sharlayan. If you go to Old Sharlayan, the big water statue, that's Thaliac right there. So his appearance was just wildly changed when they actually like designed him for the boss fight. And like I said, people like weren't a fan of it. Additionally, mechanically, he's actually kind of fire. I actually like his mechanics a lot. The only one that I don't like is like the turn twisting thing, because it's always one that's on like a non-corner and one on a corner, and they should have just made it like super fucking random, and they didn't. So boss fight wise, like Thalia is cool. Thalia is great. He could have been a lot better though. So that's my whole spiel. So I don't know how they made like Lim Lane and Halone and then made Thalia look like that, because like them both being like kind of like water, aquatic, or ice based ones or whatever the hell that it is. I'm shocked that they didn't make him like a much
more like exciting like boss fight. So anyways, yeah, there you have it. Oh, and then this is my character. I gotta put this back though. I kind of like fumbled with the I can figure that out in time. But yeah, gonna head to bed. Oh, thank you, homie. I mean, thank you again for all like tuning in and doing some Call Crossing with me. I'm sorry that like I got carried away by this this tier list, if you will. But hey, it was a good idea at the time. What the why is it like hello? Oh, there it is. I should figure out like how to full screen my thing. Okay, there we go. Wait, can I like boom. I wish Mr. Realm can get an ultimate in the future. Well, it may not get an ultimate in the future, but it's definitely going to get a it won't get an ultimate, but it will get a Chaotic Alliance raid. The thing that a lot of people are hoping for is that in the future they come out with they release more Chaotic Alliance raids, because there was a conversation that Arthur's had with Mr. Ozma about like Dawn Trail and like the success of the content that they're releasing. Actually, Chaotic only one boss. Well, yeah. But the thing is that like Chaotic is one boss, and it's going to be one boss always. They're not going to ever make it more than one boss. I know what you mean. But realistically, what they will do, however, that they could experiment with is granted Thaliak is, or not Thaliak, sorry, Har is one boss. They only used Cloud of Darkness. They absolutely have the capability of using more than one boss from the Alliance raid. You know? So like, for example, World of Darkness, they can make a Chaotic Alliance raid out of Cerberus alone. They actually have the ability to do that content-wise. The content design for Cerberus by himself absolutely creates the opportunity to turn him into a Chaotic Alliance raid solo. Actually, so easy. Because the whole thing will just be about, you know, destroying like him from the inside out, you know what I mean? What are my hopes for the next Chaotic Alliance raid? Honestly, like, if I could really, like, I'm gonna mute for a minute so I can like think about it out loud. If I had to make like an obvious assumption, it would be Diablos from Dunscaith. But if I could ask for it to be a different one, I kind of want them to go do Amon from Circus, because Amon from Circus Tower, I would just be like extremely curious how they'd make a boss fight like that work in like a difficult setting. You know what I mean? That or they go off of like how it would function like naturally. So like that's where my mindset is though. But I don't. The thing is like with the Chaotic Alliance raid though. Chaotic Alliance raid. Oh, I know about Amon Ultimate. We actually cleared that, so that was freaking hilarious actually. Chaotic Alliance raid. It kind of has the potential to be any piece of content actually. So I don't really care what they do with Chaotic Alliance raid. I don't care which bosses. I don't have a. They literally have the design set for every Chaotic Alliance or every Alliance raid to become chaotic difficulty. They actually can. But I don't know what their pattern would be if they decide to try to like go down that route. In my mind though, I would like for them to actually work backwards. So they did World of Darkness. I actually wanted to go to Circus Tower and pick a Circus Tower boss. You know, and then go do like a Labyrinth of the Ancients boss and then go switch over to the Heaven's Ward. Because here's the problem that I'm trying to get to, and I'm here now finally. The problem is that it's kind of hard to know if we're going to even get Car in the next patch. Because technically, 7.3, they should be giving us a new Chaotic Alliance raid. Technically. But it's not even... There's no indication whatsoever that they plan on doing that. And to your point as well, like, the problem that this game is having is that they make new content. The content ends up being absolutely fire in some way. And whether or not they mess it up is irrelevant. But my issue is that they don't continue some of the current content that we have today. Now, what I mean by that as well is like the dungeon system. The dungeon system actually needs to be, it needs something different. I know that like variant dungeons are like a new dungeon system also, but the thing is that like variant dungeon is not for the casuals.
I mean, actually, no, mentira. The variant dungeon is only for the casuals, but Criterion is for hardcore raiders and like raider players. No casual player likes doing Criterion. And I think it was their attempt of trying to make content seem like because the literal challenge behind Criterion is not even like the damage check, it's the mechanic check. So the DPS check for Criterion is actually not like insane. Like obviously you gotta like know your buttons and like press your shit, but you also actually kind of don't. You can play very, very poorly in Criterion, you'll still be okay, and like you can still clear it. So the problem is that, like, again, the issue that this game has is exactly that, right? It's releasing like one-off content. Do I think variant dungeons are one-off? Yes, and also no. I do think that they will create more Criterion and more variant dungeons. The problem with variant and Criterion, though, is how do you balance and reward people for it? That's my problem. Because here's the thing. People argued that at the time of its release, Criterion Dungeons, the Savage version was harder than every single raid fight, period. Like, Sylvan Subterrane Savage was harder than P4, which was true. Mount Rockon Savage harder than P8, which is crazy, but also true. Aloe Savage harder than P12. So that's the problem. The only positive reward benefit, though, at the time at least, was that with Aloe Savage, you got exquisite weapons. And here's the problem with that. Because with exquisite weapons, they actually confirmed two things. One, it is possible to take an augmented weapon and enhance it further, visually and statistically. And secondly, there's actually like a new tier level of material, which you have exquisite. If you augment an augmented weapon, it becomes exquisite. And that's actually a gold mine of an opportunity to actually take the already existing design of something and just literally give it like a glow effect. So if you go back and think about every single augmented weapon that exists, you can actually turn it into a glow weapon. I'm talking like the 130 level 50 130 Ironworks weapons. I'm talking about the Shire gear. I'm talking about the Scavian Magitech gear. All of that gear has the potential to be listed as exquisite and have a glow effect on it, and you automatically give every single player in this game more glam to work with, because everyone is like we're all like raccoons. We like shiny. You know, shiny is good. We'll always be down for the shiny, no questions asked. But the problem is, how do you actually incorporate that kind of content in a game like today with content as it exists right now? Because Aloe Island came out, and the weapons you got from it were specific to that raid tier at the time's augmented tome weapons, right? So there's that. So unfortunately, although also not unfortunate, but like it's a whole ass can of worms. They could in theory, despite the item level no longer being relevant at the time, they could in theory go back and go touch the weapons that we had gotten that were level 600 item level and level 6 or 630, and they can actually like transform those weapons. I don't need that because I have 3, so I'm gonna not do that. And they can actually turn it into like a new glam piece. That's the truth. Will they though? It will not be for a very, very long time. And I think the number one thing that the team should prioritize in this game is actually updating old content and making it relevant to today's terms. Because doing dailies when you're level 100 is irrelevant. Doing dailies for any capacity whatsoever doesn't matter. There's no reason to ever go back and do main quest scenario. There's no reason to go do labyrinth or any of those things unless you really like, you know, need it for Bajra Relic or something like that. So it would be cool if they gave daily casual players, something to work on and work towards without necessarily having to like work extremely hard on it, but also actually create an opportunity to give difficulty to that content again. Because some of the dungeons that we had back in the day that were optional dungeons, At the time, very, very difficult dungeons. Now, though, they're all the same. Like, Hawke Manor hard is not hard. So Sestasha hard is very easy. Like, all of that, right? But the thing is that, like, people don't really sit there enough and complain about the content being easy. They only complain about the content being boring. Because boring doesn't often incite challenge, right? But, like, that kind of sucks. Pharaoh series at the time, the normal version was hard. The hard version was like almost savage level at the time. It was wonderful at the time. But now it's like who cares? You know what I mean? Sadly, too, the chaotic drops were good. The mounts would still like to get, but as soon as the general populace is done with it, it's hard to find a group that can do it. Well, so here's the problem with that, right? And you're not technically wrong. And here's my opinion. The devs thought, in my mind, I think that the devs thought that in an ideal sense, the rates of the possibility of the gear dropping, like, you know, you can get like bonus materia for doing it. Like, I think that the devs thought that that would hold people down just enough that people would still go farm it. Now, here's the thing though. Just because no one's doing car in PF anymore on like a constant basis does not mean that the content is dead. Because as a matter of fact, from my understanding, car is far from dead. You're not going to find a group in Party Finder anymore, but that's because like people do move on forward and old content becomes legacy, and legacy usually becomes like redundant or irrelevant. But, however, car at the moment is a gold mine of content. It's a gold mine. You can make so much, I mean like so much fucking gil if you can find a party of people to effectively go do car. People still, to this day, no bullshit, still want to go back and go get all the rewards from car. Every single person in this game that wants to actually go back and go do car absolutely wants to go back and go do car. The problem, like we all said already, is finding people to go do it. But, unfortunately, on the bright side of things though, there's a good way to do that. It's called Discord. What are we doing? I mean, I don't know. We were doing this, but then because I got so lost in the tier list thing, I'm kind of solo chilling. They want to instinct SOS? Oh, sure. I could do that. Yeah, let me finish it real quick. So, essentially the Discord thing, everyone is, oh, yeah. So that's the problem. The problem right now is that, like, the consumerism mentality about how to do anything in life is horrendously, like horrendously being played. Because, like I said, the way that people want to do content on a constant basis, unfortunately, like, yeah. Because here's the thing, but the thing is, like, it's been that way. It's actually not the player base's fault, though. That's the truth. It's not our fault that we only care about new content and don't care about old. The problem is actually the devs' fault. But it's not like a bad thing. They have so much room for opportunity. What they need to do is literally come up with a system. I've already established how to do it. They have to come up with a system that essentially just allows them to give people a reason to go back and go do that old shit. That's all that it is. That's all that it is. If you literally do that, yo, it doesn't fucking matter. You know how you do this is Wondrous Tales. Wondrous Tales fixes that problem automatically without even a thought to the process. But it's unfortunate because, like, again, you have to literally like, because here's the thing with Wondrous Tales. Wondrous Tales, I'm going to bed. I mean, no, I was asked to go do SOS. Wondrous Tales is Heaven's Ward content, and people still do it to this day. The problem with that, though, is that people do Wondrous Tales content unsynced. Number one problem. No lie. The number one problem is that everyone does Wondrous Tales unsynced. So you know how you fix that? You make a synced version. Make a Wondrous Tales that has to be done content-wise. You do it sync, min, eye level, no echo. You know what that ends up doing? That literally opens the window for this and this tab to skyrocket open. Because what they do, here's the thing, because Wondrous Tales by itself also has like its own problem. It's not up. I mean, I was gonna come back to the house. Wondrous Tales has its own problem. Wondrous Tales, you're playing a gamble system. That's the first problem. Second problem, the way how the content is distributed in Wondrous Tales changes. It changes per person. So, for example, if I get a Wondrous Tales book and you get a Wondrous Tales book, there is a high chance that there is a trial or a raid that you get that I don't get, and vice versa. So I might get like Omega 11 normal, but you might get like Alexander 1. But I don't have Alexander 1 and you don't have Omega 11. So we can't do it together. That's the first problem. Everyone should get the same fucking book. Everyone. And also what you do is, instead of making the content be normal difficulty, you make it all like the hard difficulty. So, and that way you turn every piece of old content into current content. So you can turn every Savage Raid that's already existed into current content, because it has to be done at level 90 or level 80 or level whatever, and you have to go do it, period. That also allows them to let the coils become valuable content. Because if you've noticed, whenever you try and queue into normal raid, if you queue into normal raid, the level 50 content doesn't come out. You can never ever do the level 50 content in normal roulette. Why? Because by definition to the player base, and also the by definition to the by the dev team, it's Savage level content, and they don't let Savage level content exist in a roulette system. And like, guess what? That just sucks. So. And again, it is really unfortunate, because they actually have the capability to dramatically increase their content flow if they simply make that a thing. And the fact that they don't, it like really fucking sucks. So that's the first problem. The first problem is that like the content is not even across the board for everybody to play. And secondly, the content is done synced, or it can't be done synced. No one is doing the content synced. So if you do that, it would be a big ass easy GG situation. But again, unfortunately, that's just not how this shit works. The rewards, here's the thing about the rewards though, because honestly, I have a fix for that too. The fix for that system is also very easy. First of all, you know how you get like the lines? The lines will give you the certificates, and the certificates you can trade, and every single certificate has a good reward. Every single one. So if you get a bronze, yo, you can get like you don't get like a materia or some random bullshit piece of gear that doesn't matter. You get very unique specific things that you can only acquire specifically by doing that content by itself. It doesn't matter. Period. That's it. You fix it. That's how you get bronze. If you get silver, yeah, and also on top of that, nothing, and I repeat, nothing is tradable. Because that's the other problem. That's the problem with Car. The problem with Car is that everything is tradable except for like one or two things, right? The problem with Criterion Dungeon, everything in there is everything is tradable. You don't have to do any of the fucking Criterion content because you can literally go buy it all on the market board. It doesn't fucking matter. So it's way easier. Why would you go do an ultimate level difficulty piece of content when you can just go pay you can just go make guild and then just buy it? You know what I mean? That's also such a huge L. And it's really fucking unfortunate. So well. So the coils, the Savage rating, the extreme trials, all that content is absolutely like unbelievably valuable content, and it's really unfortunate that they don't do anything to like fix it. They really have to, and if they don't, yo, GG's. Yo, you're never ever gonna see that content come back again. That's unfortunate. So yeah. Coils by itself added so much to the story going forward. It's kind of sad that it gets overlooked and replaced with structure. Yeah, exactly, because the thing is that like everyone goes and does coils unsynced just to go do it and then be like, oh my god. And the crazy part is too, if you complete Coils 13, you get an adventure plate framer kit. You get a framer kit for doing it, actually. You literally get a framer kit for doing it. And what sucks about that is that, like, you can do it unsynced. You can just do it unsynced. You don't get rewarded for doing content synced at all when it's old content. The only content that you actually get rewarded for that is if it's a high-end duty or if it's blue mage. And here's the problem though. Blue mage content doesn't get advertised at all in any capacity except for when the patch comes out. Because you know what they could do as well? They can make blue mage content exist in this Imaginary Wonders Tales book. And then, like I said, you just open the and oh my god, dude, I hate talking about this. Every time I do, I get fucking angry. Because that's my problem. I love this game to death. I used to be blind by the love for this game. I never actually like I never actually thought in my mind that doing the content meant anything. Because like for me in my mind, I said it to myself all the time. I was like, yo, this game is perfect, it's flawless, it requires no issues, or it has no issues. That's what I used to tell myself. And then I woke up and I was like, you know what, I'm bullshit. Game actually has a lot of issues. But what people do though, people are over exaggerating a lot of the issues that people have about this game. The game absolutely has problems, it does, but the issues are absolutely over exaggerated. Are there certain issues that absolutely like fucking suck though? Like yeah, 100%. But there are absolutely some issues that don't actually have an issue. Like Chaotic Alliance raid is not a problem. It's actually fine. The problem is that the appeal to doing the content with the player base in mind is just not I can go DPS and make it easier, honestly. So and like, yo, that's facts. That's actually facts. So it would be really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, but it'd be so true if there's a possibility, and it's just not. And like I said, it really fucking sucks actually. So here's the other thing too, because they will. I'm betting. I bet bank on it. I'm betting. Oh wait, you can actually clear this. What the fuck? I mean, you still gotta mid it though, but like, okay. Fair enough. The thing is that like, yo, blue mage content is going to make a surge because it's not gonna happen this time. They won't do it this patch, but they will 100%. They will 100% give us like a micro conversation about Beastmaster, because Beastmaster's still coming out. Beastmaster's still coming out. We're still getting Beastmaster. It's going to be a limited job. It doesn't matter what kind of job it is. It's coming out. We are 100% getting Beastmaster. And when that comes out, people are going to go crazy over it. And then just like Blue Mage, it's going to become irrelevant content because like you only tap into it when you want to. That's the thing. They need to fix that. How do they fix that? You know how they do that? Very simple, actually. And this is what I'm hoping for. Beastmaster comes out and it's a tank. Beastmaster comes out and it's a tank class, not a DPS. Everyone's like Copium, it's a DPS. No, shh. Because yes, I get it. I know that Blue Mage is a DPS that can act like a tank and a healer, but Beastmaster needs to be a tank that can act like a DPS and a healer, right? If they do this, then that means that you have two roles now in limited content, which means when 8.0 comes out, we get another limited job, and it's a healer. And then you have yourself roles. You have a healer limited job, a DPS limited job, and a tank limited job. That means that there are mechanics that can be specifically targeted at them that require composition that you can use, and guess what? They can get their own rating that's not just a repeat of what we had back in the day. You don't gotta go do Shadowbringer, Endwalker, Dawntrail raid. You can just simply do the raids that are specific to those jobs, and then you can actually, if they ever have the balls to do it, you can turn these limited jobs and make a limited ultimate. You can make a limited alliance raid. You can make a limited trial, a limited dungeon, a limited normal raid, a limited variant and criterion dungeon. You literally open the floodgate with limited content. Now, obviously, it's like, oh, like, why would you make this limited when you can just make it like for everybody? Like, I get that. But the thing is that, like, Blue Mage shit is meant to be like exceptionally experimental. They experiment with the power and the functionality of buttons and mechanics with Blue Mage. So they're gonna do the same thing with Beastmaster, and then they can do that with tank shit. And then what they can do is conceptually take stuff that they get out of that and put it at the actual baseline of the game. And they do the same thing with healers, right? So that's how that works. Now here's the thing. With the Phantom job system that we got with Dawntree with the Cold Crescent, people are already obviously going way out of their league to figure out, like, oh, which Phantom job can turn into a limited job if they decide to do so. Why? Because there's already jobs that we have that are in-game, that are in this, that actually have a thing, right? We have, like, Samurai, we have, like, Time Mage, we have all these jobs, right? And only a small handful of them are actually utilized in the actual content, that are based off of jobs that already exist in game, right? But there's a knight, but there's no paladin. There's no warrior, but there's beastmaster. There's no dark knight, there's no gunbreaker. There's monk, there's no dragoon. There's no ninja, but there's samurai. There's no reaper, and there's no viper. There's no white mage, scholar, astral legend, or sage, but there's oracle and time mage, right? There is bard, there's no machinist, there's dancer. See, so they've actually kind of mixed and matched a bunch of these things and put it into a thing, and then they call it what it is. So realistically, they absolutely have the capability of doing what it's got to do. So we'll see. But again, we have no idea because we have to see the content come out. So it's gonna be such a huge like question mark above the head until they actually like release the shit. So it kind of sucks actually. Beastmaster is basically when summoner can Titan can tank. Beastmaster should literally just be fucking Pokemon. Your Beastmaster, you know, oh my god, I choose you, Chocobo, and then it's a fucking bird, right? And then your hotbar changes based on your summoning, and then it has certain attacks that it uses, and then if it's low on HP, then you can swap it out, and then you can bring out like I don't know, give me like another monster. Give me like a fucking Tonberry. Boom, I got a Tonberry now. And then the Tonberry has its own attacks, right? But then certain beasts that you bring out, maybe one is like a DPS. Maybe one is just like a healer. You see what I'm saying? Or maybe like you have abilities. You have like a bunch of abilities, and then based on what you pull out, it changes the effect of what it does. Like, right? Let's say I have like a spell attack that I cast, boom. But the effect of the spell will change if I bring out the bird. Maybe instead of being like a point blank base attack of like 200 potency, it's like a dot, right? Maybe if I bring out like the what I call this thing, like the Tonberry, instead of being like a base attack, it's a base attack, but it also heals me. You see? Like, I don't know how they're gonna design Beastmaster. I have no idea. But if I did make a choice, I would make it, just make it Pokemon. Because then you can have like a PvP mode, which would be sick, by the way. And then you can have people being fucking 1v1ing or 24v24 people just fucking setting up wild-ass animals and going crazy, actually. Bruh. So I have like no idea. Make it, I feel like this is how someone's supposed to be. I mean, the problem with Summoner is that you only get to pick between one primal to summon and do like a bunch of cool shit, and then you pick 3. In order to make it much more like incredible by concept and design, you need to make every single 30-second usage of a thing with Summoner be a different primal. So going from Solar Bahamut to Phoenix to Bahamut to Solar Bahamut or whatever is like okay. But it sucks because now there's only one that matters, and it's Solar. And you use it every minute. It's dumb. But Titan, Garuda, Ifrit, having those 3, not good. But also the problem with Titan, Garuda, Ifrit is that they only have an offensive follow-up, not a defensive. The Summoner should be... by concept like the strongest caster, but it's not by concept because like it doesn't have that capability, even though it used to be. But the thing is that like Summoner used to have like a 3-minute rotation for an opener. Now it's 20 seconds, right? It doesn't matter that they went from 3 minutes to 20 seconds. What matters is that the aesthetic behind a summoning is possible, so that you can actually go like super insane with it. You should be able, what you should be able to do with Summoner is have the hotbar at the bottom be a bunch of abilities, defensive and offensive, and then your second hotbar is every summon that you can possibly pick. You have 3 gems. You pick 3 gems based off of what, and the problem is being able to actually surmise like which one you would pick, because the problem is that like you would only pick the 3 that do the most damage. You know what I mean? You pick the 3 that do the most damage. So the problem is you got to fix that. And the only way I could possibly think about fixing that is that you have a summoning system that basically is used to be offensive power, and then you have another summoning system that is meant to prepare those jobs for offensive power, right? That should be the idea, at least in my mind. So like, for example, like, you know, if I want to have, if for Garuda Titan, I got to get like Leviathan, Shiva, Ramu. And then like Ramu, you got to activate a thing to be able to activate like Swift Casts. And if you don't have Swift Cast activated, then like when you press like your casting shit, kind of like Monk, not kind, I mean like a little bit, but like not really. So let me kind of explain. So like, you know how right now Summoner, you summon Garuda and Titan and all their shit is insta cast, but Ifrit is like long cast. So for example, because Summoner shouldn't be like a 30-second rotation job. It should be like a stance job. Because the objective for Summoner should be to prepare the 2-minute window with Bahamut. So you spend instead of spending, what, 15 seconds with Bahamut, you should spend an entire burst window. So like it should, like a burst window under a pot should be 30 seconds. Facts. But in order to do that, though, you have to actually channel multiple different elements of primals to actually power up the inevitability of Bahamut. How much they gave me through Garuda on Ubu? How much? I mean, I don't know. Whatever. I don't think that you gotta really pay me anything for that crazy, honestly. I don't know. I mean, what are you offering? I don't know. I mean, let us know whenever you're like around to do Ubu or something. We can get you to Garuda. Garuda not fucking easy. It's only 2 minutes long, so sure. Let me quick looking for stuff. Okay, so like, if we rework Summoner and we turn the burst window is only Bahamut. Now here's the thing, in my mind, Bahamut becomes more powerful the better you buff him in prep for the 2-minute. So if you don't prep him correctly, you get like the blue Bahamut, like the dog shit one now, that one that used to be godlike, right? So if you don't prep him correctly, but Bahamut's ready to go crazy. Oh, I'm not in Bahamut. Hold on, I gotta. Right? Then if you're like a bad summoner, and you don't have, you get this Bahamut at level 100 and whatever. If you get like if you don't prep Bahamut correctly, you get that Bahamut. Let's say you activate like a couple of primals, you go kind of crazy, things are kind of cooking, then you get Phoenix. And then let's say like you do some really good prep and you follow like the rotation correctly, then you get Solar. And then let's say that you maximize your efficiency like to the T, like on some crazy godlike shit, and you're ready to like run the pockets, whatever, then you get some like even more godlike level of Bahamut. And because then the way that you operate on that format determines how you can execute everything while in Bahamut phase. So for example, let's say that I need to summon, let me rephrase. If I use Ramu's power, it will grant me the ability to use a certain number of abilities instantly, meaning that I don't have to cast. If I don't do that, then I have to actually cast my spell. And obviously, like, if you do that, right, then you at least facilitate the process, right? So instead of having all this mobility with Summoner, if I had to actually like rework it, then that's what I would do. So that's it, but that's only if I use remove. That's only if I use remove. Only. If I use Shiva, let's say for example, because Shiva's ice and like ice kind of cold and like dot, every attack that I use has a follow-up dot, like 3 seconds long. You get like an extra tick of damage if you have Shiva activated. If you use Shiva's power, boom, you get that. If I use Leviathan, I can cast like a little. No. Let's not do that actually. If I have Leviathan, then I have increased movement speed. Boom. If I use Garuda, I can cast faster. If I use Titan, then I can empower like my Akmorn. And then like if I have Ifrit, then you know, I can all my attacks are AoE. There you go. That's it. That's how you do it. Right? All my attacks are AoE. So now here's the thing. You only get access to 3. You only get access to 3. So you have 6 choices. You have 6 choices. But you can only use 3 of them over the course of like the 1 minute window. So now so here's the thing. Now you got to think about it. If Ifrit activates AoE, if Titan activates follow-up, if Garuda activates speed, if Shiva activates dot, if Leviathan gives you mobility, and then if remove gives you instant cast, now you got to actually think about which ones you got to use in preparation for the burst window. Would fast casting be better than instant cast? That depends. Because maybe okay, so like let's take a fight into account. Let's take an ultimate into account. Think about let's use like an easy one. Let's do Uwu. We'll do Uwu. So in Uwu, when you fight Garuda and Uwu, like Summoner at the very beginning has to basically smack Garuda, right? Has to smack Garuda, and then there's like a moment where there's plumes. So you have to actually hit a bunch of AoE on plumes. And then you have to get ready to watch for when she flies away. And then you got to deal with like a mobility option, right? So there's choices. So if you, let's say for example, I don't know, you can like, let's assume that you can like pick 3 to start with. Some bullshit for now. Let's say you pick 3 to start with, and you're specifically doing Uwu. That means that you want Ifrit because Ifrit AoEs. Let's say you want, actually no, you don't even gotta do that. No. What you can do is you can do the Bard thing. If you do the Bard thing actually lets you pick and choose which ones you want without having to actually worry about it. So let's say you immediately use Ifrit. Boom. Ifrit gives you AoE. Then you want Garuda because you get fast cast, so you can cast more frequently while you're in the window. And then let's say you want like what is it? Who's the instant cast? Remove. So now you activate 3 Primal's powers together to activate, and you summon Bahamut. So you have AoE, you have fast cast, and you have instant cast, and you use that to hit the plumes down. Boom. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of fire actually. But then you only single target versus Garuda for the rest of the fight until you go to Ifrit phase. There isn't a moment until you get to the second half of that fight where you got to do AoEs yet again. So if you can prep Bahamut again in that kind of concept, then again you get to pick and choose which primals you want, and then you summon Bahamut, and then Bahamut's like a thing. Yo, you automatically make summoning a lot more intuitive because it depends on which ones you have to actually utilize, because you don't get to use every single summon. You would actually pick and choose which ones you want to use. And that actually will in turn like change how the job operates in like its entirety. So, and that's just the concept in mind for like summoner alone, you know. So ideally, how the summoner rotation works will change every single time you try and play summoner. It will just change, and that's fire actually, because now you don't really care about you don't only summon the same 3 shit and then like just use the strongest one and then use the next strongest one and then the weakest one and you move again and you rotate. You actually your damage actually depends on like which ones you, or not your damage, your rotation moment depends on which one. Because like, let's say for example, you're doing Uwu with the Garuda Plumes and you don't pick Ifrit. That means you can't AoE. So you have to, and that's a loss in damage. You cannot AoE. That's not good, right? But again, a smart summoner who knows the fight will know that they want Ifrit because you can AoE. And a bad summoner won't give a shit because they're like, oh, I'm gonna just pick these three and then I'm gonna just go ahead and Bahamut, right? And they don't give a shit. Doesn't matter in Uwu because you lose 14 abilities and you have to summon it. Well, I mean, hypothetical, right? We're conceptualizing. You're not wrong, but like, shh, let me cook. But also in theory though, I would incorporate the idea that like you know, again, you still have to make it work in some way, shape, and form, right? So now again, now let's take the next example. Now we have Ifrit. Ifrit, you fight Ifrit once at the beginning, and then there's Nails. In theory, there's not as much AoE that you have to do, and you mostly have to focus your targeting on Ifrit if you're trying to skip Ifrit at the end. So now, what would you pick in that case scenario, right? Now here's the thing: you're also a caster. You're playing summoner. So you have to actually deal with baiting the eruptions under the nails. So you need instant cast. That way you have mobility. You probably want Leviathan so you can move faster. And then you probably want like Garuda so you can I don't know, like, you know, you can fast cast. Right? And then you go through the rest of the phase. Boom. Now here's the part. After you do the Ifrit half, the second half of Ifrit, the summoner has to once again go bait eruptions, and you probably want to repeat it again. Now let's go to Titan. Titan, you stand still except for when you gotta like slide cast away from the way that it lands. You probably don't. You can probably cast. Let's say like you know how to like slide cast. You don't need instant cast, so you don't gotta use remove, right? You don't really like need fast cast because he's only there for like 15 seconds. And then, like, let's say and then it's single target, so you don't need Ifrit. So you can grab Titan, you can grab, who else is it? You can grab Shiva, and then you can grab, like, Leviathan, or some shit, right? Boom. You have your Carlos. And again, like, the affectation of how it works will change. See? And then you go through the rest of the fate of Ultimate Weapon, and then Ultimate Weapon is Ultimate Weapon. You gotta deal with, like, whatever that is. So you gotta deal with, like, you know, in Ultimate Weapon on the opener, you stand still. So obviously you don't want anything that has you moving. You want to just sit there and cast away the whole time. Now the problem that I've at least explained through this though is that like the problem that I've made is that Shiva has a dot. Actually, you know what? I gotta think about this actually. Because the thing is that what I do not want a primal to always be used as a requirement in the rotation. That's not what I want. I don't want you to always pick Shiva because Shiva has a dot on top of her shit. I don't actually like that. So I would take that out. Because if it's AoE, which doesn't matter if you're doing like a one-on-one boss thing, right? Remove... I mean, I guess they actually all do. No, actually, I take it back. We can keep the dot. Right, so at least like that's the concept of how it works. Now, unfortunately though, in my whole like rant about what I would change, I've only explained the offensive side on how you would summon. Because the problem that I've explained is that like it doesn't really explain, or what I've showcased doesn't actually explain how long you would stay in each primal form. It doesn't. In my mind, personally, you summon Bahamut every minute. Because objectively, if you use 3 primals over the course of a minute, you're going to eventually make Solar Bahamut. Like, let's say you only use 1 primal the whole time. You get Small Bahamut. And then if you use 2, then like you get like Phoenix, right? So, and then the power output of Bahamut depends on how many crystals you use. So realistically, you always want 3. But if you can't fit 3 for some magical reason, then that's a problem, right? So your goal is to fit 3. But a good summoner would always make 3, and a bad summoner wouldn't, you know? AoE makes Ifrit useless in 90% of fights. Dot makes it 100% necessary. Well, that's why I'm trying to like avoid that situation. But at the same time, though, like not really. I mean, again, it dramatically depends. So if I had to rework the dot thing away, I would change the dot thing. But like, yeah, that's why I was trying to like avoid saying dot, because you don't need AoE all the time, but you could use it if it helps. But the dot thing is way too powerful, unless what we do instead is actually. Let me rework it like this. Instead of having the like Shiva have a dot on top, it changes your damage to dots. So the damage is equal regardless if you're dotting or not dotting, but the damage is so like the potency for an attack, let's say, I'm just thinking out loud. The potency for an attack is still like 500 potency, right? Let's say that for now. But the difference, the difference is that the potency just changes. You instead of doing like just base damage, you do dot damage, because maybe you're fighting. Because I'm trying to think about like a scenario where this will actually make sense. Let's say, for example, you fight in E7S. E7S is the Idol of Darkness. That's the boss that has the wing, like all the birds and the wings and whatever, and you gotta fight that thing. You know how you have to fight 3 mobs, adds in different locations? So you can't pull them together. They're forced to be separated. They're forced. It's a requirement. So, in my mind, that's what it is, right? Is that oh wait. Oh, I forgot about that part actually. I'm over here like yapping by nothing. The problem is that, like, let's say for example you switch between like one, you know, you fight like let's use this for example. If these were all pooled together, then you would want to just use Ifrit but not Shiva. You know what I mean? What's up, Kellen? How you doing? But then, like, let's say we take Idol of Darkness, where the ads have to all be separated, but you can't keep targeting one after another like on repeat. But what will be helpful is if you can hello? What would be helpful is if you could like you can put a dot on 2 of them and then put your target focus on the 3rd. That actually will allow you to initiate uptime. But again, that's only if a smart summoner knows how to do that, right? It's not actually indicative for like a summoner to like need that information, but if you did know that information, then that will separate you from being a good summoner from a bad one. That's what we'll do. I actually like that concept a lot. So, and also the dot does not stack with the base damage. So if you use the dot, actually, fuck, that's actually so complicated though. Because I don't want you to have to apply the dot on a constant on top of like your base damage. I don't want that. So I mean, again, this is all a theoretical thing, but this is what I'm designing. So like, let me be in here for a minute. And yeah, like let's say that the boss becomes untargetable. Like same thing, right? Like same thing. So if the boss becomes untargetable, like same exact issue. If the boss is untargetable, then putting a dot on the boss is a bad idea. Like you want to try to avoid that at all costs, right? So at least that's like my mindset and concept to it as well. Oh, I don't want any of this stuff actually. So there's that. Problem is that design around niche is rather around niche use rather than general use and just isn't good for the newer content than it is. That's not true though. The problem is that like right now the game, the content base wise, design wise is getting simpler by functionality. The problem though is that there are certain moments, I'm certain, where certain fights are going to be very weird by functionality because of those changes that are allocated to a job. So like certain jobs already have that issue today. Like it doesn't actually matter. So the whole idea of like keeping the 2-minute burst window thing, like I get it, but having everything function the same for every single job every minute or 30 seconds or 90 seconds to me is like hella whack. The 2-minute thing is fine. But the everything else around the 2-minute thing is not actually okay. I'm not like a fan of that. The problem though is that like certain boss fights are designed around 2-minute. Like I get that too. So it's not gonna be easy to design it around that concept. Like I know and I understand that. But the objective is to just simply like I guess, create a sense of a job that actually appeals to the actual design of the job, and also create a separation of skill level between somebody who knows what they're doing and somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. And that has to be applied for every single job in the game right now, because honestly, the jobs have actually been too simplified. This is like a given fact for sure. How you doing? I'm actually doing pretty. I'm chilling. I don't know what we're doing. We're doing like freaking. Oh, we have a Sprout homie who we're just putting through unsync and like getting them the check mark for content. So like we're just kind of chilling. And meanwhile, I'm like reworking Summoner in my mind. I don't know how we got here. Oh, we got here because we were talking about like fucking like doing content with like certain things, whatever. And I think we just went down this like rabbit hole. So I don't know. We're just like yapping about video games and 14 right now. So. Fuck it, mine it. Yeah, I mean, because this first happened when I was talking about Wondrous Tales. Like, I went on a whole like tangent about how much I hate Wondrous Tales, and then we went down this other rabbit hole talking about like other stuff, and now we're talking about like how to rework Summoner. I guess I don't know. I honestly like kind of like I got lost in my own sauce, so like it is what it is. So here's the thing, Dawn Trail did the thing that I'm happy about. They made the content challenging again. That's good. Content in this game is actually not necessarily super easy for a lot of players. That's good. Now, obviously, for Savage Raiders, it's kind of like whatever. The only problem content that was released since the release of Dawn Trail is the ultimate. Only content. Everything else, though, is perfectly fine. Like, the Savage Raids is fine, Dungeons is fine, Trials is fine, except for Zelenia for some stupid-ass reason. Otherwise, though, like, content is fine. There's actually not like a big issue with a lot of the content that we have in the game. However, though, it's just unfortunate that like the jobs can't be fixed on top of the content. We gotta have to like kind of sort of deal with like both of them. So I don't like that personally. Like I wish that they were actually already undoing some of the stuff that's been happening with the job design. But I'm not really like gonna come after them for it. Like I don't really care, because the truth is that like even still like being able to apply your job in a boss fight is still a challenge, and that's a good thing. But it'd be nice to make the jobs like more complicated than they currently are at right now, even though there's already an issue of like button bloat and like a lot of buttons, but a lot of jobs also don't have anything like that, so it's kind of unfortunate and like really awkward. So again, I'm only thinking out loud, but my biggest problem out of all the jobs is like there's a lack of a lot of things for some of them. White Mage and Sage are not my favorite right now, for one reason alone, and it's a very minuscule reason, so there's that. I do not like Machinist. I do not like Summoner at all. I don't like Red Mage, despite it being my favorite caster. I don't like Black Mage at all. I don't like Ninja, and I don't like Dark Knight. Blow up removal, trust me, no one is more mad than me. No one is more mad than me that Blow Weapon got taken out for Dark Knight. No one. I don't care who's the #1 Dark Knight in the world. I'm more mad than them about that button being taken out. 100%. Trust me. I hate that change. That's the most hated issue with Red Mage. It doesn't do as much damage. It should do more damage. I don't care. I know that it has like utility of like Vercure and Verraise, but in a realistic perspective of doing DPS as a DPS that is Red Mage should not be low in terms of damage. It's a hybrid melee caster job. It should be up. Even if it has Cure and Res, they should take out Res, and you should actually allow Red Mage to blend in with the melee DPS wise, because that job is the hardest caster to play out of all four. Playing Red Mage is mad difficult. Oh no. Let me reiterate. Red Mage design it's honestly, Red Mage is one of the perfect jobs of 14. When I say perfect, that means that like the amount of change that has been allocated to that change or to that job has not been enough to inquire anything that is like a difficult issue. Red Mage is a perfect job. because and it's been perfect since Stormblood. It's been perfect for Stormblood. It's still perfect to this day. The only problem with Red Mage is that it doesn't do damage in comparison to the rest of the party. That's genuinely the only problem. Even after they changed acceleration and did what they did with Grand Impact, it's still a perfect job, because the fact that you have a mobility button that you can press that's optional, aka you don't use it in the burst window, doesn't delineate its burst window. Red Mage burst window has been the same, and it's been perfect since Stormblood. So it is a prime example of a perfect job, in my personal opinion. Also, Ninja is not perfect melee DPS. That job fucking sucks. Sorry. Yeah. So Red Mage is my favorite caster. It is the best caster, but it sucks because it is the worst caster. It's absolutely not allowed to be the lowest caster job. Not allowed. Summoner does more damage than Red Mage, and that's disgusting, actually. Now, I'm not one of those people who thinks that like a job being more trickier to play therefore should be like harder damage. I don't think that at all. But I think that a melee, unless it's like a pure DPS job, a melee should always out DPS a support job. And Red Mage is currently listed as a support job, which honestly sucks, because Red Mage mid-combat maintaining maximum uptime has zero utility outside of Magic Barrier and Addle. You don't use Verez or Cure at all in a full-time combat scenario. You don't. The only button you have is... What the fuck? Yo, where did he come from? What's up, bro? The only button you have is Magic Barrier. And that's crazy, because, like, if I was in a scenario where I'm boss fighting people, in my party, no one should be dying. Except for prog. In a re-clear scenario, no one should be dying. So the only button I press besides Addle is Magic Barrier. That's it. And the problem is that that's really, really unfortunate, because Red Mage is the weakest job after all the melees are completed. It's more powerful than all the P range, but it's still weaker than Picto, and it's still weak. It's equal to Summoner. It's equal to Summoner, and it has a buff. Yeah, but the buff doesn't matter though, because the thing is that, like, if that was the case scenario, then like Machinist would be high, but it's not high. Machinist has the window where like the floor of its damage is higher than the floor of everybody else's damage, but the ceiling is lower. So it's really difficult to do dog shit damage with Machinist, but it's really easy to do good damage with Machinist. But the buff thing is irrelevant, because Dragoon Monk are top 5 in the game right now, and they're buff jobs. Ninja is right behind Samurai in terms of DPS output. But Ninja's always bad at the beginning, but it always ends up creeping up like crazy to the end. Reaper has a buff, and it's the worst melee out of all of them. And its simplicity design does not allocate job performance. It only has Arcane Crest. In theoretical, the weakest job should be Monk, because Monk has hella utility buttons. The fact that Real Earth can become Earth Reply, and you have Mantra, and it's number 4 right now DPS wise, that's so stupid. Now, don't get me wrong, I love me some Monk. Monk is mad fun to play. The job used to be mad complicated. If you recomplicate Monk and you let it keep its utility, then you can keep it at where it's at damage wise. But right now, Monk should be where Reaper's at. If not, it should be at where Red Mage is at. But the problem is that it's a melee class, so it's not allowed to be low. It should absolutely be low though, but it's not. Yeah. So. No, I know you wrote it that way, but yeah. So I used the opportunity to kind of segue in though, right? The problem with Ninja is that Ninja is not a support melee. It's a DPS melee, but the support behind the job used to be like its best asset, and they took that shit out, and it fucking sucks. The fact that Ninja's Trick Attack, or Kunai's Bane now as it's called, is a 1-minute job that's a solo thing is horrendous. This is not allowed to be a solo button, not under any circumstances. That is mad cringe. The reason why Ninja was so goated back in the day was because it had a party buff every minute, and every job can benefit from that on some real crazy shit. Because that's the reason why Ninja is not a good job. If they you instantaneously change my mind if you undo that. if you make this the party buff and this the single target buff, but you give Ninja the opportunity to go sicko mode on its 2 minute with its 1 minute, you change my mind. But right now, it's not gonna happen. They haven't fixed that for me personally since they made that change in the first place. Ever since they made that change, Ninja has been whack. No one plays Ninja. No one. Not no one, but like the population of Ninja players is exceedingly decreased dramatically as a result of that change. There's just more fun jobs to play, and Ninja's not one of them, unfortunately. Also, making this button a mobility button, I used to have a problem with it. Now I'm kind of like, whatever. But again, like, Ninja used to be mad cool, and it's just not cool no more. So, Disney bosses and poking boss, I mean, sure. Ninja need more frogs. Ninja actually needs... You know what Ninja needs? Ninja needs summoner treatment. The one that I just talked about. So what I really like about Ninja is, like, if you use Raiton, you can use Forked or Fleeting Raiju. I actually love that a lot. I almost wish that they did that with Ninja a lot more frequently, and they make the job very strict to play. You should be hand signing the whole time with Ninja, and the fact that you only get to use it every 20 seconds, not my favorite, honestly. Don't get me wrong, brother. I love Ninja. I loved when Stormblood was a thing. When these used to be OGCDs, I loved Ninja. Ninja used to be god-like in Stormblood. And it got like a little deprecated in Shadowbringers, but they tainted in Endwalker. So, like, the fact that I had to basically press this button and then do my Ninja in between was so fucking sick. And when they took that out, it was like, you know what? Like, that's not cool. But the thing is that, like, at least you still could have, like, your party buff every minute. And then when they took that shit out, I was like, nah. Now I don't care no more. I loved Ninja more than every melee. And that's crazy because I'm a Dragoon player. Dragoon is the other perfect job even after the rework. It's still perfect. They can't mess up Dragoon. Even after they botched and removed everything they gutted the fuck out of Dragoon, it's still the best melee in the entire game. Still. It doesn't matter. It's still the best melee. They reworked that job, it's still the best melee. They can't possibly fuck up Dragoon, it's impossible. The way how Dragoon is designed is just unbelievable how much. The only problem with Dragoon is that it doesn't have any sense of self sustainability except for Life Surge, which is not an issue, but Dragoon absolutely should be at the same amount of power as Viper and Samurai, despite it having 2 buffs. Actually, 3 buffs, rather. It absolutely should be at the same level, because the complexity behind this job is still unbelievably so good. You look god-like incredible if you can play a good fucking Dragoon. You don't look like shit if you play a bad one. But like playing Viper, no one cares. If you play a good Viper, whatever. If you play a good Samurai, whatever. Playing Reaper used to be perfect on release in Endwalker. They broke it in Dawntrail. Now Dawntrail, they broke Reaper. Reaper was also next to Dragoon. Reaper was next to Dragoon when it was out in Endwalker as a perfect melee job. It was perfect when it was out, and then when Dawntrail changed it, they changed Reaper, and now the job is not perfect anymore. So it's not my favorite shit. So yeah, sucked on any kind of pain though, losing red juice. Oh no, don't get me wrong. Like I understand that too. So like my thing is like, I don't necessarily mind. I don't actually mind how Ninja functions. I think Ninja's actually like, Ninja's cool. It's just not. Ninja's cool. It just sucks. And here's the problem. There's only one change in the entire. Even when they got rid of Armor Crush and got rid of the Mudra timing, or the Huton timing, and they changed it with the Kazematoi, even that change is like perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with that change at all. My only problem is Trick Attack. Them changing Kunai's Bane, Trick Attack and Kunai's Bane into a single target buff thing, it killed the job for me. If they literally put it back, you instantly turn Ninja back into a perfect job. Instantaneously. It goes from being the worst melee to being tied with the best on an instant win. But I don't know if they'll do that, because the problem is that like Ninja, if they do that, Ninja has to, as a result, do low damage in comparison to its melee predecessors, which like it already does, but every other job gets to dramatically come up as a result of that. And that includes jobs that benefit from buffs. I'm talking like Machinist, I'm talking about Bard, I'm talking about Summoner, I'm talking about Dancer, I'm talking about Red Mage. And any other job that has like a little like a burst window. If you have like a ninja involved, yo, having a minute burst button with a ninja that has a minute burst button would be fucking godlike, because every single tank and every single support or healer would benefit from that change automatically. But ninja can't be the highest attacking melee as a result. It has to be the lowest. But the utility that it brings needs to be at the same level as Scholar. Everyone clowns on Scholar's damage, but Scholar has the best buff button in the entire game. And it also has the best utility healer kit in the entire fucking game. No bullshit. It does. Everybody knows that Scholar is the best job in the entire game, because it can solo heal every piece of content by itself. It doesn't give a shit. It doesn't. You don't need a pure healer when you have a Scholar. You don't. You need a pure healer when you have a Sage. That's literally the facts. And guess what? That kind of sucks, because you know what? Scholar, not a perfect job. Scholar has a bunch of problems, but that buff that it has is godlike. And it's unfortunate because that button is 2 minutes, which is fine. But if Ninja's button was 1 minute, like how it functions, then it automatically becomes at the same tier list level as Scholar does. But they're not going to do that. I mean, at least I hope that they do, so we'll see. But that's the unfortunate thing that it fucking needs to fix. Yes, Mug needs to be a 1 minute button like it used to be. Mug used to be a 1 minute button. Now it's a 2 minute button. They got to fix that 100%. So, all I can say with 8.0, personally, job identity, maybe you go back to buff job again. Well, that's the hope. Okay, so here's the thing. Let me let's bring it back in. The thing is that during Endwalker, let me just make it very clear. During Endwalker, Yoshi P made it very clear that throughout the expansion, the identity of the game was temporarily lost because they turned the game into a single player MMO experience for the story's sake. Every piece of content, this includes Dawn Trail, every piece of single player MSQ content can be done by yourself. And that's facts. That's just facts. The problem with that, though, is that also at the same time, though, it's not true. Because Trials and Endwalker, Shadowbringers, Stormblood, and Heavensward have to still be done with other players. Dawn Trail, however, you can do the entire thing from start to finish with Dawn Trail. You can do all of Dawn Trail from start to finish until you get to Interphos by yourself. You don't need to party with anybody, and you can enjoy all of Dawn Trail until the finale. And that's the only time you actually need people. And guess what? That's the best, because you literally give every player the opportunity to solo the story by themselves and not have it be ruined by anyone. But the trial content still gets ruined by players still to this day for old trials. Boom. That fucking sucks. But the only one that doesn't do that is A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn on expansion ARR is the only content that you can actually solo from start to finish the entire time, and it does not matter. You can literally do I don't know how to play Ninja. I haven't played Ninja at all, so don't judge me for my shit. Oh, actually, I didn't even press my Bunshin, so I actually understand that. So yeah, you can do all of A Realm Reborn. You can do all of A Realm Reborn by yourself. Post A Realm Reborn, however, nope. Post A Realm Reborn, nope. You gotta do Post A Realm Reborn with people. Now, here's the thing. They are fixing that. They are planning on adding duty support for all of ARR, which I think is good. However, they cannot neglect the trials. You should absolutely be able to do all of the trials by yourself. That way, if I make a new account and I have nobody to play with because I don't want to, I don't want my experience ruined by anyone, the entire game, MSQ-wise, any quest that has the typical 14 logo needs to be able to be soloable, period. And they're not there yet. They're working on it, which is good, so I'm not mad about that, but they gotta work on that. So, my point is, I'm back here now. The point is that all the content throughout Endwalker was facilitated for the player base because the content was made easy. The hitboxing, problem with White Mage, I'll explain that. I got you. So they made all the content in Endwalker MSQ wise that affected trials, that affected dungeons, that almost affected raids. All the content is too easy. Big ass hitboxes, big ass everything. Everything was a problematic issue in Endwalker. Not a fan. So I would have preferred if they found a way to what the hell did I just do? You automatically have a clue. I would have much preferred they find a way to like make that shit work in a better light, and then they don't. But it's okay though. I'm not really, like I said, I'm not losing any sleep over it. So not a big deal. But the problem though is that the player base doesn't give a shit. The player base is like, oh, content's bad, easy, shit's bad, boring. But the problem is that like we are the reason why the content is boring and easy, because like we complain too much about the content being too difficult because we don't practice and learn. Because some of these fights back in the day when they were on content were unbelievably difficult to do. People had a hard time actually going through them. And that to me is why it's an issue. So Dawn Trail's design currently is to fix the job or the content balance. Content is being designed to be exciting, and exciting invites a challenge. So the challenge increases excitement. And they did that, which is incredible. They actually did that for everything. Oh my god. What's up, Marza? They did that for everything except for one piece of content. And it was the hardest piece of content that they released, unfortunately. Out of all the content that they released so far in Dawn Trail, 10 out of 10. Except for one thing, and it was Fru. Fru was not difficult enough, but that's not good. Now, even if the raid tier wasn't difficult enough, it doesn't matter. The first raid tier is always designed to be easy. It's always only ever one fight that's meant to be very difficult. And unfortunately, the one fight that was meant to be difficult was cheesed, aka Honeybee Lovely. Honeybee Lovely had the Mario Kart strat, and theoretically, if Honeybee Lovely stayed in the middle, that fight would have been the hardest fight for all the casual players. But because she follows you around, it was facilitated by that result. So it's unfortunate. If they literally forced Honeybee Lovely in the dead middle, it would have forced everybody to figure out uptime, and guess what? No one was going to figure out uptime. No one. And they would have all quit the raid. Period. And that's facts. But because she walks around, it ain't that big of a deal. M4 is the other fight that's hard, because dealing with two bosses worth of mechanics is like a lot at the time, but people still got it done eventually because like gear. So there's that. Now, the problem with White Mage is that White Mage is the Black Mage of healers, aka it's supposed to do the most damage because the kit and the balance kit that it brings, as a result of being a healer is its damage, despite it also being a healer. The problem though is that since the end of Shadowbringers, White Mage has never been the strongest healer, DPS wise, never. So my only issue is that's it. Literally, it needs to be the strongest hitting healer, and it's not. It's number. I think currently it's number. I think it's actually last. Actually, what's stronger than it? Everything. Everything is stronger than that. White Mage is the weakest healer. Period. Astro destroys White Mage by a mile, and it has a buff. Scholar, a greedy scholar, out DPS is a Sage or a White Mage, and a Sage like naturally out DPS is a White Mage. It has the highest personal? No, it doesn't. Sage is higher. What am I looking at? It doesn't. I'm not looking at any numbers. I'm telling you off of like literal experience. Like I've been literally sitting here watching people raid on a constant basis, and the number actually showcases itself dramatically high. Astro is the strongest DPSer. A greedy scholar will out DPS a Sage and a White Mage. Otherwise, it's Sage. Then it's going to be a toss-up, because usually scholars mint like crazy, so their healing is usually higher than their damage output, so it's whatever. And so White Mage is technically third. But if you take a greedy scholar and a regular Sage, they both out DPS a White Mage. White Mage is number 4, and that is the facts. So personal DPS, like, it doesn't matter. It's the weakest healer out of all 4 healers. Now, here's my thing. The fix to it, to me, increasing its damage is not the answer. And that's my problem. They have to actually nerf the damage from Astro and Sage to comp. Actually, not even Astro, or not Sage rather. They can keep Sage damage. Sage and White Mage should do equal damage. Astro needs to be nerfed. That's the problem. Astro is actually way too strong. For all that it has got going on for it. But they haven't nerfed Astro for one reason or another. I have no idea. But they haven't nerfed Astro. It is what it is. That being said, though, in my opinion, having Sage and White Mage be like the DPS healers is no longer cutting it out for me. So, in my mindset, the answer to that would be to actually give White Mage and Sage like a party buff, which is going to be weird as hell. But in my mind, like, it kind of works actually. Astro is far and away the strongest. Okay, how about you tell me what you're looking at? Because I'm not looking at anything. I'm only telling you from people that I played with and what jobs that they play. And I've actually, like, I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. I've never seen a White Mage the White Mage is always out DPSing other healers because the other healers are doing all the goddamn work. If you literally take the pure power of all 4 healers, White Mage is the weakest. I'm being so serious. RDPS is asked White Mage Scholar Sage. Okay, but my point exactly though. White Mage isn't number 1. That's the biggest problem. That's an issue. Astro should be like 3rd or 4th. White Mage should be number 1 and Sage should be number 2. Or something like that, but it's not number 1. That's the issue. And also, if you're looking at it by RDPS, then you have to also you can't really look at RDPS. Honestly, you can't really look at RDPS anymore because RDPS doesn't incorporate everything. CDPS incorporates everything. So, AD plus White Mage Sage Astro, I can guarantee you that can't possibly be correct. Because, if you're looking at all the bosses, and you're going to look at it like at the 90th percentile, and you go by A for all the healers, I'm pretty sure at the 95th percentile, it might be White Mage, but after that, if you go to the max output, the max possible output, Sage absolutely destroys White Mage. But again, that's ADPS. ADPS is personal damage. That doesn't incorporate the rest of the thing. So if you look at R and C DPS at the maximum interval possibility, again, this is including like the godlike gamers, whatever have you, it doesn't matter because Astro is above White Mage by a chunk. White Mage is number 1, and that's a problem. So no one looks at ADPS. You only should look at R and C. Because R and C include all the buffs and nonsense that come from like the whole party list. So realistically, like White Mage, I guarantee you if you go look at that, White Mage is number 4. And you can fact check me. I don't even know if that's true or not. I'm pretty sure White Mage is number 4. White Mage is the worst healer out of all 4. It doesn't matter. It has the best healing for recovery tools, but it's absolutely the worst healer. So they got to fix that. So that's facts. Yeah. Anyways, it do be. Yeah, you see. And I don't even look at the fucking thing. The only reason why White Mage's damage is so effing good is because of the fact that the only reason is that like Scholars, Astros, and Sages, they sit there and they dummy heal. They sit there and they're like, oh my god, not max HP, let me go sling my shit. A smart healer will let natural regen and like the single regen tick actually like do its thing. And like that's the issue. Because with an Astro and a Sage, Astro and a Scholar, people like don't need to do that. If you let Astro like throw out like a collective unconscious and like a slush opposition, you don't have to sit there and throw out like a Helios. You can literally let those two fly and then just keep busting down. But healers don't do that. So that's the problem. So in my mind, I kind of sort of need them to like, again, I want White Mage to be number 1. I'm not happy that it's not number 1. It needs to be number 1. So if it was number 1, then we'd be fine. I wouldn't have any issues with White Mage at all. Because even with the mobility that White Mage has with like Lilies and Glare 4, doesn't actually like bother me. Because it also doesn't even have like mitigation like that. Like Temperance and Dying Caress is like fine. So it's like not a big deal. Because like the cool thing about that at least is that like the healing that White Mage does is like super comfortable. And that's good because it's a very like standardized healer in how it operates. And again, I think that's actually like so fucking godlike. The problem though is that like just White Mage just is not the job, dog. It's the comfy job because it's the easiest job to learn and play. Astro is the hardest healer to play next to Scholar and Sage, but if you can play Astro well enough, which everyone does because like meta is meta, then you stay with Astro. Guaranteed 100% on my bank account. If anybody is playing in the World Race and the next Ultimate coming out in 7.3, every single comp is going to have Scholar and Astro because they're the strongest healers and they provide buff to the team. And that's disgustingly wrong. So playing Sage and White Mage is useless. The only reason why you play both of those jobs is because they're easier to play in comparison to Scholar and Astro. And like, that sucks. Isn't Sage supposed to be? Sage and White Mage should be tied for top DPS. It doesn't. Here's the thing: if White Mage is number 2, Sage must be number 1, and if White Mage is number 1, Sage must be number 2. But that's just not how it is right now. If what Kellen's telling me is correct, then I'm assuming that like if you go look at the maximum percentile, it's gonna be Astro, Scholar, Sage, and White Mage. And the chunk between Scholar to Sage is going to be massive. And it's because Sage and White Mage, both of their kits require healing and require buttons to be utilized. Scholar and Astro actually have buttons that they can incorporate in their rotation and actually be powered up by it. So for example, like with Scholar, you can throw out a bunch of like energy drains, which is like 100 potency per drain. But if you can sling out 9 of them, guess what? You have 900 potency for a thing. That's a lot of damage, actually. It kind of snowballs up with time. And then Astro, if you want to try and like go kind of stupid, you can give yourself the spear card and then let your rotation fly off the handle, and that also kind of puts you above. Now, in a natural format, though, like, yeah, like from natural format, if you just put all 4 healers next to each other in a 1v1 versus the dummy, yeah, Sage and White Mage is number 1, and Astro and Scholar is number 3 and number 4, like for sure. But the thing is that in a team composition fight, like we have with the content that we're doing, that's just not possible, right? It don't work that way, unfortunately. The way how Sage and White Mage work in performance comparison to Scholar and Astro, the problem though with this, and we should definitely like remember, the problem also is that the way how these fights are completely unorthodox. They are, because in M6, well, sorry, in M5, there's a delay in your ability to perform, and therefore there's a delay, but there also is a buff you get that definitely like skews the metric and how things operate. In M6, there's literally fucking like 14 adds to fight, and like, brother, that's a whole ass ordeal. In M7, you fight adds in the first phase that matter. In the third phase, they don't, so that changes up a lot of things. And then in M8, there are no adds, but there is downtime. So the way how all 4 of these fights function, there is like no fight in this entire tier has like a full uptime, untouchable, maximum rotation fight. Not a single one of them. Every single fight has a gimmick. But the problem is that which healers actually take advantage of said gimmick, and the only ones that really get to take advantage of it are the ones that are in first and second, and it's those two. And like, yo, like I said, like, yo, that fucking sucks. So now, don't get me wrong. Is White Mage like a bad job? No, White Mage just isn't number 1. Can they fix that easily? Yeah. Have they though? You know, take with what you will. So I think they actually I thought they actually buffed White Mage. No, or did they buff Sage? They buffed one of those healers this patch, and like it's like still not enough. So yeah. Now I think realistically, personally, I don't care, because I don't play healer. If I did play healer though, I don't care if Astro is the worst DPS. I like Astro the most out of all 4 healers between like just playing healer. And then out of shield healer between Sage and Scholar, despite Scholar being way better than Sage, I prefer to play Sage, because I can't play Scholar, because like I'm not the Scholar who can hit the high DPS number. I'm like kind of dog shit. You know what I mean? So like there's that. But every time I've gone in and played Astro, even for like a prog part, like a Reclure thing, I've chunked past my other healer, and I don't even have Biss. So like, I'm not saying that I'm good. I'm just saying that like, yo, the DPS output between those healers is not correct. It needs to be fixed. So there's that. So yeah, the whole like advertising DPS as healer thing has to kind of sort of come to an end, personally, in my opinion. The healers are all beneficial automatically if they all have a buff. Now, is that going to be kind of like dog shit though? Like kinda, but also like it's kind of like whatever though. But the thing is that like I kind of prefer it like a little bit. I think if White Mage and Sage got buffs that got like party-wide buffs, I'd kind of be okay with that. But the problem though is that like White Mage and Sage technically do have party-wide buffs, and it's called Presence of Mind and it's called Phlegma plus Psyche. Like you press those buttons in burst windows, and that's like your power. That's like your buff. But the thing is, like, it doesn't increase like percentage. That's the problem. So that's why I'm not really like a fan of the idea that like pure DPS for healers, because like a healer's job, at least in the concept in mind of a lot of people, is to heal. But the fact that 14 players record healer based off of their DPS and not their healing is actually like very unhealthy, because if there was a piece of content where a healer is only ever allowed to heal and they cannot DPS, I think that would actually be better, because it actually creates a lot of engagement for a healer to actually do their job, which is to heal. Because the problem right now that healers have is the same as the problem that tanks have. All tanks have the same problem. Despite their mitigation being somewhat kind of different, with like their 2-minute button or like their rare 90 or their short, they're all used the fucking same. That's whack. And I'm actually like not in. Now here's the thing. I do personally think that's a band-aid. I think that they did it with Dark Knight especially because like Dark Knight kind of like giga powerful in terms of mitigation. Dark Knight is the strongest mitigator tank out of all 4 tanks, and they made it stronger, which is like whatever. But I think that at the same time though, the fact that if you go look at any mitigation sheet for any fucking at every fucking like Savage Fight and Ultimate, where the button get pressed by every tank is the same shit. I hate that so much actually. The only difference is the invulnerability, and honestly, like hot take, as a tank main, yo, invuln needs to become a little bit more useless. But that's just me though. So yeah. Probably better to look at healer duos than individual healers. Well, that too, especially. Yeah, like I think that's the other combination that comes into play as well, because they always come in a pair. And that's the thing though, because like you have to consider like what kind of content we're talking about, right? Like if we're doing Savage raiding, 90% of the time you have to have a pure and a shield healer. In my mind, what that means is that there's only 2 shield healers and 2 pure healers, not 4 healers. Right? That's what I think. Like real talk. But you need one of each. So honestly, what I would like for them to do is actually separate these 2 categories. Like tank and healer need to be separated. You need to have physical tank and magical tank, and you need to have pure healer and then shield healer. But they're not split that way right now in the composition of the game. If they were split that way, then it wouldn't matter, because then all we would do is compare Astro to White Mage and Scholar to Sage. But we don't do that. We compare all 4 of them to each other because they're all under the same category. It would be more healthy to compare White Mage to Scholar, or White Mage to Astro, and Scholar to Sage, because they both have the same like functionality behind how they function as healers, right? That's how they operate. But we're not going to ever know how to make that comparison until we get more healers that kind of fill that role, right? But it's going to be kind of hard for them to incorporate 8 healers when there's only like, what is it? There's 13 DPS and then 4 tanks. So if they automatically bring like, 8 tanks and 8 healers into the situation, then like, yo, first of all, making them different is gonna be tough. Secondly, making the invuln different is also gonna be tough. So like that's already like a whole ass bunch of situations to deal with in the first place, right? So it's a whole ass ordeal. So considering the skill of a person of Astro's at the highest level though, I'm not tripping about what being the worst in it. Well, the thing is, like, I think people are arguing also that, like, just because a job requires more skill level doesn't mean that it needs to be higher damaged. Because that's how I feel about Red Mage. I think that just because Red Mage has a higher skill level than every other caster in the comparison, doesn't mean that Red Mage needs to be the highest. Just like, I think that by Red Mage's functionality, job design-wise, the fact that it's the only melee that has, like, a full-on combo that is required during its burst window is like, unacceptable. Like, Summoner has Ifrit, but, like, you also can fuck off with Ifrit whenever you need. You actually have a lot of freedom when to use Ifrit. right? Otherwise, you're a swift instant cast like mobility summoner job. Like it doesn't fucking matter. But red mage, their whole combo kit is designed around like a rotation for melee combo. So the fact that like there are opportunity, like here's the thing, it should be a requirement in Party Finder that like having a red mage take a fake melee spot is actually a good thing, but it's not. So if you have two melees, a Fizz range and the caster's a red mage, they have to take caster slot, which normally isn't like a terrible thing, but there are absolutely opportunities where red mage has to fuck off with its burst window because it has to be a caster, it cannot be a melee. And the easiest example that comes into play with is an M6. If M6 actually let I mean, like you could have a caster, like, or you could have a red mage be like the melee class, but the melee class thing isn't going to work for it if it's not the thing. And P3 and 7 the same situation. Yeah, exactly. So like, because you know how I know this? Because I went into M6 as a red mage, and when I was at the near DPS output as a Viper, I already was like, like red mage is so annoying, bro. Red mage is mad annoying for that reason alone. Because like the fact that a red mage actually has an insanely high burst window, but it's forced to adjust around 7 people, is like kind of whack actually. Welcome back. Like in no, like, don't get me wrong. Like look, M6 for red mage is perfectly viable. You can absolutely cook as a melee red mage if you take a melee spot. Absolutely, no question. Because you can do Moulin Etoile, and then you can literally let off like the triple spell casting and then the Perfogance, and then you can go crazy. But because of M6 ads, how you have to handle that, you have to literally fucking fight the Manta Ray with your single target combo and then sling all your shit. And the problem is you have to do it twice, and you can't do it twice because during that moment, what is it? The fucking the combo's ready to go, but the Mana Ray's hitting you with a water, and you have to bring it to the corner. You have to. So literally, red mage's rotation during M6 ads is completely botched as a result. You have to fuck it up in purpose in order to even like create the opportunity to fucking power up. But if you let red mage cook as a melee in M6, it's almost as strong as a fucking Viper. It's actually so disgusting. The other opportunity though is honestly the better one. I don't know why the fuck we do it this way, but we do. Is that like we break free of the healer first, which is stupid. I don't know why we do it, but we do. If we do it the other way around, when we break the caster off first, it would fix all the problems. But we break off the healer. Trust me, I know. Lava sucks if it's workable. That too. But the thing is, like, you gotta if a smart tank is aware that a red mage is in the process of like the window situation for the lava, the smart tank would put, which like I do this by the way sometimes, a smart tank would put the boss on the bridge so that the red mage can get the combo off and then pull the boss over. But the thing is that like tanks are like normally brainwashed to like not do that shit. They gotta bring the boss over, and they gotta just assume that the red mage already like bust the cartridge with the combo, that it don't matter no more. But guess what? They don't do that shit though. If your tanks are dog shit, you get double Moulin and Mention Sugar. Well, yeah, but like the thing is like you don't get double Moulin during the combo situation because of the Mana Ray. You do during the second half, but the thing is that everyone pots the first wave of ads for Cleave Max. So the red mage it's literally the only fucking job. Red mage is the only job that does not benefit from Cleave Max because of the fact that it's simply a red mage. If it was unless it was melee fake. If it was fake melee, it could absolutely benefit from it. But if you naturally were the only red mage and only caster in that party comp, you're required to scuff your shit. Or you gotta like jank the fuck out of it. And what you have to do is you have to put your water next to the white mage's water and force them to come down while you go this way, and you drag your combo in the process while the music get dragged over, and do it that way. People pot in the first wave. I mean, In my personal opinion, the first wave is the better wave, but like people pot the second wave to kill the fucking Muse and the ads faster, I guess. But if you're trying to get like a 90 something, if you're potting second wave, unfortunately, it's not correct. Unfortunately, that's just me being me. I'm just telling you the truth. If you pot during the first wave, you're not missing as much. It's way better to pot first wave than second wave. Everybody pots second wave so that they can just get past the ad phase. That's what it is. But you absolutely shouldn't be doing that if you're trying to go for the funny number. Everybody should pot first wave. So, like, yeah. It sucks though, because again, like you're being told how to like optimize the situation, and like I get that shit, but like I said, I literally don't. I've never potted second wave in my entire life, and like my number always higher than everybody else's. So like I'm only speaking from my personal experience as well. So, yeah. Now again, like I said, I don't know. I personally could be like omega fucking wrong, but like because I don't have the 100, right? But if I have like a 90 something with like dog shit gear, if my like 741 gunbreakers out DPSing like a 752 paladin because of me knowing how to AoE my shit with my potion, yo, that's not a job problem. That's like a fucking that's a player problem. You know what I mean? So yeah. So like I said, in my opinion, like you should be potting the first wave. You pot as soon as the second set of Muse is targetable, because the tank is gonna grab everything and slide it over to the mana ray, and everyone bust the cartridge, because all those Muse are still targetable during that. And if the tank is quick enough, they pop their sprint and they slide everything, including the boss, under the second mana ray, and you can do it twice, and it's actually so fire. But like I said, people don't really like. People don't really like do it that way though, because like if you pot during second ad, if you do it during second wave with the pot, you have to fight the boss, 2 Muse, and a mana ray if it's still alive, and not the Yans. But when you go up against the first wave, you got the boss, you got 4 squirrels. You have the cat potentially, and you have the mana ray. So like 7 versus 4, like yo, anybody who pots during second window is not doing it correctly. So 7's way higher than 4. So I literally told all my people to go pot that first wave, and guess what? They always come up with like a big ass fat check. And they've been like, no, I think that you're wrong. I'm gonna do it in second window. And I'm like, yeah, word? What'd you get? Okay, okay, you're right. Exactly my point. You know what I mean? So again, that's just me though. People don't figure out the things. They just listen to what people get told in like guides, and like, yo, don't do that shit. What's up, Prince? How you doing, brother? If you try and figure it out for yourself, you will also see for yourself. You're like, yo, oh my god. Because like I said, when my DPS was at 38,000 with 740 item level as a red mage during M6 ads, I said, yeah, I'm never changing my shit ever again. Yo, like, and I didn't even bother either, because I think I watched somebody else do it during the second window, and they didn't have the thing up, but they were like, yo, my roll was bad, and I was like, where are you at? And they were like, oh, like, they were like low 30, and I'm like, what? During that pot window? Oh, that's a big funny number. There you go. 37,000 DPS per second on the red mage is disgustingly so sexy, like sloppy hot. You know what I mean? But anyways, certain boss fights would dramatically benefit from certain jobs if they were actually allocated to be able to function the way that they function. You want to know what job that's heavily slept on? Is red mage in fucking Fru. Red mage in Fru, like, yo, low-key sleeper. Low-key sleeper. People, I mean, yo, people sleep on red mage a lot in Fru. Fru red mage is mad powerful for a caster. Fru is the only fight in my mind immediately that you're actually allowed to like let a red mage fake melee. No bullshit. Finished work, got up to detox with some game music. Yo, Dub, what kind of music do you listen to game wise? I just think I don't know. So the thing is that like if you know how to play, if you know how to optimize red mage, yo, you can cook harder than a fucking melee. It can pull. Well, that's what it is. But the thing is, like, even when it can pull and like it can do its thing in an ultimate, like it still doesn't like, because like if you try and compare, I mean, it's not easy to compare like UCOB and like compare like UCOB and like Uwu, because like it's kind of gross actually. But like in UCOB, like same like UCOB out DPS is sorry, not UCOB. Red mage out DPS is like almost every like melee minus like monk and dragoon. It's like it's literally mad powerful. Toxic Avenger? Ooh, okay. I feel like I know Toxic Avenger. Isn't that like a... There's some songs I used to listen to. I gotta look it up actually. I'll keep it posted. But also the problem with that though is that like remember like Viper Viper Reaper Ninja like kind of whack in UCOB. So it just like lets Red Mage kind of come up, right? And then in Uwu, brother, Uwu is disgusting. Uwu literally, yo, it's mad weird. In Uwu, three casters are top tier in Uwu. 3. That's actually so insane. You can literally bring 3 casters and cook. The only caster that's not cooking in Uwu is Picto. But I don't even think that's true. I think Picto can cook. It just people haven't been sitting down and playing Picto. So. But otherwise, like, yo, like Red Mage is... Black Mage, when it gets reworked again later on, they'll fix that shit. And they'll make it bad-ish again. But I think that, like, realistically, Red Mage is actually still mad godlike. Black Mage is just kind of stupid right now. I hate Black Mage right now. The change that they made for Black Mage is, like so far from my favorite. So, but, like, we'll see when we get there. Anyways, yeah. The only ultimate that Red Mage sucks in is DSR. Only one. Like, do not play Red Mage in DSR. It's worse than Machinist, by like a chunk. Like, it's unfortunate. Which sucks because like Red Mage actually kind of like has the opportunity, but it's gonna be really bad actually. Red Mage is gonna have to get a range melee combo if they continue down the path that they're going down, which is sad. I mean, they already have one. But what sucks is that like. What sucks about it is that it's like a filler button. You're like not supposed to press it. So that's why here's my honest opinion. Which are we in queue for? Oh, we're not queued for any fight. I think I've been just like yapping. We were doing all of the like extreme trials on Dynamis with like homies. We had like a Sprout friend who's like it was like their first time ever. Like going through like trials, and they just wanted to like unlock the extremes, so we kind of like burned the extremes. So I have like Sea Sacrifice and like a bunch of Seiryu totems and like Shimmeryu and like that kind of thing, yeah. But I'm just sitting here, so we're just kind of ranting about FF14 as a whole. I don't really think that they're going down like a bad pathway with Red Mage. Actually, on the contrary, I have high hopes. Actually, the reason why I have high hopes for Red Mage is because of Summoner. With Summoner, they actually said what they said about it, and it actually really piques my interest. If with Summoner, but I spoke. I mean, I'm just going back to Ultras to check retainers. I don't know if we were doing anything, so I was just kind of like chilling. But yeah, I can come back if anything. But yeah, the thing about Red Mage that gives me hope is that they said with Summoner that they're considering taking out the res for Summoner. Oh, she was unlucky in 5. Oh, then like let me know. I can come back. That's fine. I was not paying attention, so like it's fine. I had no idea, like no bullshit. So the thing about so because with Summoner they were in the talks during the keynote saying that they were going to remove the res from Summoner. I'm hoping they do the exact same thing with Red Mage, because the reason why they're removing the res is so that they have a purpose to give power back to Summoner. Because Summoner lore and canonically is supposed to be one of the most powerful jobs in the game. But Red Mage isn't, because red mage is a hybrid of both a white mage and a black mage. But the thing is that like the red mage design kit actually incorporates it that it should be as powerful as black mage and Picto, because it's a melee job. So there's that. Now here's my thought process though. If they take out res for red mage and summoner, then it doesn't necessarily mean that they need to be out DPSing melees. It just means that they get to blend in with melees, because a red mage should be more powerful. A red mage should be like at the same strength as like the 3rd strongest melee, and a summoner should be at the same strength as like the 5th or 4th strongest melee. But they blend in though, right? Unless they specifically turn them into support jobs. So there's that too. People like red mage chain resonating too much. Casual would not. Super people would really identify. No, it's not true though. I don't actually agree with that. I think that like if there here's the reason why I don't entirely agree with that. I think that it is going away, but I think that they're going to compensate for the res thing as a result for the casuals not being able to have it on red mage. Because the thing is that like there's already too many DPS that red mage is actually like a little bit of an uncommon job. It's like a little uncommon in comparison to the rest, but it's because like it's not like Pictomancer. Like the reason why that's the case scenario right now, because like Summoner is easy to play, red mage is hard to play, and Picto is pretty. Boom. Black mage got a rework, so it's taken over. So out of the four casters, red mage is the 4th one being played the most, which is fine. It's not about it's like not an issue actually. However, though, red mage removing res would be actually like totally fine for me, but if red mage removes the res, then red mage just needs to be able to, like, in some way, shape, and form, like DPS better than it would in other case scenarios. Now, if they remove res from red mage, they simply need to find a way to give res to everyone in the casual player base. I think that's actually very easy, because of the variant dungeon system. The variant dungeon system actually incorporates like that whole like or criterion dungeon rather. The criterion dungeon system actually incorporates the opportunity for them to actually allow this to happen. If they made this a button that you can press in dungeons normal, that would fix the casual thing. And it would also deter away people from needing to rely on 2 jobs, possibly, on saving people. The tank player and the melee player can actually be helpful and save the dead caster and healer, and allow dungeon content to actually thrive. I think if they also put that into consideration, it would also allow every job and content for that matter to be more difficult. And for me, that would be the biggest W, because Dontra's already on the road and making content more challenging in the raid perspective. Now, the only thing that they got to do, which in my mind, they're doing this in 8.0 based on what I've heard, 7.0 is about making the content difficult again, and they're succeeding. 8.0 will be about making the job execution more difficult. I do not know what that means, but I'm hopeful that that's what it is, because Dontra is successful in doing what it was set out to do. So if they fix it with the job system, it'd be fire. Will it be possible? We have no idea, because again, like the way how the jobs have been getting changed over the course of the expansion, it all feels like a bunch of band-aids. Phoenix Downs? I mean, that would be a good fix too, actually. I mean, I'd be cool with that too. But the thing is that Phoenix Downs has the same recast time as like an actual res with no swiftcast. So you'd have to actually fix that too. You have to give out like the swift casting too. And the swift casting can be fixed if you just make it a spell that can be instant casted, or you make Phoenix Downs instant cast. But I don't think that I don't think that they should actually do that. They already have a thematic item that raises people. Just give X Phoenix Downs per party. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's my exact thought process too. If you literally give every single job a just literally call it like a dungeon res. Like a dungeon res, or same thing. Like, you know what they could also do is just go the monster hunter route. You have a certain number of lives as a collective party, and you have to complete the dungeon. And if you don't, then like you like fail or some shit. Because like there's no way that you die more than 10 times, right? Like there's no way you get more than 10 deaths in a dungeon. If you do, like, that's fucking trash, right? But even if one person dies 10 times, like that's still fine, right? But like 10 lives across an entire party going through a dungeon like Sessiion, like there's no shot, right? Now other dungeons, like, yeah, sure, but again, they should. I wouldn't be opposed to that, because again, it allows the devs to make content more challenging. And that includes dungeon. Because like I said, the fact that like all of these MSQ dungeons, whatever, I don't care. But Orm Vale is an optional dungeon. Samael, optional. Cutter, optional. Temple, optional. Right? A bunch of these Holly is optional. These are all optional dungeons. Even this level 20 dungeon should be a difficult-ish dungeon, and it's not. It's a level 20 like who gives a fuck dungeon. Back in the day though, that dungeon wasn't easy. Back in the day dungeon wasn't easy. Orm Vale, people wouldn't do Orm Vale because the bosses were too difficult. Which is crazy, because the problem was actually the mobs. Cutters, people didn't know how to deal with the Chimera at the end of the dungeon. And guess what? People would be like purple and blue out. And guess what? Everyone still ate shit regardless. Zamael was too difficult. For, which boss was it? Second one? Second one. You know what I mean? So the thing is, like, even these early-ass level dungeons should be optional dungeons. They should be challenging. Wanderer's Palace? Boom. Pharaoh Sirius, Emperor, well, actually not Emperor Key, but like, Pharaoh Sirius, all these hard dungeons are not hard. That's a bunch of bullshit. They're just like redesigned. You know what I mean? Now, if they just call it like a redesign or like a rearranged mode, I actually be okay with that, because rearranged doesn't mean hard. It just means that the way you go is different because the map is so damn big, right? Instead of in Hawkeye Manor normal going down the left corridor, you go up the stairs. That's cool. A big ass mansion. You get to explore different parts of the mansion. That'd be kind of fire, actually. You know what I mean? So, like, for me, I don't need them to make an ultimate, per se. But I would like... And this is another fucking segue. I would like for them to come up with a name. It can't be hard. It can't be savage. It can't be criterion. It can't be ultimate. It can't be chaotic. It can't be extreme. There needs to be another parenthetic name that they use, where they basically make the dungeon challenging. Kinda like what they did with Criterion and Criterion Savage, where it's kind of like a gauntlet kind of ordeal, but like that can't be it though. Because the content being difficult doesn't mean that the DPS check has to be difficult and the boss mechanics has to be hard. Extended? I'd be kind of cool with that, actually. That's actually like a great word, actually. Yeah. The extended dungeons will be sick, actually. Because the thing is, like, Heroic and Mythic, again, sure, some WoW dickhead's gonna be like, yo, like, you stole my shit, like, whatever, but like, yo, extended is actually like a great one. So let me give you like the rundown behind what an extended dungeon would be. Because what I would incorporate is that every single dungeon that was released expansion wise would be extended and at the max level of its intended usage. So Sestasha, Tamtera, Copperbell, Holly, Totorek, all these dungeons, including Cash and Praetorium, should basically get like an alternate version. The bosses are different, the mobs are different, the arena is technically different, and you should and as a result, the content is more difficult. But the reward you get cannot just be poetics. You know what would that be great for? Is that hypothetical Wanderous Tales book that we were talking about, where you can get seals and you can trade seals, and seals are like grindy content that you can use to trade for items you can't put in the market board. Because buying shit on the market board, fucking trash. Now, realistically, if you can collect seals and you can get certificates, you can trade them. And the thing is that it's party finderable. If all of it was party finderable, then that little fucking dungeon icon would be full of dungeons that are all extended difficulty dungeons. And guess what? You're having casuals prog dungeons. Yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The more the better. The more the better. Even if it's, I would say though, like considering Castrum and Praetorium just like wouldn't have the cutscene. Because again, like it's just supposed to be like an alternate version. It's like a what if scenario, or it's just tied to a quest line, right? Like I'll give you like a prime example. Let's take Praetorium. You know how in Praetorium you defeat Gaius and then he goes into the thing with the ultimate weapon, and then you got to fight him in Pro Decumana. If you go through the hello, thanks brother. If you go through Praetorium, you make that left, you go down the elevator, and then you descend down the desk and try and figure where the ultimate weapon is at. Instead of the elevator going down, it goes up. Brother, I don't want this bullshit. Instead of going down, it goes up. And then you find out that there's like a secret weapon. And that's the final boss fight. And again, the objective is that and here's the thing. Even if it's extended Praetorian, yeah, he gave me 3 hard-boiled eggs and fucking don't care. And he walked away on some RP shit. Anyways, Praetorium being a level 50 dungeon means that Praetorium extended needs to also be level 50. Yeah. The content that the fight came out with dungeon-wise needs to stay at the level that it was at. Period. Why? Because even if players are like, oh, I don't have an AoE at level 15, like whatever, it doesn't, you get 50. Because the thing is like, gear at level 50 is irrelevant. If you made extended content and you have it be synced downable, then guess what? All the gear at level 50 becomes like relevant for the casuals who want to do the content, period. But guess what? Casuals don't care about gear. They only care about glam and finding something to do. So if they want to be level 100 and sink down to 50, that's cool. But they got to work with a job kit of functioning at level 50, even with their level 100 bullshit gear. But a hardcore casual player who wants to like maximize efficiency in this extended dungeon shit will go get Bis, which is the level 50 gear that, and then guess what? You can trade that shit and get some cool fucking shit. And then guess what? You make content that is dead or relevant again. You know what I mean? Maybe make it just the max level of expansion it was in. See, I've thought about that. But my thing is that like, I don't want people to like, I want players, because here's my thought process. I want players who are in A Realm Reborn and progressing through A Realm Reborn that take their time going through it to do this content. That way they don't gotta rush through. Because the number one issue that I have is when people rush through the MSQ just to catch up to the max level. I don't like that, actually. So if someone wants to go enjoy the lore and take like their sweet ass time doing it, they can do it by at least in some light with content like that. So like, because sometimes when you see the little freaking the freaking thing you're about, you're like, oh, I want to click that shit. Like, what the fuck is that thing? And you feel like, oh, like it's a Stasha extended, and you're like, what the fuck is that? And then you unlock it, and then you open up Party Finder, and it's like a tutorial system, and it's like, hey, welcome to your first like extended dungeon. What this is like it's an alternate dungeon piece of content where like you go through the dungeon you've been through before, but like there's like a twist and also like difficulty. Boom. And then as a result, you're forcing players to actually figure out how to like meticulously go through the dungeon and actually deal with the difficulty. Now, I know what point you're trying to make, but like here's what I'm also hoping for as a result, because I will admit some jobs at level 50 snooze fest. However, I think that, again, the reason why I want them to start at the level that they're at is so that they learn how their job functions at the level when it... Because here's the thing, if a casual just goes from 1 to 100 and they never do any hard content ever, they don't know what the fuck they're doing with the job that they're playing. They're just like, oh, I'm trying to be edgy Dark Knight, so like, yeah. Or like, yo, I want to be Scythe Reaper, yeah. Whatever, right? So in realistic perspective, even if it takes one player, to be like, oh, I'm level 50, I beat Praetorium, cool, now what? Oh, look at all this fuck ton of content you can do now before you actually go to Heaven's Ward. and then extended dungeons is an option, if that one player is like, oh shit, there's like a harder version of these dungeons, I want to do them actually. Boom. You automatically give people a reason to go do that, and then again, it's like fire. The other thing is that other players like myself who've already beaten all the content available in the game already, like I actually have an incentive to go back and go do that content. Right? Because there's a resource, like let's say there's like a mount that I want, and you can only get that mount by farming the seals. Right? I need to go get seals. I can't go to the market board and just buy it. I can't have somebody do it for me. I gotta go in there myself and go do the content. And it's grindy, farmable content that anybody has access to at the same time all the time. All of a sudden, again, you kind of pique the interest for the thing. Stop hurting the seals. Listen, I will protect that little boy with my life, all right? I will protect that thing with my life, but I gotta put him through the gauntlet, all right? I do. Maybe to those of it, a more casual where the end of a level is the dungeon it is, and the more hardcore version where it's max level with the expansion. I mean, I don't want to necessarily Criterion Savage it, because I think the purpose should be to just like prog the extended version. So you know how like Fork Tower is right now? Because Fork Tower is like a prime example. People are progging Fork Tower, casual and non-casual, and the hardcore players are having like an easy ass time because like the mechanics in Fork Tower not that difficult. Right? But the casual players are doing relic grinding, and there's a thing that's tied to it, and the thing is that like it appears every half hour, so it's like, oh my god, red sky, what is that? I want to go do that thing, and then you find out that Fork Tower is fucking difficult. Right? But the thing is that the majority of the power in Fork Tower comes from the phantom job, not from the actual job you're playing. So a casual player can still do like okay damage if they go complete Fork Tower and shit. But again, a good player will know how to mechanically execute their rotation in their job while also the phantom jump at the same time, versus a player who's like, oh, I'm gonna go cannoneer and just cannon, and I'm gonna sit and wait till my shit ready. Boom, cannon, and they just rinse and repeat. But the thing is that that's actually valuable, right? So if you have the casual who's like, I don't know what to do, but I want the mount. Okay, cool. Pick this tank, go cannoneer, just use cannon. That's it. And if you're in danger, use mitigation. I don't know if it actually works that way, but I'm just saying, like, if it didn't like fire. So that's like the idea. So like, in my mind, that's what I want. I want them to take the idea of the Criterion and the variant dungeons and apply it to every dungeon, but not because the dungeon content is like what is like bad or nothing. Because the dungeon content's fire. The reason is because the unfortunate truth is that the casuals don't give a crap about rotation, job design, job balance, nothing. Yo, they see Gunbreaker and they're like, oh my god, Gunblade, I want a Gunbreaker. But I don't know how to press this buff button. They don't press that shit ever. On my mama, that's what it is. So Gunbreaker players that want to play Gunbreaker but never press that fucking button piss me off. So realistically, I wouldn't care if a Gunbreaker player plays like ass, but can still have fun. Because I don't want to take the fun away from it. But now let's segue over to healers. Because what happens when you go into a dungeon, let's say you go into a dungeon like Mount Gulg, and you do the mega pull, and you have a tank that has no res, you have a melee that has no res, and you have a fizz range that has no res, and you have a healer, and they are the res. And let's say the healer is fucking dead. Who's picking up the healer? Right? No one. That, to me, is a problem. Genuinely. I have a problem with that. Oh my god, thank you. Right? That's my problem. If the healer dies and there's no way to actually, like, bring the people up kind of thing, it's a fucking issue to me. Now, you can fix that with the system incorporated in the variant dungeon combo system. Like, absolutely. I don't really care if they don't do proper combo. I want the things to do paint. No. You're not. That's not my point, though. My point, though, is that, like, I don't care if they don't do their shit either. But if a casual player is like, Gunbreaker's too difficult, and the devs are like, yeah, let's make it easier for everyone, but it doesn't benefit the raider players. The jobs should be designed behind the raids, not designed behind like the casuals. That's why I'm hoping that with 8.0 they fix that. They should make the job design allocated behind, in my mind, the ultimates, much more so than the freaking Savage Raids. The ultimates should be the primary focus on what the job design is based off of from a rotational burst window perspective. Because the casuals don't care about that shit. Even if a casual goes into Uwu for the first time ever, they're not going to give a shit about how to press buttons. They're only going to give a shit about how to mechanic, because that's every casual. No offense if you're casual, but when casuals go through content, their objective is to learn the mechanic, not figure out how to pot or burst window. Because like I've already encountered people who go into the content like Uwu and they play like a 2.5 paladin or a 2.5 gunbreaker, and they do the same rotation that they do in like 100 level content without Lionheart combo or Random Beast and Noble Blood, and then they single target Garuda, and then they AoE the Spiny, and then they still focus on the fucking Garuda and not the actual rest of the plumes, right? So a smart player will figure that shit out, but a not like a player who doesn't give a fuck, right? But that person still has access to the ultimate, and to me that's not actually good. So there's that situation too. Problem if it doesn't teach you is how to play it. Casual would be better if the game forced you to learn it rather than it does now, which is basically nothing. That's the other issue. And granted the Hall of Novice actually teaches you like mechanical stuff. But again, here's kind of where that design philosophy kind of like changes, because the tutorial system being lackluster is not uncommon in MMOs. Like the whole point of like understanding or learning whatever is like a community thing. And I only know this because of Guild Wars 2. I play Guild Wars 2 and I play Lost Ark, and like the same shit actually. This game isn't supposed to handhold you. It's not actually supposed to. Now here's the other thing though, because I want to actually compare it. To another game that's not an MMO at all, that does teach you how to operate the job and the button and tell you the fundamental behind how the character is supposed to play, and that's Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals actually is a definition of like how to teach, but still give you room to explore. Because in Marvel Rivals, when you pick a character and you look at the tutorial, they tell you what each button visually looks like, what it does, and how it's supposed to work. And then they give you like a standardization combo, how you're supposed to like use the character. But it doesn't teach you the advanced shit, which is cool. So if 14 does that, I'd be okay with it. But 14 absolutely should not explain to you how to do a 1-minute burst window or 2-minute burst window with the job that you're playing. It should tell you that, oh, which it kind of sort of already does, but like also kind of sort of not really. Like if I go look at the job gauge description, it explains the job gauge, but it doesn't explain to me how to use my combo. It only says like, oh, you can use certain actions with your cartridge, but there's not like an order of operation on how to actually apply the cartridges, and that you should be holding onto 3 for every window. That it doesn't teach you. The dev team wants you to explore that for yourself, and it's been that way since the beginning, because it's been that way for every other MMO that I've played also. You're supposed to figure out how the job kit works and figure out how to maximize your damage, like with your own brain. Casuals don't do that, which again is fine. But if a casual wants to learn, because it's a social game, they're supposed to technically ask or find a source of material that allows them to learn. And that's what Discord's for. You got the balance, you got all those Discords that teach you all the bullshit you need to know, icy veins, etc. But again, that immediate like, hey, go ask a friend thing isn't in this game. I didn't know how to figure that out until Stormblood, middle of Stormblood, something like that. Because when I was doing Gordius and Midas and Alexander as a Dragoon player, what I would do is like, when the boss is over here and he's targetable, right? And then I would literally like press all of my buttons, like I didn't really give a crap, right? And then when the boss was doing like an AoE that I knew was coming, I would just sit here and just wait. Instead of trying to figure out how to like, you know, get like a damage off and then like uptime and then like back in, like that doesn't get taught to you. and it shouldn't be. You should learn how to do that by yourself, right? But in terms of like how to actually play Dragoon, yeah, it'd be kind of cool to be like, oh yeah, like Dragoon has a five hit combo rotational button system that operates off of like your Skogul, and you press your Skogul and you want to fit like your buff your Heaven Thrust and your Drake's Bane in there when you can. Like that'd be kind of cool if they did that, but they don't. And again, it's not like the worst thing ever. Yeah, like hand holding casuals want that, but Raiders, like the thing is that like Raiders don't want that necessarily, because the exploration of figuring it out is part of the challenge. Learning how to press your buttons and when to do your shit is actually part of the challenge. But, and again, that's what separates like the good players from like the not so good players. At the same time, however, there are players who will literally go look at the thing and then just spam their range attack because they're just afraid, and they kind of wiggle and they're like, oh my god, like, I don't know when to go in, but I can still keep pressing this range attack. I'm doing damage. It counts. But it doesn't, because it's not correct, you know? So a tutorial system, I would say go look at Marvel Rivals' tutorial system. If they use that, give you the generic fundamental behind how the character or the job operates, and then give you the rest of your mind to like explore opportunities to figure out how to like maximize efficiency, then you can have a good tutorial. But yeah, they should have a Stone Sea size type of thing, the Guitar Heroes or Rotation, or rather what the devs had in mind when they were made job, etc. See, but the thing is that like they don't do that because they want you to figure it out for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I agree with you, I do, but they don't do that because it's deliberate that they don't do that. They give you that opportunity to figure it out for yourself. It's been that way since the beginning of time. So, the thing is that like your Stone Sea Sky that we have right now lets you take your knowledge versus the boss with the gear that you have and tell you whether or not if you kill it that you're ready to even go into the fight, which no one does because that's useless, right? The minimum item level automatically allows you access into the fight, which is like an issue, sorta, right? But the thing is like when the raid tier comes out, you can instantaneously go to the market board, buy, you can spend 30 million, get the 740 gear, and guess what? You can clear every single fight that day if you work hard enough. You can. And to me, that shit kind of sucks. But it's just how it operates, which is fine. It doesn't actually suck. I wish that it was a little bit more challenging than that kind of aspect, because like, you know, once you start getting better gear, then it's kind of like whatever. But like again, I understand like why it operates that way, so like I'm not really complaining. But again, I would like for the content to be more challenging as a result of the job balance and design, as well as the raid fight and design. So yeah, the game holds your hand already by making anything others have it absolutely brain dead. I'd rather hand holding and teaching than have brain dead content. See, that's what I feel too, though. See, because like for me, it's way. Let me. Listen, it's 3 in the morning. Let me tell you my #1 problem in the entire game. My #1 problem. I'm so serious. This is the #1 issue that the game has. I will never fight anybody else for it, regardless of the fact. You see this area? See this area? Look. See how there's just like what, 1, 2, 3, 4 people here, right? Bee's Town, true. Right? See, there's like 4 people over here. Let's go to like Amarang now. Right? Open world area. And guess what? It's everywhere. See all these fates? See that fate? No one's on it. Look at all these fates. See all this shit right here? Right? Now, let's go to the most recent town of Sharlayan. Oh, I just canceled it. Recent town of Sharlayan. This is the most recent town prior to Tuliolo. Sharlayan. A beautiful city, by the way. Beautiful city. But we're at Sharlayan. And guess what? Yo, there's nobody. There's literally nobody here. See, so my thing is like, I will always take a massive surplus of content that is accessible, that allows anybody to always find a reason to come to these old areas. To be fair, it's old expansion. That's my point, though. It doesn't matter if it's old expansions or not. Because if you want to get, like, super technical, how about we go to the very first city that you spawn in Limsa Lominsa? And then tell me that it's old expansions. And then guess what? This place is fucking popping. Well, sort of, because like loading in, but like also like it's 3 in the morning, right? But people sit here than they do sit in the other cities. That's, you know what? Actually, here I got you. I'm on Ultros. That actually makes more sense to me. Actually, no, JK. If I was on Ether, it'd be a whole different story. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Here, I got you. Actually, hold up, I got you. I'm gonna log in on Ether. I'll show you. So the thing is that like. Yeah, I'm in Primal. That's why my point was moot because I was in Primal. I'm actually going to go to Ether and I'm going to show you the difference, actually. No, I got it, actually. We already, I got it. So check it out. Now we on Sarg. Right? And this is the first city you spawn in. This is the first city you spawn in. That's not good. I don't like this shit at all. I hate this the most. Now, I know how to fix this, but I also don't know how to fix this, because here's the problem. The reason why everyone sits in this area is because everyone sits in this area. And people kind of sit here and like yap about bullshit, which is like whatever. If I'm in Limsa, but there's people that are also in Sharlayan, I can't hear or read the conversations being had in Sharlayan if I'm on Limsa, right? Additionally, the only reason why these cities are still available is because you can literally teleport between servers only at these cities. This feature needs to be available at every major city state for every single expansion. No questions asked. And it's not. It's okay though, for now. But it needs to, I need to be able to, I should be able to go to Ishgard, and then if I'm on Sarg and I gotta go to Genova, I should be absolutely allowed to go to Genova from Ishgard. Or Kugane. You know why? Both of those places have housing. Both places have housing. And I can't do that. And that's fucking stupid. No offense. I love you. You should be like, yo, that's dumb as shit. I'm like, what are we talking about? Also, only see they made with a good layout. I mean, like, yeah, but like, I don't even care about the layout thing. The layout thing, like, don't get me wrong, like, yeah, like me too, because like the reason why I prefer Limsa is also because of the layout. But like, I would easily go sit in Kugane if I could travel between servers and I had access to a Grand Company thing and a free company, or because like for me, the one that I like is actually is Kugane. I actually would sit in Kugane and Charlie the most if I had access to Grand Company shit when I'm in those cities, and I can travel between servers. But you can't. You can't even travel between Tuliolol. Like, you have to. If I'm in Tuliolol getting ready for a hunt train, yo, do you know how insane it is that like Tuliolol is like the current city for hunt trains, but like you can't go to Tuliolol between servers. You have to actually like. And think about this too with the Gold Crescent. Let's say like all my people want to meet up in Genova. At Wachu Meki Meki in front of the vendor for a Cold Crescent, yo, you have to deliberately go to the same instance in the same area and go over there and go do that before you can even like fucking go into a Cold Crescent. And like that should actually like, I would also sit in Crystarium. You know, I would use every single other server city. I would use every single other city besides Limsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah if they had me the ability to teleport between servers and let me get access to Grand Company shit. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's not up for discussion. I would easily sit outside of Limsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah. The problem, though, is that people kind of like to sit here and fucking yap in performance. But all the more reason why being able to do that in other places would also be like fire as shit. You know what I mean? So that's my thing too. So yeah. So it'd be what it is though. This concept used to be called Hallowed Earth. The beginning of the game is packed because the recruiting new players and such, and the end game is packed with vet players, leaving the middle game empty and playing moving at their own pace. All MMOs went through this. Yeah, I know, and again, like I understand that, but the thing is that like my problem is not that the MMOs have a dead area in between all their areas, because every MMO has that. But the thing is that like if the content Because here's what Guild Wars 2 does that I actually like a lot. Guild Wars 2 has worlds events that are basically like fates, but they're way more interactive than just like, hey, go in here and kill 40 things and then like fuck off. You have to actually like interact with interactables. It actually brings life to these areas, despite how, because Guild Wars 2 is a larger world. Guild Wars 2 is larger than 14's world, and every single area in Guild Wars 2 is occupied by players, because in order for you to go do the content, you have to go to the place to go do the content. 14 doesn't do that. You just teleport into an arena and then like boom, you're there, which is fine. But if there is a way, let's say for example, let's take like a Cold Crescent, because content is new for that. If a Cold Crescent had Demi Atma and like things you can acquire, like materials, whatever, but you can only do it by doing like these certain kinds of content fates, whatever, that are found only in like the Shadowbringers area, for example, everyone goes to the Shadowbringers area and goes do fates over there, for example. Right? So the objective is just to be able to let life breathe in other places, at least even by like a hair, because the only people that are going through the old expansion areas are people that are going through the MSQ, or randomly deciding to go do fates. There's only one fate in the final area, and in one random area that is like a big fate, and everyone goes and does that because you get like a cool thing for it, which is fine. But it also would be nice if you actually gave purpose to the player base to do more than just fucking sit here and do nothing but AFK. You know? So, I mean, yeah, I understand that they're doing it for the legendaries, but that's also exactly my point. There is content that is in this game that has been obsolete for years and years, that if they had any, if you literally have to incorporate people to want to do exploring beyond just the MSQ. That's literally it. The MSQ is the primary form of content that people like doing, which is fine. But at the same time, though, the content that should be available across the board for a lot of, like, I as an end game player would be very happy if I could benefit from going around and doing these fates that I've already, like, even if I've already completed these, you know what I mean? If there was a way I can benefit from completing these fates besides leveling up, then that would be wonderful, but it's not. But again, the fates are not even like the content I'm looking for. I want the party finder to be the content that's full. See how there's like, see these like 9 RP housing like yo, fuck all this shit. No offense. I don't care about any housing horseshit. I don't care. I want to be able to have like all of this content be like a like accessibility for folks to want to like, yo, find something to do. You know what I mean? That's what I would want the most. Now, if there was a way to also include content that like allows people to like go out in the world and go explore shit, that'd be better. But I would want them to actually make this party finder be full of content. Not every, I mean, it's 3 in the morning. It's a bad example, but like the only time it's available is specifically on Ether between the prime hours of like 6 to like 11 p.m. Eastern time. After that, the night is over. You know what I mean? Make master relics, so something like Ascian relics or an even relic armor, and make it require fake grinding from zones and all expansions. Problem solved. That's one thing that here's the other. Okay, well, let me kind of like segue you in that situation, because and then I'm going to bed. The sinking down gear thing needs to come to an end permanently. I absolutely do not like that with my 757 tank. All the content in all these old ass expansions is like a walk in the park now. I hate that a lot. I do, genuinely. Now, I understand that like your item average level, whatever, is 65, and then you go in and you're like actually like 665, so you can like kill. Yo, you kill this boss in 4 minutes now. Synced at level 90. 4 minutes, the boss dies. That's so ass. Because you know what sucks? Is that, here's the reason why it sucks. Because people are going to come do this raid, and be like, this fight's easy. But when it was out on content, people were kind of like, oh shit, what the hell is this? And then the fight actually almost tripled in time because people were like trying to figure it out and not die and all that other shit, you know what I mean? So I need them to fix the looting system and actually incorporate, and I literally made a video about this already, so I already know what the fucking answer is also. I actually already made a video about this too. So yeah. I always thought that they should use the artifact armor weapon as like a base killer, kind of like Stormblood, but something different. Maybe have players craft parts out of it and then craft it too. Yeah, because the thing is like, I need to look at Guild Wars 2 meta events. It's more complex and feels better than Fates. Yes, 100%. That's exactly what I was talking about. The events that Guild Wars 2 has literally made me sad that Fates are Fates in this game. Fates should be what Guild Wars 2 does. Because the thing about Fates is like, if a Fate was like, oh, we're gonna get ready for like this incoming dragon from like the sky, it's very angry. Build up a wall, and then what you do is you just have people pick up items and put it over here, and then like it builds like a wall. And then if people weren't crafting, if you couldn't have, like, let's say you had like 10 people that were doing this fate and then no one had crafters available, then instead you would just have to like attack some items, break down some rocks, and carry the rocks over to the person, and then they'll craft the thing. But if you were a crafter, then you can do it faster, and it'll be more like efficient and be more like formidable. And then when the dragon lands, then you fight the big ass dragon, and then it's like a whole like event in that particular area. That's the number one thing that I picked out from Guild Wars 2. I need them to put in this game, because that will create the immersion that's been missing for every single expansion. Because if they did do that, then what they would end up doing is giving everybody a reason to go do that content, because it would have relevancy still to this day for everybody, regardless of what level they are. Because in my personal mindset, they should use that system to incorporate the ultimates. Why? Because in the current situation that we have right here, I used like this setup as like an example. Here's my problem with being like an ultimate raider. This is my problem, because I personally don't play just one job. I want to try and learn and play every job for every ultimate and play every role. Check this shit out. See all these fucking gear sets? See all these gear sets? I have to be ready and able to eventually, when I'm at that level, able to be like, yo, Sessiion, I need you to play T, and the only job that you can play is caster. And I'm like, oh shit, okay, I guess I'll go red mage. But I don't have inventory space to hold all my shit for every single job, right? That fucking sucks. So if they incorporated like a mixture of the armor system with a gear set system, and so that way I can go anywhere that I want to, but it just registers my gear set. That way I don't gotta have inventory space. Because look. Like, right now my inventory mostly is comprised of me having tank shit. Like, I have all my bits for tank. I have like my top bis. I have my DSR bis. I have my tank bis. I have my UCOP bis. Or my UU bis and my UCOP bis. Yo, that's literally 6 gear sets of different pieces of gear that I don't fucking want in my inventory. And it's like, oh, well, just take your Fru gear and use it for all these ultimates. That's whack as shit, because my damage is gonna be bad, right? I'm a raider player who wants to actually try to maximize my efficiency as a raider player, so I gotta bring all this horse shit with me. You know what I mean? The other thing that I would end up wanting them to fix as a result of this, though, is I would want them to only allow gear up to that level to be used in that content. Meaning, like, you can't bring level 80, 90, 100 shit down to 70. It has to only be 70 level content. But if you do that, though, then jobs are going to feel like dog shit, and I understand that, because, like, you know, like, the tank gear has, like, a bunch of tenacity and, like, skill speed, and, like, I understand that. So, like, don't get me wrong. That's a bad take in certain people's eyes. I get it, because people are lazy. But I personally, as a raider player, would want that shit, because I'm tired of being able to bring this fucking horseshit relic that breaks the fight, because I have like almost 400 points of gear I can just bring for free because like the shit's broken. You know what I mean? And so, but the thing is that I also want them to make me have that ability without having to go back home, because I'm on Genova. My server is Sarg. I can just teleport back. But like, let's say I go into a PF right now and I go join this shit, and then like it specifically needs me to play a tank. And let's say that I specifically need summoner. Let's use a better example. I need I need Fru Summoner Bis. First of all, I don't even have a gear set for that. So I gotta get my next best thing, which is top summoner. Where's all my shit at? You know what I mean? So like, if I can just take a piece of gear and put it in there and call it a gear set and then and access it, there should be another button up here, right? And it's like, oh, access like your weapon system set, whatever. And then you can just pick and choose. And then if I pick it and it says, oh, look, it's summoner Fru or summoner whatever. Boom, I activate it. Instantaneously, all the gear that I put specifically to that gear set is always there. You know what I mean? So that'd be kind of fucking sick, actually. Because also, what they should do is copy the glamour dresser system with that, right? So here's my take. And this is a hot take, so don't get mad at me. But you know how when you turn an item into a glamour piece, the stats are gone? You know how in the Armoire Sister piece, like the stats actually stay? They should do this. Where if you deposit the artifact in the thing, or deposit the gear into the thing, right? And use it for the gear set, like again, this is kind of a tough question, so like we'll see about it. I'll see how I feel. Because if I care about the grind that much, if I do, let's say for example, actually, you know, it's probably not gonna work that way. No, I won't do that actually. I was gonna say, let's say for example, like with T, let's say I want to play tank and I want to play T. This handpiece I need for all 4 tanks. But if I use it on one gear set, I lose the piece forever and it's permanently put on one gear set, which means I need it 4 times. Which would mean I gotta kill the boss fight that's tied to this item 4 times to get it for 4 different tank slots. That's kind of a lot. But if you want to flex some shit, I think that you should go for it. Now, if you only play one job and you only play one tank, then you never have to go back and do this shit ever again. But if you want to go flex another thing, like let's say I want to play Gunbreaker and Dark Knight in T, then I should go get Bis twice, is my personal opinion. And that also includes the fucking relic. Because if my relic right now, my relic is built for Ubu. If I want to get a relic built for T, then I gotta go back and go get the relic again. That's my take, though. Is it a good take? Hell no. Would I do it, though? Hell yeah. But I think that might be too much. So to make it very simple, it's like, oh, you get the gear piece once, then you put it away, and then, like, whatever. But the idea behind why I want that is because exactly that. You make the content relevant. You actually give everybody a reason to go farm Bis for all this old shit. People would actually go back out of their way to go find all the gear that they need to go do all the shit that they got to go do. I think that shit would be so fucking sick, actually. So, and again, if you have one character and you don't have alts and you only play one job, you only do it one time. Period. But here's the thing, though. You know how, like, you can go and, like, farm content? And you know how you go into dungeons and like it kind of like just randomly drops some shit, and like let's say like you're doing dailies and you're like, oh, I need that headpiece for my T-Bis for summoner specifically because like I need it. Then you can just take it, because people usually pass out on that content, so it's kind of like whatever. So like I said, I would be cool with that if they make content relevant again. Because guess what? It's an MMO. Everyone loves grinding in MMOs. Everyone. It doesn't matter what the fuck it is. People get bored very quickly because it's a short-lived game. So guess what? Giving me content in patches is cool and all, but once I'm done with the patch, I want the next thing. I gotta wait 4 months for that. I don't mind waiting 4 months if you give me something that lasts 4 months. You know what I mean? And that alone lasts years. Because if I want to be that kind of player to get every single job up, I gotta get it for every single job. And guess what? It can be interchangeable. And even let's say for example like Reaper comes out, and Reaper needs speed gear for Ubu. And then let's say for example they rework Reaper, and then you no longer need speed gear for Reaper because now they gave Reaper the buff. So you want to go back to being like a fucking slow Reaper. But I want to take that piece out. Guess what? They should destroy the piece. And I gotta go back and get another piece. And then put it back in and replace it. And you can call that like artifact or relic armor would be like the prime example. Like call it relic armors. And then that way, like And then you have like this main hand, the head on the left side to get the face wear, and you got like this random soul crystal thing. See how under the face wear, like that little small ass spot that's not being used? Guess what you can put? You can put like either you can put like a gear set thing there, or honestly what they should just do is like bring the weapon down and put the crystal up there. I don't know why they've always ever, the crystal being there and not being up there has like never made sense to me. But like, I'm not complaining. I'm just kind of used to that anyways. I actually kind of prefer it like this because it's like easy to access weapons. But I digress. Anyways. Dude, I want this game to have a bunch of shit for people to do. So that way nobody... Because yo, go look at the Reddit forums and go look at the JP... Or not the 14 forums. Yo, everybody does nothing but bitch and moan about how much this game... Something, bro. Everybody. That shit is so fucking ass, actually. I hate it, actually. Because, like, for me, because I love the game so much, I actually like... Yo, I have 40 characters. Yo, you best believe if they put that system in the game, I would go get that shit for 40 fucking characters. I absolutely would. I wouldn't give a shit. I'm not actually gonna do that. But, like, if I... Yo, I love this game enough, though. If they put that shit tomorrow, yo, yes, I would. I would start with one character and then just work my way down. I really fucking would, because again, like, yo, you give me something to do, you give me a reason to pay for my sub, and like, I'd be down for that actually. Yo, it's already bad enough that like I cleared multiple, I have all these jobs leveled up on like 4 characters, bro. Like, of course I want to go back and go run that shit again on other places. Like, of course I would, but that's me though. Somebody might not be wanting to do that. Maybe they wanted White Mage at once, and then they're with White Mage, and then like, yo, never again. They don't even care about playing tank or melee or none of that bullshit, right? Which is fine. But for some people who are like really like annoying like me, like they giga sweat and they want to go find some shit to do, yo, let me go farm relics. No bullshit. Tomorrow between before maintenance, because remember, maintenance goes down in exactly 13 hours from now. Just as like a heads up, maintenance goes down in 13 hours. I repeat, maintenance in 13 hours. We don't get maintenance complete until Tuesday on reset day. So just check that out. But like, yo, I'm going to literally spend time working on these. That's what my job is tomorrow. I'm going to work on Fates tomorrow. Like, no bullshit. And I cannot wait. So, anyways. That's my yap, man. Meatball or tomato? I'm so mad at you, actually. It was unfortunately not what I wish. It was what I wish it wasn't. So... I wish for one thing, I got the other. I was very sad about it. Wait for Blue Mage up to 2 more crates? Well, the thing is, like, so we kind of talked about that earlier. So, like, Blue Mage isn't going to get an update until Beastmaster gets an update. I don't think that they're going to touch Blue Mage until 7.5. Because here's my expectation for Blue Mage. Blue Mage will go to level 90 in 7.5 when Beastmaster comes out, and then they both come out together at level 90. And it's going to give people a thing to do between then and the release of the next expansion. Which is not terrible, but, I mean, that's a whole different can of worms. It's, like, kind of okay. I don't think it's, like, a big deal. But, like, no one does Blue Mage right now. It's really... And again, like, same situation. Yeah. It's okay, though. Like, it's okay. But the thing is, like... I need Blue Mage to be honestly, I need everything to be relevant every single fucking day. That's my answer. That's all I need. Because this shit is, no one cares. This shit, like, yo, like, no one cares. You know what I mean? That's the truth. No one cares about any of that content, dog. And the content's old, so like no one cares actually. It's really whack. So people already have Blue Mage and use this to do whatever they need to do. Well, here, yo, let me be honest with you. Because for me, here's my thing. The only thing that I did with Blue Mage is go get the job leveled up. If you look at my Blue Mage spellbook, brother, I don't even have half the spells. All I did was join like a party of people that were like just running around the whole ass world and just like slinging fucking spells. That's all that I did. And then once I hit 80, I left that party, y que se fue, and I was gone. Now here's the thing though. if a thing comes out content-wise that I'm like, fuck, man, I gotta get that shit with this character, real talk, I gotta play Blue Mage, then yeah, guess what? I'm gonna go out of my way and go get all that shit with this character. 100%. But, first of all, Party Finder, if I go Blue Mage, first of all, nice gear, brother, right? Second of all, see this? See how, like, I can't do any of these as a limited job? You know how you can fix that? See this thing up here? That's called regular duty and high-end duty. Guess what? You cut that shit in the middle and you add another one and you call it limited duty. Yo, hire me, please, man. Yo, hire me for this company. I will literally take minimum wage to work at this company and add all my ideas, bro. And guess what? Yo, you have limited roulette or limited duty. It's all the same shit. And then what you do is when you if I queue into a dungeon and it's like, oh, we noticed that like you're a Blue Mage party, and then you know what they do, because you know how ethereal mimicry exists, right? Ethereal mimicry exists. So all you do is you take like 3 NPCs that stand right here, right? You know, a DPS NPC, a healer NPC, and a tank NPC, and then you have each one of them like there, and then you hit them with like the fucking the ethereal mimicry, and boom, we have our shit, and then you go fight the bullshit. There you go. And guess what? You put that everywhere, every single dungeon that you can do the content with, every single dungeon. That's all that there is to it. So, Flood of Life, Flood of Darkness, Mutual Excuses, Song of Oblivion, High Alchemy, Super Chain, whatever. I don't even care, bro. I don't even care about what spells we get. The shit is cool. The fact that being mortal is like a fucking ability from Titania, and that shit's like a fucking raid white ultimate is insane, actually. That shit is cool, though. But again, it's not, you know. Unfortunately, Blue Mage is not, like I said. I would literally take a look. Yo, what's the minimum salary that they hiring for a Square Enix to come up with ideas for this game, bro? I'm about to take this whole ass segment and make it a YouTube video and then just release the whole thing and be like session rants with like 40 billion ideas about how to fix this game or some shit, or like session yaps for 3 hours about cool shit to change jobs or some, I don't know, something. That's alright though. Maybe what I'll do is I'll summarize it. How about that? Alright. I'm losing my voice slowly. I can hear it. I can feel it even too. So, what about the Blue Mage Seat Engine? When? Brother, when? I would love that. That'd be cool. I'd be down for that. We talked about that too, actually. How, like, if you kill the enemies in the deep dungeon, then the spells you get from them, and then you have a limited number of spells. You go in once. If you kill the thing, you get an action. You can't replace it. You only get a max of 24. And guess what? Doing that solo versus doing that with a party dramatically changes everything. Because you don't want everybody to fight the same target and then like acquire the same spells, because you can't replace the spells. I think that would be so fucking godlike. You know what? I'm gonna make a video tomorrow, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do 2 videos. I'm gonna do the tier list for the Alliance raids, and then I'm gonna release the I'm gonna do a Blue Mage video. Yep, there you go. Make a midnight rant section on YouTube where user ideas. You know what's funny is, like, I was doing that today, and then my computer crashed, and I lost my. I was actually recording. Yo, let me go find it real quick. Hold on. I actually have a spreadsheet that I'm kind of keeping track of about this. I'm no bullshit. I really fucking am. Hold on. Let me like inverse this real quick. So check it. I'm being so serious. I literally have this already created. Look, I have ideas. We have healer buster, a buster that targets a healer that needs to be mid by tanks. That way you make content different. Force silence, that was Spokey's idea. She says like a healer, it silences healers that forces healers to, or that prevents healers from healing. What that essentially does is like it requires mechanics because so that mechanics can do healing for the party. There you go, for the party. So that like it's not a healer's job. I thought that she was actually I thought she was fire actually. I said various role abilities that share recast timers. That's blue mage shit. But put it in the main game. So for example, imagine having like i.e. Rampart that has HP increased recovery, right? Or Rampart that has a regen, or Rampart that has, I can't type, or Rampart with yellow shield. They're all the same button technically, but they all operate like a little bit differently. They already did that with like the tank cooldown buttons, but every job has that shit. So I'm talking like, you know, the arm's length, the surecast, the leg sweep, the bloodbath, second wind. I'm talking about addle. I'm talking about sleep. I'm talking about res. I'm talking about swift cast. I'm talking about, you know, everything. That shit was fire actually when we talked about that. Like here, let's do this. Blue mage. What else is there? Blue mage deep dungeon. I'll literally turn this into a series. Blue mage. I can't. Deep dungeon. Blue mage takes up to 24 unreplaceable spells from mobs that they fight throughout the dungeon. And go to the end. Boom. Blue ultimates. I mean, I don't care about blue ultimate. Doesn't. I don't fucking care about that actually. If I mean, like it doesn't. Let me see. Add limited duty to duty finder. I don't care about a blue ultimate, but I would like for blue mage content to be coexisted and separated from regular content at the same time. I don't like that blue mage has to do like non-limited, you know, like non-regular content, you know what I mean? I hate that like a lot. Mass Carnival is cool, but like Mass Carnival is mad cool, but what would be more cool is if like there were blue mage dungeons that you can only do blue mages with. But technically though too, like, you know, it's like what if I'm gonna make a whole different idea. Let's do like a what if, right? And it's like Beastmaster was a tank, and then the 8.0 limited job was a healer. Then where would be roles for limited duties? Boom. What if Summoner used primals to acquire, this is what the rework we're talking about, used to acquire certain parameters to buff Bahamut during burst windows. Ifrit equals AoE. Shiva equals dot. Remove equals instacast. Fucking Leviathan equals sprint, right? What else was there? Garuda equals speed, or yeah, speed cast. And then Titan equals some other shit. What did I say before actually? Shiva dot remove instacast, Leviathan sprint, Garuda speed, faster GCD. Okay, yeah, let me actually write that actually. Faster GCD
Yeah, Leviathan has sprint. Remove insta cast. I feel like Titan is follow up damage. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's what it already does, but I guess it's like not good because you always want Titan, I guess. Okay. Let's just do more damage, I guess. For now. Extended dungeons, that's a great one. Thank you. Okay. Dungeons extended difficulty. Guild Wars 2. World Event Fates. What else was there? World server transfer at any major expansion city states. There you go. And have GC setups at each city. I mean, maybe not, because you can't do that for Shadowbringers, I guess. Kinda, I guess, whatever. Oh, wait, I wrote modify rear. Yeah, okay, cool. Stun? I don't remember, actually. I'm gonna literally turn each of these into a video, bro. Yeah. Crystalline mean? Yeah, but the thing is that I want you to be able to turn in your Grand Company stuff in Crystarium, and that's technically impossible for like lore's sake. It's actually okay though. But yeah, it's okay though. We can think about that like later actually. Is there anything else that, man, we went down this whole ass rabbit hole, bro. I don't even remember though. No, I guess that's actually, well, okay. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna make a new channel in my Discord. I'm gonna call it FFXIV Ideas. I'm so serious. I'm gonna make a new fucking channel. And literally oh, I'm actually gonna let you, yeah, you can make public threads. There you go. I think that's how that works. I think realistically being able, if you have an idea, put it in that Discord and I'll literally look into it myself and then I'll put it on this shit and then I'll turn it into a video. And I think that like if it's possible to make that shit run and work, that'd be so fucking fire, because turning it into a video is at least one small way to get exposure. But then also what I would look into is putting it in the forum. The forum and the Reddit are like the two places where they actually like listen to us. So if it's actually even possible to like make this a thing, I'd be so down for it actually. So tomorrow I'm gonna do healer busters, or I'm gonna do healer shit, because the segue to healer buster is basically using colors and shapes to determine who is targeted for mechs. Because we talked about how like a tank buster is red and like a circle around the character, which is cool, but a healer buster would be green and like square, because like healer and like it's different S shape. That way, like if you're colorblind for like accessibility reasons, which is fire actually, then you can use that too to be sick actually. And then do that as like a thing, you know what I mean? And again, this is all ideas that like we all come up with like collectively to try to make the game possible, cool in some other way, shape, and form. And it's not supposed to be fixing the thing. It's just like trying to figure out the what if, like what are some ideas that people come up with that would make shit like really. Sorry, the weapon arm armoire system for gear sets to travel in between servers / DCs. I'm not gonna forget that actually. Actually, no, because I already did that, didn't I? Whatever. Tank especially Lucas Arcade things? Absolutely. Yeah. Even if they gotta rework the color, for sure. I'd be cool with that too, actually. That'd be so fire, actually. Yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Oh. Daily PvP challenge includes rival wings and CC. See fates in real time on map anywhere. Hey yo, hold on. See fates in real time on map anywhere. That's actually good. They should add something that lets you choose the color of what is what. Instead of change you see orange, you can change it to whatever you see better. Change UI color to match personal preference, but has default colors. Sure. Oh, and you know what we'll do actually? Fuck, dude. I want to turn this into a project now. And I'm gonna put in like accessibility and then UI. I'm gonna color both of these. And the idea is that's technically red. The idea is to figure out what categories does it cover. I'm actually kind of cool with that shit. Because like this is like content and what is it? You know, content and like time spent or something like that. I don't know. Content for now. I see. Yeah. So you know what? Y'all just made me come up. Yo, you know what we gotta do actually? We have to turn the stream on and make the title be like, yo, submit FF14 ideas, and we spend the entire stream working on the document. I mean, I'm still gonna play Subnautica tomorrow when the game's down for maintenance, but there is absolutely gonna come a time where we sit down with this shit and we fucking yap about 14 content. Absolutely. That's it, actually. GG's. First time clear bonus should scale with content like 100 times first. Wait, what? First time clear bonus should scale with content. Like 100 times for first timer ultimate shouldn't be just 100 times. Oh, I see. You know what? Word. First time clear bonus should scale with content. So it's not just poetics. All right. Although like sync down content should go away, but still have a way for players to not be hoarded with gear. Damn, I take 2-hour nap and you still going? Nice. I got my feet open. Ooh, yo, congrats, Byron. Yo, Afro, we got business to take care of, brother. We coming up with a bunch of I literally made a Discord channel in my shit for people to come up with ideas. And we literally gonna go down the damn rabbit hole. I'm making a video for every single motherfucking idea we got in this bitch. Swear on my mom's. We absolutely gonna go down the list and make every single one of these video. What if they took away sync but added ether pool and to somewhat fix skill and spell speed? I'm cool with that too. If you have any idea about what you would want to see in 14 or fix in 14 that doesn't exist, or create like a what if scenario, throw it in there, bro. It doesn't matter. Everything is on the table. I don't care. Took away sync, but they added ether pool. Yeah, they're kind of cool actually. You know? Sure. All content should be order with gear. Fuck, man. Wait. All augmented gear should be able to be augmented again and become exquisite, aka augmented weapon with a glow. Uncapped homes after 4 weeks. No, 4 weeks? Raised home still capped by like 10 to 25 every week. That's better. Actually, that is better. I will actually take that one. Okay. Now that is an idea. Slowly increase the cap of tomes per week for weekly. Actually, that's actually such a good idea. Okay. See, y'all both kind of like in unison together. That's actually super fire, dog. That or unlock Savage after... No. I have the answer to that one. Unlock Savage when Moogle Tome event is available. That's it. Wait, I see another one. Weekly lockout should apply on a per job basis because the current cap doesn't let you multi-job. Weekly lockout should apply on a per job basis. Oh, you mean like for Savage rating? Wait, you mean like for Savage? So like if I clear on tank, I can go back and go in DPS and still get loot type shit? Oh my god, Liz, hi, beautiful. How's it going, friend? We're doing okay. But now we've been here and it's like super late. Wow. Interesting. That way you have like 3 chances. So you know what it should be? It should be applied per roll. Applied per roll. So that way you have 3 chances. 3 chances, tank, DPS / healer to get loot. Okay. We yapping again? Yeah. So I've created this FF14 like idea spreadsheet, and I have a Discord in my a channel in my Discord where you can submit literally any fucking idea. I have the colors inverted so I don't blind y'all. You know what I mean? Because like Lord have mercy, if I like literally click that shit, then it's gonna be, you know, it's like, oh my god. So I'm gonna make it dark. So yeah. But yeah, we've been chatting about 14 for the longest time. It's almost 4 in the morning actually. Good idea. Encourage people to do other parts of the... Yeah! Yo, that'd be so fucking genius, actually! Because, like, yo, let's say, like, I only know how to tank, but I want to prog it as a fucking healer or a DPS? Oh! Yo, cooking. Holy shit, cooking. That's actually godlike cooking. What the fuck? Encourages people to learn other jobs. Oh my god, cooking. That's fucking cooking. Holy shit, you're actually genius for that. Who said that? Shizu? Yo, that's genius, brother. Forget the typo. Oh my god, that's actually so genius. Holy shit, actually. Yo, I like that. Because if you don't want to learn another job, you can't get more gear. But if you learn another job and get the clearance, yo, that'd actually be so fire. However, to compensate, the IL has... I mean, the IL... Because here's the thing. Realistically, though, let's say... Actually, no, wait. I was gonna say the IL should increase. Because if I go with 3 different jobs and get loot from my job, like I can use 3... I can clear a fight 3 times and funnel 1 class. I kind of don't like dislike that though, but I don't like it either though. So like, but okay. I mean, either way, that's still like a top 10 idea though. What about putting clock spots on the PF list? Clock spots. You know what they should do actually? Wait. What's it called? Wait, I can't see my character. Hold up. Also, Liz, you'll appreciate this. I've been converted to a bun boy after some deviant manipulation. I've been turned into a bun boy. No. He's talking about
The marks. Oh no, not the marks. What are they called? The waymarks. The waymarks should be pre-submitted. I know, right? The dress is kind of hilarious. The waymarks should be listed in party finder to take in case, like, just to take in case you don't queue in or something. The gear you get has to lock onto the roll you clear on. Oh. Okay, so what I was thinking about was what you were thinking about, actually. Okay, only applies to the job you clear with. Okay. But you know what that means though? Oh wait, hold on. I have an idea that actually works actually. Hold on. But book pages can be used on any job. That would actually be fire, but increase total count. That'd actually be so fire. So I actually would like that a lot. So you can actually get 3 pages, but if you get 3 pages, then you can at least get like an accessory. But like if you get that already a week, you can easily get through every accessory. So if you actually increase the amount, I would say like triple the count. I would say like triple it. If you triple it, at least you can. The amount that you get is still equaled. So like if you clear a book if you get 3 books right now, you can get an accessory. So if you do it 9 times, then you can get an accessory for any job. That would actually be so fire, actually. Okay, cool. I like that, actually. I love how everyone now is like just submitting ideas. Actually, so fire. You said, "Hey, yo, sure. Can I see your belly button?" Yo, relax, all right? It's kind of wild that EU and JP do that. Yeah, but I also need it to be base kit in the game in general. That'd be kind of fire, actually. Oh, you know what I'll do, actually? Here, I got you, Spooky. You can look at Bun Boy, and then I'm gonna, like, do that. There you go. Isn't there an in-game feature that does that for a raid plan? No, there's not. They were planning on adding it, but they never actually added it. There is a way to add way markers in a raid plan thing in game without needing like a resource thing, but they were gonna put that in the game and they never actually did. It's unsure as to when they're doing that though, but they did mention it because 7.3 is gonna be introducing the content. So next Friday, literally a week from or next week, we're gonna be seeing 7.3 teaser for like some content. And they're also going to give us quality of life miscellaneous updates. So they might. One thing that they've been talking about that they've been meaning to implement because people complain about it all the time is the chat bubble. You know, you can like I can type, and the character actually like says like words, and then it appears above my head. That's not in the game, and like technically, and they're actually going to add that in the game. They mentioned that they were going to put that in, but they haven't decided on when to do that yet. I heard that like they're going to add it if not this patch upcoming, then like the next one. So like we'll see. But yeah. They should have the raid plan being like they talk about. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing too. They said they were actually acting that too. Being able to drop Maywork directly on the zone map would be good. Ooh, okay, that's a good one. Add way marker points on the map and not just the area on the fields. That's cool. I like that one too, actually. I meant the spots everyone wants instead of putting it in MPP has taken. Oh, wait, I gotta scroll back. Wait. Okay. Party finder registers assigned slots for all spots. So like MT/OT, H1 slash or like yeah H1 slash okay let's do that actually H1 slash whoops H1/H2 B range caster is that it? Oh yeah, no M1 M2. I like that idea like a lot. That's actually fire. That way it already listed as it is instead of being like the open spot. That's actually fire genius actually. Go. It'd be crazy though if Savage didn't unlock in like 2 years. This feature would help for people who love to flex rolls and would still help them use mono roll. Yeah, for sure. Can't wear hats. I'm gonna set this bitch on fire. Well, the adding hats thing I can't help with. That's like a not me thing. Yo, this is such a good ass start, everyone. Holy shit, we got mad content to talk about actually. I'm literally turning each of these into a video. Yo, that's already over 2 weeks of ideas for videos. That'd be so nice actually. Yo, we're gonna turn this into like a real ass series. I cannot wait. I'm gonna literally start tomorrow. Like I'm so serious actually. So yeah. Alright. Wait, what was I saying beforehand? Where's the extended dungeon? I already lost that. Wait, extend. Okay, there it is. Difficulty. Dungeons. Dungeons are alternate boss and mobs. Kinda like hard version, but more than just hallway simulator. Alright. There we go. Okay, wait. Remove res from summoner / red mage to increase total power, but give every job limited lives in total for the dungeon run. Helps casuals. Alright. But yeah, we have there's already so many ideas. Holy dude. Yeah. Enable mounts in major cities? That would be kind of tough though, because there are some big ass fucking mounts. That might be a tough one though. I think it would be an interesting idea to make Savage Tiers 5 fights instead of 4, and the last fight always has some kind of glowy PAS weapon type. Raids should... No, let's do a what if. What if raids were 5 fights instead of 4? Wait, so do you mean that like the 4th fight is still like the final fight, but the 5th fight is like a harder version of another fight that can incorporate the thing? And then is the 5th fight just like aesthetic, like a visual thing, and not like an actual BIS thing? Like a bonus +1 kind of fight? Because if it's also BIS incorporated, then like that might change it up like a little bit. You know what I mean? Like if I had like M8S and M8S like plus, which is obviously like mythic, but like but M8S and M8S plus are the like I guess like the not the same fight, but there's like a difference I guess to some degree, but you only get like a glam thing. Yes? So I can still have BIS with M8, but the other version or the harder version of M8S actually like gives me like a glowy version. Sorry, I said the same thing like 3 times. I just want to make sure I understand what you mean. Yo, remember when I said I was gonna go to bed an hour ago? Stop. Wait, I'm gonna write this down. Wait. Raids were 5 fights instead of 4, and the 5th fight was for glowy version of 4th fight's weapon. So 4th still BIS, but 5th is shiny show off. That's actually interesting. Didn't non-rare get pissed enough about the axolotl? Yeah, but that's like a cute mount though. At least weapons are cool and shit, you know what I mean? Plus, like, if anything, if they ever unsync the content again, then people can go do it unsynced, and like, who gives a fuck? So they should extend the player disappearance to things outside of Kies. I'm tired of going to Phantom Village during peak times, trying to click the guy to point to OC. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. Increase the range of players near NPCs. I actually would love that a fuck ton. So That's also a really good idea. Who put level Pidgey from Pallet Town? Who this? Yo, someone. Yo, what the? All right. Yo, what? All right, I'm not gonna question it. Someone literally put that shit. That was crazy, actually. They could be like pseudo ulti weapons, but not like, not as coolish. Well, I will say like Wait, let me read, because this changes actually. Wait. Before wait, when in wide proximity. Oh my god, we got blessed by Genevieve? What the oh my god, we're incredible actually. Holy crap. She picked out of all the people to raid, she picked us. Oh my gosh. Jen, I love you so much. Welcome on in, friends. How's it going, everyone? My name is Sessiion. Pleasure to meet you all. What's up, Broderick? Hi, Jan. Wait. You know you can hold the keybind and just click the NPC? Yeah, but like even like just seeing the NPC kind of be like, you know what I mean? What's up, Llama? How's it going? What's up, homies? How's it going, everybody? So I think I like the idea of the weapon being fancy looking, but not necessarily being required for like the inevitable ultimate. I kind of like that actually. How do I Yeah, how's it going? So in case you're wondering, like, what the hell is Sessiion doing at this hour yapping about whatever? Yeah, boy. Exactly my point. What we're doing right now is okay. So I don't want to necessarily I don't want to necessarily like advertise myself as like a whatever. But what I will say is this: this spreadsheet is a FF14 ideas and what if sheet. What we're doing right now is we're going down like yeah, boy. Oh my god, going down the massive, I mean massive pipeline. Realistically, if you have an idea for 14 in this game that you would like to see, or want like a what if scenario for content or how the game plays itself, I'm creating a spreadsheet that includes all of these ideas, and then I'm going to turn them each into a YouTube video, and we're going to make a giant series out of it and hopefully generate like attention. So for example, I put like, you know, we get a like in Duty Finder, we have a daily roulette for not just Frontline, but Forever Wings and Crimson Conflict. Boom. In terms of like content, like if you do raids or dungeons, there should be a like a tank buster, but instead of it targeting a tank, it targets a healer, and then it needs to be mitigated by the tanks. So the actual tanks have to save the healer from dying, right? And then also it can be differentiated via like colors and shapes and that kind of thing. I think they're kind of cool. Then we have like a blue mage deep dungeon, like as content, which would be fire. Right? Instead of having like regular duty, oh my god. Instead of having like regular duty and high-end duty, you have limited duty. That way you can actually do dailies with like limited jobs like blue mage or beastmaster when it comes out like later on in the expansion. Right? Basically. Or see fates in real time anywhere on the map. Transfer to any server, in any major city state, like, you know, Kugane, Crystarium, Australian, Tuliala. Increase the cap of weekly tomes slowly per week. You know. Craziest ideas, yeah. Another spreadsheet connoisseur? Oh my god, yeah. I'm sorry, it's me though. What about a title or amount for helping 100, 200 first time clears on sync and extreme content to encourage helpers? Ooh. Okay, yeah. Titles and mounts that help first time players with content outside of mentor roulette. We should specify outside of mentor roulettes. Savage, Criterion, Ultimate. I'm cool with that actually. Have you seen the goat song? Oh my god. Yeah. But yeah. Hey, well. You know? You're kind of fire actually. I mean, I'm cool with that. Because it has to be beyond the mentor roulette. Because the mentor roulette kind of like janky, you know what I mean? Give us the ability to have tattoos and character creation Fantasia. Boom. That's another good one actually. Add tattoos on character creation. Add tattoos on via character creation. Contest ideas. Imagine actually.
Oh yeah.
What if we do more than, maybe I'll do like 3 ideas.
Let's do that actually. We'll do 3 ideas. We'll take session, take here, I'm gonna do it on session, take 3 ideas and turn it into a 3 ideas to bring to FF14 video, you goober. You know what I mean? I would bet before I get banned. Hell yeah! Thank you so much for everything, and I appreciate you, homie. No contest situation. They made silver weapons for that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, what if? I'm just saying it's like a possibility. You know what I mean? Because realistically, what if they make tattoos that you don't like? You know what I mean? Now, like, there are already glam. Because the thing is that, like, tattoos. Wait, here, I got you actually. Tattoos should be optional on gear that auto includes them. So you know the fucking the yo, I got it in here. Where's that shit at? Where's that chest piece? The chest piece. ¿Y dónde eso? Where is it at? I can't see it. I'm too stupid right now. Wait. You know what I'm talking about? The samurai chest piece. That one. This chest piece, if I could take off the tattoo or change the color of the tattoo, I'd be down with that. But I can't do that. I would turn that shit off on a heartbeat on my character if I could. Facts, actually. Oh, actually, other idea. Mirror the sides of hand pieces. If the sleeve sleeve falls off on left shoulder, swap to fall off right shoulder instead. There you go. Because a lot of jobs have that, where like the one sleeve is like rolled up, but the other one is not. So you gotta like look kind of like this, but I want to actually look like this. You know what I mean? So kind of cool, actually. I love that everyone is awake at 4 in the morning on a Sunday, like throwing ideas at me. Brother, this had like 2 things in here. Now we're at like 59. Hey yo, I use crimes. I'm good. Yeah, but the idea is to not use crimes. We want to vanilla it as much as possible because like there's reasons for it. See you, Legends. Have a top stream. Yo, W, man. Thank you for everything out as always. Patterns that drop kick hairstyles. Drop like hairstyles. Okay. Here's an idea. How about we reward FCs for hitting rank 30 by giving them extra FC chest space? Add FC space for more increased rank. Don't they kind of already do that though, or like no? Referencing, yeah. Always forget that changes the waist man, not the extra tattoo. Yeah. 2 extra slots, and then they can unlock up to 3 more for every million points of season. Oh, I see. 6 p.m. Monday, brother. Beer o'clock. Facts, actually. What's up, man? It's 4 p.m. over here, brother. I'm over here dying, actually. Also, what if the goddamn guild's taking FC rooms and some percent to the freaking FC chests? All right, Spokey's complaining about FC stuff. I got next week. I'm up at this time. Ugh, I hate now how neglected the FC system is. Add more QOL to FC system for players that have max rank and increase accessibility. There you go. Add a sock glam slot. Where that at? Toggle on and off socks for glammed shoes that include socks. No bullshit. Actually, I'm kind of cool with that one, honestly. Yeah. There's no benefit to having an active FC is all. I get that, bro. Doing ooh on tank is boring. What the fuck? You don't do anything the whole time? Unless it's doing ultimate? Oh, you know, you just kind of do your thing, you know? That's not real. Bring belts back and leave them as a glam slot only? Wait, bring belts back
Make glam, make belts a glam instead of a gear piece. Okay, I see what you're saying. Sure. I want WWE. Wait, how about like a giant wrestling belt as an example? Sure. Some leggings stop at ankles. Looks like it's weird with no socks. There you go. True. I kind of get that actually. Make all pieces of gear universal for glam. Create. Okay, I knew that one was coming. Create currency system to make any gear piece a glammable item. Yeah, but there has to be like a massive caveat to that, because like for me, if it becomes universal, you can't. But cannot undo the item level. Undo the item level. That way you don't just kind of like freeform back and forth. Like if you turn it into glam, it stays glam. Yeah, I kind of like that actually. If you turn it into glam, it stays glam. I kind of need that to be a thing actually. Indoor striking dummies. Indoor striking dummies. How about this one? Be able to access history of all skills and abilities in room. And then I'm gonna put in all caps, give me back my blood weapon, damn it. There you go. Dead chat, not today. What's up? Where the hell's our lightweight cruiserweight belts? True. I want Lulu levels of belts, indoor striking dummies. Man, I wish games would be able to tell the difference between a leave and disconnect on game side. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do that though, actually. Wait, why does it need a restriction? Because I think that if you turn it into a glam, the value of the item should be deprecated. Because, like, the only reason why I was thinking that is, like, let's say I turn the Fru weapon into glam. It should just, I don't know. There's something about me not wanting... I hear myself twice. That makes sense. Okay. Hi, Axel. Hi, lovely friend. Why did I hear somebody say that they wanted to make me play Magic the Gathering? Is that Kayla? What? Time to play Magic the Gathering. If you turn it into glam, it should become level 1. Yes, 100%. But that's the thing, though, is that if it turns back to level 1, it should not be able to turn back to like level 730. I mean, so I don't actually like that concept, actually. Thank you guys for the super raid. When you want to play with us? I don't actually have a clue. I'm not supposed to be up at this hour. So, get over here and play Magic. Yo, Axel, let me ask you a question. Everyone pause for a second. Kayla, out of curiosity, are you perchance a cat VTuber? Because if you're yelling at me, that means that Axel gave you permission, and she only gives permissions to cats. So are you a cat? Because if not, that's crazy actually. Because I'm not a cat, and she's gonna get mad at me later on because I'm not a cat VTuber. And I'm just trying not to get in trouble. She has cats? Okay, so that makes sense. So she has cats. Okay, so let me get this straight. You yell at me and get mad at me because I don't have cats. You hold the cat? I don't have cats. So that's probably why she hates me. Okay, gotcha. What the fuck? Hey, yo. What are we doing tomorrow? Okay, that's a great question. I was gonna play Subnautica because I was 14 under maintenance at 4 o'clock, so I have to, something figured out. Okay, so here's the thing. I was going to play Subnautica or Resident Evil tomorrow, but then I made this random spreadsheet, and we've been up for 2 hours, like, ripping ideas. So now we're still here, and, I was going to give you the raid and then go to bed, but now everyone is, like, throwing all their ideas at me, and I'm going to turn... Also, by the way, let me kind of, like, give a segue. Hi, my name is Sessiion. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV... Final Fantasy XIV streamer, but also play a lot of other variety games at the same time. And I also have a YouTube channel and a TikTok and a Twitter and an Instagram and all the other fun jazz. Thank you.
So realistically, we're taking these ideas and turning them all into potential YouTube videos and try to, you know, quality of life. Stop with the thing, man. I'm doing my situation. Can I? Hello? Go to bed. All right. I will let you know when I can play Magic. Oh, I got a surprise for you, actually. Hold on.
Yeah, boy.
All right, so he's gone. Everyone misbehave. Stop. There's no shot, actually. Chaos in chat. All right. Unk is bullying me. Wait, would you buy cards? Okay. Can you let me, like, chill? Listen. So, I have a secret I've been hiding from you for a very long time.
No.
Stop. Shh. I have been holding out a secret. You're stuck in ads? I gotta wait now. All right, hold on. Is this a price Cheerios? You know what? Absolutely. I'm gonna go get the box after this. I can't? Yo, I'm suffering right now. Please save me, please, actually. You know what I mean? Hey, yo. All right, can I catch up for a minute? Yo, y'all had me over here in shambles over the raid situation. I lost track of everything, actually. Hold on. Kayla, thank you for the follow. I promise I got you. Wait.
Oh my god!
That's so out of pocket. All right. Axel showed her beautiful hands today, but she's still stinky pink kitty. That's crazy. Okay. Once something turns into a phantom item, then making that go back.
There's 2 types of people in this world. Ammo and people.
Well, that was stupid.
So yeah, the reason why is because, okay, the reason why I want the item to not be able to stay a thingy, is because you're sacrificing the level by turning it into a glamour item. You literally reduce the level to 1. It does not increase. So, but if you do that though, you can wear it whenever the fuck you want to. That's why I want it. I think it'd be kind of like a weird broken system if you can actually just undo that instantaneously. Like if I convert my fur weapon into a glam piece, but I sacrifice the thing for the sake of the glam, it's for the glam. So I shouldn't be able to just take that out and then automatically have access to the fur weapon. I don't like that actually. So that's why kind of like, yeah. Again, it's only like an idea. We're not over here like arguing about like a bad or a good thing. I just kind of like it though. I like the idea of it like, no, you don't do an ultimate twice. You just, well, the thing is like you wouldn't use the ultimate weapon. You wouldn't clear it twice for the sake of the glam thing. You can just use that weapon, and then when the weapon becomes irrelevant because new content is out or new weapons are out, you just take that one and you put it into a glam thing. Why would you ever use that? Like, if I go clear T or Ubu or Yukop and I clear it, there's no reason for me to ever use the weapons ever again except for the glam. You know what I mean? So that's at least like my thought process to it though. So like, yeah. Oh my god, I have to catch up to so many things actually. You hold the cat. Catch will have to yell at you? That's crazy actually, but no. Would you like to be an honorary cat? Huh? She's a cat girl, so technically I guess she kind of like comes right. Yeah, this is a spreadsheet for Final Fantasy. Yeah, this is literally a Final Fantasy 14 what if spreadsheet idea. It's actually insane. We've been here for like an hour and a half or something like that crazy actually. So, anyways, you have zoomies. Oh, your second ads. She can't. Okay, wait. I'm catching up. Okay, I'm actually almost here. Wait, thank you for the thing. That's wild, actually. I'm out. I need to do the fight twice to do it for them. Okay. I've been lying to you for a very long time. I actually have the commander decks for Magic the Gathering. I do. I've been lying to you. So we have the if I change my screen, I'm in trouble, so I'm not gonna do that. But look, here's the cloud deck. But that's not all. Here's the Tidus deck. Alright. But that's not all. I even have the Terra deck. Yeah. And lastly, I have the Y'shtola deck. So I actually bought the bundle the day that they made the announcement back in February. I already pre-ordered the whole thing. So yeah. You didn't get taken to fucking riot? That's okay. Because you know what the worst part is too? That's not all. You know how those are the ones that are in black? Right? Those are the black commander decks? I got like another box over there. Just as like an FYI. And wouldn't you want to know what's inside of them? Ooh. Session, ain't no way you spent $800 on the collectors. I mean, like, you know... Oh my gosh, she's fucking calling me, bruh. What?
$800 for those collector decks? That's like a mortgage payment. What the shit, please?
How much was the price of the thingy at the time?
Way too much.
No,
like
I'm
$1,000 plus.
No.
Collector's boxes are going for. Wait, did you buy the collector's decks or a collector box? We need to know.
No. Okay, listen to me. What is the price? So you know how you got the commander decks, like the bundle, and you get the collector version, and they come with all four. Okay, what was the
Amazon?
No, listen. What was the MSRP price on the bundle? All four of them.
Fucking no.
Oh my god, you take a hold of eso.
MSRP this time.
Okay, well, whatever price that you think that it was paid for was not that price tag. Also, like, I'm not gonna answer that question to you right now and stream in front of like a bunch of people because it's kind of scary, actually.
Okay. Also, did you buy sleeves?
No. The silence. Okay, let me.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah. Hold on. No. Wait.
Dragon Shield mats, and you need to buy those. It's one box per deck.
Read my
You're not
message.
opening any.
Shut the fuck up. What are you like? Hello? No. Not yet. Later.
So we'll never be able to play.
I'm gonna play. I'm just not gonna play them right.
Play with me. He hates me.
Yo, the fact that you have this audacity is unbelievably way too high. Oh my god. Do you want me to go thing? To evidence you? Alright, hold on.
What are you doing? Where are you going? Get back here!
Why are you yelling at me?
Why wouldn't I? I'm a cat.
Oh my god.
My understanding is that, according to you, that all cats yell at you. Is that right?
Yes, apparently.
You said you didn't buy sleeves, so we can never play together. I see how it is.
Gosh, dude, somebody get this cat out of here. Oh my lord. Yo, she's really in my Discord call, yelling at me in like cat language. Oh boy. I'm gonna need like a...
Don't even act like that. Don't even act like that. You missed me.
I did. I know, I said that you weren't streaming yesterday, actually. I was trying to keep an eye out. You were so eepy, I know. I heard.
I literally I got home at like 8 and I immediately went to bed and I didn't wake up until like 10. I didn't wake up until 10. It was
My
rough.
gosh. That's kind of wild, actually. Okay, do you want to see the thing that's in my hand or not? What the?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I knew it was that.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
I would keep that one sealed. In full disclosure, I wouldn't open that one ever.
Yeah.
That one does need to stay sealed, but the other ones are free game.
Yeah. So that was like kinda sorta the plan, like kinda sorta.
Oh, keep the silvers sealed and rip open the black ones. Okay, well you gotta get sleeves. You want recommendations?
Yes, you can link me the ones in the Discord.
Do you want deck box recommendations?
Whatever lets me stay Final Fantasy themed, honestly, I'm down.
Okay, well they're all gonna be solid colors because there's not really Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah,
themed
that's fine
stuff.
too. Sure.
Quality.
Whatever.
Okay.
Chat, when you have a nerd for a cat friend, you keep her around. You know what I mean?
Okay. And then.
Yo, she's gonna get so mad at me. I go sleeps. Thank you for hanging out, Lise. Appreciate you as always, and it's lovely to see you again. So definitely rest well, sweet dreams. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in the future.
Why am I gonna get mad at you? Why am I gonna get mad at you?
Nothing.
Why am I gonna get mad
Why
at
are
you?
you listening to me? Yo, you're so loud. It's 4 in the morning. You should be in bed right now. I'm pretty sure Zane's like waiting for you, bro.
No, it's fine. I don't work tomorrow. Zane does, but I don't.
Wow, the audacity of this cat. Yeah. Gotta go to bed. So HP that if I queue in while I'm in a house, put me in that house while I'm in the instance.
I still have to clean up my desk, so you're stuck.
If MSQ
You know, actually, you
roulette
could just play Magic with me without having to open those.
includes
because you can screen share, mock
cutscenes. That's also true actually. They should be skippable, if not first time bonus. How about that one? First time roulette should be a daily. Like a rate check? Well, the problem. Okay, so I was thinking about that also. My problem with that though is that if you do have like a skippable ready check thing, if it makes a sound in the middle of you doing the cutscene, if it isn't your first time, then it'd be kind of like a obnoxious sound to hear in the moment. But even if it is your first time, it'd be worse because it'd be distracting. So if the ready check is silent,
you should do a ready check at the beginning to ask if you want to skip it.
Well, no, because like my idea is that if it's a first time viewer or whatever, then like you should absolutely like not be allowed to even present that as like an idea.
If it's
Oh
not,
yeah.
It should be an
Yeah,
if
for sure.
else thing. If first
If it
time,
helps I'm a
watch,
newbie and I'm
else,
learning how to play with
pop the
learn
ready
it
check
helps
for
out as well.
skipping. Okay, what was I looking for?
Oh, true. Sleeves. I mean, you and I both though. It's funny because like I wish I had like a proper camera setup to like showcase these cards, but I don't. So, like I can't do that. But I was just not planning on actually, you know, yeah. But yeah, you know.
He hates me.
That's not true. Literally my favorite person in the entire swimming world. Excuse me.
Well, I'm not a person, so.
Favorite cat, fine.
Do you know people call me dogs?
Yes, you've actually told me this before, and I've even heard you bark once. It was kind of scary, actually.
Oh, I did get really, really excited that one time.
Yeah, I think I was there for that actually. What else is there actually?
Oh my god, this comes in tail, I think.
Option to change the HP MP color bar, or remove altogether, or remove one of them. Separate per job. As a gunbreaker, I never use my MP, so like, what the fuck you mean? What the fuck is that?
That's a game castle.
She really said that out loud, as if like, I'm supposed to know what that is.
It's in the link. Just click it.
Stop yelling at me.
No. Oh, this looks. I don't know why, but this feels.
Wait,
Very
but don't I have to like take the thing out the box or no?
So those little like trays are removable.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I'm literally gonna
They're
like.
really nice.
I mean, I'll look into it. What's a first time roulette? Basically, whenever you go into a basically.
Also, I don't know why, but this reminded me.
Okay, easiest answer is when there's a like when something doesn't have like a check mark, right? It's your first time ever doing the content. So any content that doesn't have a check mark means it's your first time, even if you are like an alt or something. You know what I mean? Has to sleep. Hope to see you next Magic. Sounds good, Kayla. Thank you again for the raid and for hanging out with us and the follow, of course. And I will absolutely see you around. And I hope you had a great stream with Axel. So definitely rest well and take care of yourself. And Axel says bye. But yeah. So yeah, ideally, if it's your first time ever doing content, the only person who has the option to skip the cutscene is you. That's it. I would almost though force the cutscene to be watched even if you're on an alt. Unless, you know what actually? Create an internal game system to register alts to main character so that cutscenes and content cleared is listed for all.
Why can't you just have story progress be account bound?
I mean, that's also like a good idea, but I think at the same time, sometimes people want to go through it like for the first time ever, I guess, and like get like that like fresh new feel, I guess. I don't know. You're not wrong though. That's also like another idea. Because like some people are weird in this game. They don't want like there are characters that I have.
You could have just stopped right there.
Yeah. No, because like there's just a character that I have that's not like the same name as my character that I would not register. So if it permanently did that with all my characters, that would piss me off actually. I have like a non-Adele that's like not, you know. But I don't do anything weird with the character. I just like made the character for like fun. Like a random like bun girl, and I just like don't use the character. Bye. Yeah, you know. I can't think of anything else right now. Alright. First time bonus should scale with how many people are new. Ooh.
Oh, I like that. Because then it's kind of like the Cloud of
First
Earth
time bonus should scale with how many people are new. I like that. Yeah. I mean, obviously for like an alliance raid, it works out as well, but like, yeah, I mean, sure. That's also a good idea.
I need to go to bed now. Anyways, so I own the game castle. I bought it explicitly to use to put all of my constructed Final Fantasy cards in, so that way I didn't have multiple boxes lying around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fucking sick, dude. I can give you a product demo if you ever want. I even have my camera set up over my desk to play Magic and Paper.
Currently 8 new and 1 new are the same. Yeah.
You can have the biggest immersion break known to man.
I mean, that'd be kind of cool. I'd be down for that, honestly. I would like to at least like learn the fundamental basics of Magic, just to kind of like enjoy, like I can watch the game and like enjoy what's going on, because I heard that it like it's kind of intense. So
it is intense. Okay, anyways, I'm off tomorrow, and there's maintenance. So if you want to, you're totally welcome to just yell at me anytime tomorrow, and we can play.
Yeah, sounds good.
It's entirely up to you, and I can show you how spell table works. So okay, bye.
Good night, friend.
Before I go.
Here we go. Yeah, she always screams at me before she goes. And then I'm waiting for the... Yeah, there it is. I love Axel, man. She's a goat. Okay, I gotta go back to sleep. Yeah, man, listen. All of these ideas are absolutely so top tier incredible. And listen. If, I'm gonna say it again, if you have any ideas you want to incorporate, I literally have a Discord for all of these ideas. You can input them in. There's literally an FF14 ideas page. Throw them in here, and I kid you not, I will look into it. I will add it into this, And I promise you, I will look into making these into incentives for high-end content creators to bring new people into awesome. Oh, W. Incentive for. Oh, actually, that's what the No, we have that actually. That's actually we do have that. Okay, that's actually W. So okay, I'm also gonna head out. Yo, listen. I understand, and I know. Listen, y'all make me very happy that everyone is like super excited to share their ideas and like be part of this experience, you know what I mean? So first and foremost, like thank you so much for being able to like find the opportunity to come up with ideas. And again, that Discord, please use that Discord. I plan to literally create as many videos as I possibly can in order to go like figure this out, and then we'll literally get it up and running, and like we'll do everything as we can. However, it is almost 5 in the morning for me. I'm gonna go like fight somebody if I don't get some sleep. So thank you for hanging out and tuning in, and I really appreciate it. Now, with that being said, though, please do go check out. Who do we raid? Go check out Sloan. She's playing 14. She's doing Sunday Fun Day. She's vibing. She's doing her thing. I think she's currently in Nicole Crescent, getting ready for that. I see Sanic is in there, so thank you for hanging out and tuning in. Tomorrow we got like a whole variety. Like 14's down, so I'll probably cook with this a lot. And I am gonna go through this and kind of like make it very pretty. I like to organize spreadsheets like this, so I'll end up doing that. And then we'll either play like a bunch of different games tomorrow. We'll check out some Subnautica, some Resident Evil maybe. I might check out Magic with Axel in mind. We'll see how that comes up for us, and then we'll go from there. But thank you so much for all the support today. Check us out on the YouTube, the Twitter, the Instagram, the TikTok, all that nonsense, and then I'll see you guys all tomorrow. So thank you guys all for hanging out with me. Appreciate it, of course. And I'll see you guys again in the future. All right, my friends, and later. Man, they came up with some ideas, bro. He's freaking